Unmuting mics and testing mic. 1, 2. We're sporting 100% humidity today outside. Commissioner, Paul, would you ask Commissioner Vaughn to join us? I believe Commissioner Chesney is out today, but he'll be joining us by Zoom. And so I just
I'm
want to
here,
make.
ma'am.
Okay,
I'm here,
perfect.
Judge.
Thank you. And also, again, we'll just wait for Commissioner Vaughn. We'll begin momentarily.
Judge, all the mics are hot, and people
Thank you.
joining the meeting can hear us now. Just
Thank you so
FYI.
much. Well, we welcome everybody. I'm not going to need them at this moment, but I thought I had my glasses here, so as long as these mics are hot, if somebody would bring me glasses from my office, they're in my bag, that would be great. In the meantime, well, we're still waiting for Commissioner Vaughn. I wish I could read it, Commish. Give me just a second and I will. Thank you. Edward, also, we are going to ask you to bring up public comment shortly.
And Judge, the way I've actually got it set up today
Yes,
is, since we have public hearings at 9,
yes.
so the public would understand, I left the public comment at 9 a.m. as well, after the public hearing.
Okay. Okay, so you have public comment both before the public hearing and after?
You can do it like that if you like. I don't see anybody that's joined that I don't know. So the agenda on the cover actually states that the public hearings and the public comment would be at 9 a.m.
Okay, so we'll pause then for that. Well, look, I'm sure she has something going on. This happens to me all the time, and I know she would not mind if we do begin. She's coming? Never mind. She's coming. I understand. I'm looking for a pastor or a reverend or someone who wants to feel this Holy Spirit this morning? Would anybody like to say grace? Commissioner?
I'll take it or whatever.
Okay. Well, we sure she's coming, Paul?
Yeah, she walked in, put her purse down.
Okay. Captain, do you know how you're not on base? Because none of us are on time. No, I was also late as well. I was just laughing because military men and women, if you tell them something starts at 8, that means 7:45. That's what I've learned. They don't mean the time that you really say. Okay, we get you a chance to catch your breath. We're good, all good. And we are gonna rise for invocation at this time. I'd ask everybody to please rise and remain standing, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flag. Would you lead us in prayer this morning, Commissioner?
Let us pray. Lord God, Heavenly Father, we ask you to give us the strength that we need today, the wisdom, the courage, to be able to do the things that need to be done for this community. Pray for this Commissioner's Court. that we can sit here and do the right things. And Lord God, we ask you to pray for those that need your prayers, those that are sick, those that are in the hospital because of this pandemic. We pray for those families that have lost loved ones and protect those that are in the hospital. Lord, we thank you for just giving us one blessing one day at a time. And today, it is a blessing that we're here. So we want to thank you, Lord, for being with us and to continue to be with us today as we work out this budget and help us at the end of the day. We're going to say that we actually did the right thing. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
So for the clerk, good morning. And today is an important day. It's September 9th, 2020. And we are, let's see, 8:25 a.m. We are located at the Nueces County Courthouse, third floor, 901 North Leopard. And Madam Clerk, I do certify 4 present commissioners and, 3 present commissioners, 1 virtual presentation by Zoom, Commissioner Chesney and myself, and therefore I certify that a quorum is present. And I'd ask Timothy to lead us in a safety briefing this morning.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. We're meeting here today on the 3rd floor of the Nueces County Courthouse located at 901 Leopard Street. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the 3rd floor atrium as you exit the Commissioner's courtroom past the Human Resources Office. Please note there's a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom. In addition, there are 5 fire extinguishers located throughout the 3rd floor atrium area. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall as you exit the courtroom next to the Human Resources Office. Participants responsible for dialing 911 in the event of an emergency is Tyner. CPR certified participants are Dale and myself. However, anyone can render aid. In the case of evacuation, our egress routes will be down the atrium stairs immediately outside the courtroom, proceeding through the double doors located on La Pons Street side of the courthouse, muster in the parking lot. In the event there is a need to shelter in place, we will remain in the building and await further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. Our shared safety topics for today are September 7th through the 12th, 2020 is National Suicide Prevention Week. That concludes my brief.
Thank you so much. At this time, Commissioners, we would normally move for adopting any resolutions or proclamations and/or orders. And although one does appear in your agenda today, I believe that we have asked Ms. Gilliam to come on another date, and I just want to check with Tyner to make sure that's accurate.
That's correct, Judge. We handle that through our office. I would make a motion to table that to September 23rd, please.
I'd like to second that. Can't wait to have her on the 23rd and for that special recognition. And is there any concern or comment? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you. And so we'll move on to our priority items. They're listed in the letter F, 1 through 4, and we'll begin this morning with a presentation by Steve Bonner on a potential intergovernmental support agreement, affectionately known around these parts as IGSAs. And this IGSA is contemplated between Naval Air Station Corpus Christi and Nueces County. And there is a call to action here, Commissioners, and that would be to approve a letter of intent. Good morning, Steve. Welcome.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much for having me. Nice to be back with you again to report on some great progress that we've been making with the Naval Air Station. I'll note also that Captain Jason, the base commander, is here, as is Commander Eric Hess, the Public Works Officer, and I would encourage you to call on them for comments a little bit later in the presentation. Tyner, next slide, please. I'm going to move very quickly because I know you're got important stuff to work on today. Just wanted to kind of give you a little orientation back into the process, an update on where we stand on two potential partnerships, and then recommendations for y'all's action. Next slide, please. As a reminder, this is the idea here is to create a public-public partnership between Nueces County and the Naval Air Station, so that goods and services that you acquire for yourselves could be provided to the Naval Air Station. Hopefully at reduced cost to the Navy, greater contracting efficiency, and promoting mission resilience to the Navy, but also producing some important benefits for the community in terms of general fund revenue, in terms of economic development, and in terms of great relationships and hopefully future mission growth at the Naval Air Station. Next slide, please. Where we are in this process right now is at in the second chevron to the left of the letter of intent. So it looks like we've got a long way to go, but we're anticipating that those next three chevrons, at least in terms of one of our projects, will move very quickly here over the coming few months, and we'll get into implementation relatively early in the next federal fiscal year. That's our goal. We've got a larger, longer-term project as well that I'll also brief you on. Next slide, please. So after going through a lot of brainstorming with a work group that included y'all's county engineer, other members of the staff, Edward, various members of Captain Jason's staff, we identified a number of potential projects and selected one, utility installation and maintenance, as a really good candidate for a pilot project. And the reason that we came to that conclusion kind of stands out on this slide. The comparative costs for the installation of water lines, are dramatically different between the Naval Air Station under traditional federal acquisition rules and your own costs. So $685 a linear foot for the Naval Air Station, for something you all pay less than $45 a linear foot to install.
And would you pardon the interruption? This
Sure.
really is an excellent time to point out, this is the nature of why why Congress thought that an intergovernmental support agreement would be beneficial for both military installations and governments. Isn't that correct? They were
Absolutely.
hoping this analysis would exactly show what it is here, and that is we can do it a lot more cost efficient.
And we're finding that at projects all around the country right now. In San Antonio, the Alamo Area Council of Governments in Universal City, Texas, are getting ready to, in fact, we expect this week to get the task order back out of the Air Force to demolish housing in the clear zone of Randolph Air Force Base at savings of several $100,000 for the Air Force. Next slide, please. So I've mentioned a little bit about the benefits to the Navy, and again, I would encourage you to ask Captain Jason and Commander Haas to provide you their own perspectives. But the question also arises, hey, what's in it for Nueces County? So we did a cost-benefit analysis for you. We took the Navy's example project, their Ocean Drive project that we had done the cost comparison on, and applied your costs to it to arrive at the direct and indirect costs that you will be facing. These numbers are based upon a project that y'all have ongoing for a cost allocation plan development through your grants office. They're also based upon the experience and inputs of Mr. Pimentel and Mr. Herrera. The details of how we arrived at those direct and indirect costs are in the last two slides of the package that you've been provided in backup. I was not a great math student, but I was taught to show my work. So those are in the back and available for you. And within the notes, you'll find where the sources of all the data and information are. So those are the costs to you. What are the benefits? Well, you're going to recover all of your direct and indirect costs through this intergovernmental support agreement transaction. So that will provide you with some greater budget flexibility as you work through your fiscal year. Just going line by line down, the next line is goodwill. And you frankly can't put a price on goodwill. Under generally accepted accounting principles, we value that at $1, but we understand that that's really a priceless asset, the great relationship between this community and the base. There's an economic development benefit in all of this. As I mentioned, we're hoping that we are lowering the cost of doing business, saving the Navy money at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. If you do that, you frankly make your base more competitive to be able to retain the missions you've got, expand them, and attract new missions. So the way we calculated the economic development benefit for this one project was saying, hey, if this is a success, it is conceivable that the Navy may, if we're doing a number of projects in the future, may need to add personnel to be able to just manage this program itself. So we assumed the addition of one GS-10 full-time equivalent position, and assumed that person would purchase a residence in your community. So with the help of Mr. Ernest Garza, we figured out that the median price and the likely tax revenue to you all out of that one parcel of land. So that's the economic development benefit. And you'll notice that these are low numbers on purpose, trying to be conservative to help you all make good decisions. Similarly, in terms of the follow-on work, I discussed this with Commander Haas, and he informed me that he would have as many as 20 more projects of a similar scope available. And I said, whoa, let's be conservative, so let's only take 10 of those. Okay? And so the follow-on work revenue flow there of $143,000. So if you look at your total estimated benefits, you back out your costs, your conceptual return on investment here of this one project is over $140,000. And so that's just on water utility installation and maintenance. What about roads? What about roofs? What about HVAC? All the different things that you all do for yourselves, either organically or through vendors, you can pass on to the Navy. With that, I would like to pause, and Judge, I'd encourage you at this point, if you want to call on the captain for some words.
I would, thank you. I want to welcome Captain Jason to Commissioners Court, and in general, just preface the welcome by saying that over the course of the last 6 months, we've had the opportunity a few times to both speak in person and also by email. And I just want to thank you for all that you've been doing while we've been dealing with the vortex of this disaster from the county level. You really have had to deal with it on both personal level, taking care of all the men and women that are under your command, and then also deal with the same exact situations of quarantine and safety and security. And I just cannot thank you enough for all of the hard work and dedication that you give to this community. And we would also like to extend our condolences very much for the Marine pilot that you lost recently. And that was something I hadn't had a chance to reach out, and I wanted to make certain that today was a good day to say, it's never been more true, these words. We truly are all in this together. And this is something positive that we can share with the community. And so I want to say that since I've been involved, I have seen the benefits, but it wasn't until the unit cost came out that I went, wow. What is your perspective now that we've had at least a good 6 months under our belts, really letting your staff and my staff look at the benefits? What is your impressions today?
Thanks, Judge.
What are your impressions?
Thanks for welcoming me here. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you for all your kind remarks. It's been, my tenure here has been a tenure defined by crisis so far, and I look at this as how do I build something more than that? And certainly I'm proud of my work and our cooperation in crisis, but I'd rather build something positive.
Me too.
I see that as this program, this IGSA concept as that. So just to give context to everyone, essentially we process, and Eric Haas helps me manage an annual sustainment budget for fixing things on the base. So not new construction, but just the repairs. And as you can imagine, there's a lot to do, especially given the corrosive salt air and just the nature of the environment. Typically what I do is I end up placing a cut line about 50% down the list. So about half of the items are going to get funded. The other half are going to get deferred for another year. I get about enough money to cover half of those needs. So, and if you own cars, you know that if you have 2 cars and you only do oil changes on one of them because you can't afford the other one, eventually you're going to end up incurring more costs. And it's really a spiral, a downward spiral. So that's the challenge that we have. But of course, the Navy has to invest in ships, they have to invest in people, they have to invest in healthcare. And so shore facilities and infrastructure is just one of those things that's in need, but it's competing with a lot of other things. So that's why the Navy doesn't have the luxury of saying, absolutely, whatever you need, here's all the money you could possibly want to make your facilities what you'd like them to be. And one of the commanding officers that just retired from the base said, you know, he feels naval aviation is the New England Patriots of aviation around the world, but we don't have the New England Patriots facilities. And he feels like he has a hard time explaining to the visiting families of the newly winged pilots that please ignore the facility. We truly are the world's greatest naval aviation power. So that's kind of the context. So when this came up, this was right away when I arrived, this idea was introduced, and it almost seemed too good to be true, that you could do something that benefits the Navy, benefits the local community, but it's really written to do just that. And so I was really excited, and you had my commitment 100% from the start, because I could obviously see the benefit if you can take this funding line where I can only afford half the things, and you help me make things essentially half the cost. You've just filled out that whole spreadsheet now and moved my cut line to the bottom where I can take care of things. So looking at the water line utility, for me, this is just tip of the iceberg, right? This is just the foot in the door. We're using this. I'm treating it as this is how we learn how this process works. This is how we figure out what some of the benefits can be. This is how this concept gets started, and then it carries forward with its own momentum as people see just how amazing the benefits are all around. So just looking at water utility itself, and I'm glad this slide is up because I want to talk about it, but you know, obviously potable water and use of water for industrial purposes is a mission kill for us. So I wouldn't want to have to shut down a hangar because water's not available and tell the students to go home for the day and not fly. Any one lost day of production, both for CCAT or for the pilot training, is a great problem to be avoided, and I certainly wouldn't want to inflict it due to utilities. So, so the benefits are great, but I think you really have to step back a little bit here on the benefits. Or obviously the factor cost difference between what we would spend on something contracting it through federal regulations and what we can do leveraging this is eye-opening and probably sells the whole concept all by itself. But what I'd let you know is that if you take a look and you consider what this will do, and if we expand to other utilities or solid waste, mosquito control, road repair, you name it, as this builds and ultimately even potentially energy, what that does is it essentially makes the base more viable, right? Because as I buy back more and more of those line items on my sustainment spreadsheet that I used to have to defer, then I can reinforce and strengthen and put our dollars towards things more effectively. That just raises the whole level of the facility infrastructure more and more. And then basically the base becomes that premium facility that the New England Patriots would be jealous of, and starts to
As
just.
long as you're Belichick, we are good.
Right, and I'm not even a Patriots fan. I inherited that language from my predecessor, so I'm locked in, right? And you know, they've had an undisputed dynasty, right? So
Yeah,
that's
that's
we want to
true.
look when you have excellence sustained at that level. That's a name that resonates. So even though I'm not a fan, I'll go with it. But so that's really the point, is that you know, we all want to make sure that this base has that long-term viability, that it's sustainable, and that, you know, I want to make sure that my relief, the next CO and then the next CO after that, when they walk around like I do and meet people, and, you know, it's a smaller base. People know me by face and haircut. And so what, you know, they'll tell me, they're not shy. They'll say, you know, even yesterday I went to the PR shop to get flight suit rank sewn on, and one of the contractor ladies said, well, you know, we really want you to paint the roads at night when I come in. She does some night work. It's hard to see the lines, you know. And so there's a roadway that's by our child youth center where the cars get really bumpy. So if you have a small child, it's rough. So things like that, they'll tell me those things. And I told the judge, I have to look these people in the eye and either explain to them why it's going to be next year or next year. And they've almost gotten used to that kind of answer, that, well, not right now. There's other priorities, and they understand, and they're good people. But it's really hard to have to say that sometimes. And I really would love to be able to have more wins where I could say, you know what, absolutely, we're going to do that. That's on the budget line. We're breaking ground tomorrow, and you're going to love it. So I really want to kind of reverse the trend of, you know, we tell our PAO we really need a win on Facebook, you know, so we open a dog park. You know, it was a small investment, but it's kind of a big thing for the base to have a dog park now. And it took us a while to get that, and we had hurdles and barriers and all kinds of things, but we got our dog park. But those little wins now are the exception, and I want to make them the rule, and just get a trend of excellence going in our facilities, and have, you know, where I can say welcome to Corpus Christi, and not have to follow that with an apology for things that aren't the way they should be. I really want to just say welcome to Corpus Christi and have them say, wow, I'm glad to be here. So really I'm passionate about this, and so I'm really grateful for the opportunity to speak about it in person to you, and just kind of share with you what this means to me. And I really do hope this is just the beginning of something big.
Thank you, Captain. And I'm going to let anybody ask you any question.
I think I
Commissioner?
have a question for
Steve?
Thank you, that was
Okay,
good.
Yeah.
excellent. All right,
Steve?
thank you.
I actually have two questions. The first one is going to be, is the city participating? And the second one on this water utility project, what kind of water are we doing here? Is this desal? Is it groundwater? What do you, I'll be honest with you, it took me a few minutes to get myself together, and you may have said that. But
To answer the second question first, this is as a part of their potable water system.
okay.
Yes, ma'am, the city has been invited. Commissioner Jagg met with the city manager several months ago. There've been some discussions. We've also extended invitations to Clayburgh County and the city of Kingsville to join in and extend these benefits to Naval Air Station Kingsville as well, because all of the contracting for Kingsville is handled through NAS Corpus Christi.
So the city hasn't committed yet?
They haven't committed yet, but they have been invited. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Absolutely, and we're very hopeful, because having a coalition of local governments providing these services is a much better approach. That's exactly what we're doing in San Antonio right now. We've got a number of the local government entities all joined together under the Council of Governments up in San Antonio doing this work right now. Next slide, please, Tina.
But just to help her with the water lines, it would just be any water line that's in existence that just would need repair or sometimes a complete replacement. But but as they say, don't get us talking about resiliency, because we like that subject matter a lot too. But this particular one would just be for the replacement of water lines that are old. Everything there is so, I hate to say it, old. It's just got infrastructure, old bones, and they just need a lot of help replacing things like you would in an old home.
Okay, and that makes sense. I just wanted to make sure there's such a big deal right now on the water sources, groundwater, desal, and I wanted to make sure it was not desal. until we do more science, and so I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. With this particular project, the water utility project, our next steps are a letter of intent, which you all will discuss here in just a couple of minutes. And then things turn over to the Navy. The Navy needs to go through their bureaucratic processes that are required. Then we'll sit down. You're not going to be committing to anything today. In fact, within the letter itself, you'll see language to that effect. But we'll then sit down and talk about the terms and conditions of the agreement. We will develop procedural guidance. As a matter of fact, we're going to go ahead and hold a tabletop exercise later this month to sit down and talk about, okay, what would the steps be to actually execute a single water utility project, and map those out so that we've got good processes in place in advance. And then hopefully eventually get to that picture in the bottom right of the slide there, that signing ceremony of the intergovernmental support agreement and implementation. So that concludes the utility installation piece. Let's move on to the next slide and talk energy resilience. Next slide, please. I mentioned that there are two projects that we are working on. One is the water utility as a pilot. The longer-term project is the possibility of energy resilience. This is something that is really important to Navy missions. And could be a great benefit to the community as well. You all own some land right outside the fence line of NAS Corpus Christi, a great location to put in a small natural gas generation plant that would provide a microgrid to support critical missions on the base, but then also connect police, sheriff substations, fire, and possibly some critical services off the base as well. This is a concept that's already been done up in Connecticut at their submarine development plant up there. So this is just still in the concept phase. So if you'll move ahead to the next slide, please, Tyner. We're still in the working group. Fully developing the concept. We'll get into that deeper cost-benefit analysis. We'll do sources and uses of fund plan with a lot of private investment. If you'll recall that very first slide, we talked about a public-public partnership, but then we can add in that private piece as well. And then we'll come back to you. This will be some months in the future before we'll come back on this particular project. So with that, if we could move on to the next slide. The recommendations for next steps are approve the letter of intent, sign it and get it out for water utilities. Continue your active support of the working group. I mentioned the tabletop exercise we're going to run, and then continue support for the energy resilience opportunity. With that, if you'd go to the next slide, you can see the letter of intent itself. This is laid out in a very common format that is used in all of the military services. All it basically says is, hey, we're interested in continuing to discuss a partnership and an agreement. And I would highlight the second paragraph where we say that we understand that this letter is non-binding and constitutes an indication of our interests only. So it creates no liabilities or obligations at this point. So with that, ma'am, if y'all have got any other questions.
I don't. The only thing, and I know that time is sometimes can be our friend or our enemy, and it seems like we've done all the vetting during even COVID-19. We've done so well, but I am encouraged by what you said about the next 3 chevrons going a lot quicker. I know Captain Jason and I would both like to see this good work come to fruition during his tenure. And so I'm just wondering, and I won't hold you to it, Steve, but getting to the next piece or the next 2, 3 pieces, could we expect that in the next 3 to 6 months, or what is our time frame?
Yes, ma'am, I believe you could. Edward, you want to
Edward?
address that at all?
Yeah,
Judge, one of
we
the-
all like, we all like the results, right?
Yes, Judge, definitely. We can do it within the next 3 to 6 months. We're that close to this project. Like Steve was saying, this piece on that we're required to, this energy piece is very exciting, and that's going to take the longest period of time on
Right.
this, on this deal. But the other stuff, we can probably do it within a couple of months. I
That's
mean,
great,
it's-
'cause-
An important point on the water utility piece is that the way the Navy has delegated authority down, this is a project that is well within the authority of Captain Jason to approve locally. So he will, and I don't want to.
On the water, on the repairing of the water lines?
Absolutely.
Commissioner?
So today we vote on the letter of intent, that we can move on that?
And then we can move on?
Because
I'm-
with Lieutenant Commander Haas in our discussions, we talked about 10 to 20 other projects that they have that are available.
I want to paint those lines.
I move that we continue with letter of intent, so, I don't know if it'd be a second or not, but.
So I'll second, the motion for the clerk was Commissioner Gonzalez, and I'll second, but I'll open up for discussion. So the letter's gonna
Right.
basically solidify that we'd like to continue on, and all those I know we're all excited about the big stuff, but I agree with Captain Jason, when we can make the lives of the men and women that are sacrificing so much better, and they're asking for such little things. I mean, well, maybe they're not little, otherwise we'd get them done, but they're time-consuming, they're expensive, and our vendors and our folks being able to do this pass-through, it sounds like, Edward, it's a win-win, and just to make sure we're all clear, because there's people watching at home, that it's not just a win for the Navy, but it's a win for the county, because we will be able to not only recuperate our direct costs, but we will also be compensated for our indirects. Therefore, the work that we do will also be compensated. And so in a strange way, it's a revenue maker for this county.
Correct, and what we look at it as a force multiplier. Juan will be able to hire additional engineers if need be to manage and do these projects. We could be able to handle additional animal control officers if we take over those functions, or additional garbage collection personnel. You know, you can think about it, it's all possible. The county will benefit because now
We just thought about it.
Yeah, I think you just dreamt up a list.
we don't have to just use those engineers for these projects. We can use those engineers for everything that we're doing, you know, for all the stuff that we're doing. The
Edward,
animal
you've
control
been on
program.
this project for about a year, and I just want to thank you. This is all sort of extracurricular activities. You might have started off being voluntold, but somewhere along the process, voluntold became enthusiastic. And you've just put a ton of time in, and I know he's around the courthouse. We asked good men and women to serve representing Nueces County. Ernest Garza was one of them, so I want to thank Ernest because you mentioned his name.
He's out there.
Oh, Ernest is hiding over there. Sorry, Ernest, I didn't see you. Edward's got you blocked right here. Ernest gave a perspective that was very much needed, and there were other members of Nueces County that did this.
Juan, Michael.
Juan, Michael,
Ms.
I just,
Padilla.
so many people, Tyner served from the governmental. We did have some legal help outside, and that was made possible by Laura allowing us to have a specialist who came in. And so I just want you to know that we want to see this next round. We really want to paint the road, fix the potholes, fix the water lines, and then get to the big stuff that may not be evident to the average person working on base, but it will make a major difference in their, in the way the base operates if we can graduate to resiliency. I wish we could get the city involved, because I think there's things, Commissioner, that we do very well.
Working on it.
Yes,
We do really well.
and they have
But the
some.
city does things that they do really
Yeah.
well. And that's what they specialize in.
Yeah.
And we really wouldn't want to cross. In other words, we'd want to stay in our lane and let them stay in theirs.
Exactly.
And so what we're looking for is an enthusiastic Edward that has a City of Corpus Christi badge on. Because you need somebody to be a champion of this at all levels. So I think we can feel good about it. How about, is there any other questions of
I
Captain
have
Jason?
one
Yes,
thing.
ma'am, go ahead.
It's not really, I'm just clarifying. I totally support this. I think it's a great idea, but I saw your future projects. Want to make sure this has nothing to do with the future because desal is always a flag for me till I get more information. So this is just what we discussed today, nothing to do with the future.
Correct.
All right,
I
I'm all in.
don't go for desal either, Commissioner, so I'll be on your corner.
Just want more info.
Yeah, and really what we're doing right now is what we call step one, right? I mean, we have to understand how these processes work. And then when we graduate to the future, we'll be able to have a whole nother discussion. And just so you know, what really impressed me is about it's now been 8 years, I'm dating myself. About 8 years ago, I got a chance to go have there was a conference on base captain. I think Captain Banta was CO, and he was it might have been his predecessor. But anyway, he was leading a resiliency energy seminar. And that was the first time I really recognized the breadth of the Navy's resources for renewables and resiliency. I had no idea these types of offices existed at the Navy Yard to such length. And so I understand that for you guys, this is why you are the best in the world. You are always thinking ahead. And because of that, we are able to address these before anybody else. And so I just want to say I'm excited about the future, but today is about taking care of those things that are going to make, it turns out quality of place means something to you guys too, just like it means something to us here in the county. People just want to have good places to live and drive and work, and it's pretty basic, isn't it?
And Judge, I know this has been mentioned before, but just, anytime that we look at the IRT, which we have in place next year, right,
Yes.
through the U.S. Military Reserve units from the Navy or other branches, if any way that Stephen's skill set can be brought in, or the captains to help us with that, because, every opportunity we bring in a military reserve unit to train here for a week, 2 weeks, and increase the length of mission that we have here in our county, it's better for all of us, right? And so, they can do the engineering, the medical and all that, and so I think that that's really where I would like to see if this can really be tied in strongly and help us, because, this year's was postponed till next year, and next year we didn't get approved, I guess, because we're already in 2021 that will be approved. But every year that we apply, if we can show that there's this partnership here.
We got
He
approved
doesn't
for the
know yet.
medical engineering.
Tell him.
In fact, we did get approved for the medical engineering for 2021. And when you submit applications for 2022.
Right.
But as far as the engineering, they're gonna do the parking lot. That's their first priority is doing the parking lot at the fairgrounds. And the medical, of course, we're going out to the colonias and do the medical. And so that's, our partnership with the IRT is tremendous, and I think that and the Commissioner's right, there's a time that maybe when we have our meetings, maybe y'all can be present at those meetings.
Happy to help. One thing, Judge, if going future, I mentioned the IRT, Steve has worked on, and we're going to need a lot of help in making sure the area is clear for our expansion of our runway and our
Right.
So I'm going to bring that to court the next time to kind of extend his contract and make a few changes so that we can include the airport and some things like that.
Yeah, we think that's really smart. There's so much, Captain, before we say goodbye, and thank you, Steve, for a great presentation, I'm going to take a little bit of housekeeping, and then I'll make a final comment. We have a motion and a second to approve the letter of intent, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, Commissioner. Just closing comments, Captain, is that one of the things that happened, I would say, I don't know if it was last court or 2 courts ago, where we had an amazing opportunity to look at the economic impact of military installations here in Nueces County. And it's in the billions. And so it's on so many levels, whether it's just red, white, and blue in your veins, or whether it's economic impact, or whether it's understanding that counties have such limited ways to make additional revenue. This is such a great thing, and I'm hoping that I know we can't be the pioneer because San Antonio and the Alamo Cog already beat us to it, but I'm going to be very proud to be the second in the state of Texas. And I believe that the Lone Star will use us as a model because we have not only the Naval Air Station, but CCAD, and of course, the U.S. Coast Guard. So, we don't know how this will be able to be applied in other installations, but we hope we bring your brethren in Kingsville along because they are very important to our mission, and anything that we can do for you during the course of this next year. We're about to start our new fiscal year, so we've already had some interesting discussions about IRT here this morning, but there's others, and Nueces County Airport, we've alluded to that. So when we make that presentation, if you could join us, we would love it. You can also Zoom in, where you can be at your desk and just be listening. Maynard, that would be great, because we think that Nueces County is just on the tip of its opportunities to partner with the military. You've been a part of the fabric of this community since 1941, since 1941. So, and we don't intend to let you go. So we're very, very honored that you started our day right, where we get to, as we do with every man and woman in a uniform, say thank you. So we appreciate it, and we'll get a copy of this to you through Steve. Okay, thank you. We also have a need to probably stop, Tyner. It's 9:05, unless you tell me that I have a little wiggle room to finish number 2, because I think it's
I do have Deidre Williams on.
Yeah, let's just finish number 2.
We can finish that one up,
And then
Judge.
3 and 4, of course, can wait.
Yes.
Number 2 is discuss and consider executing an interlocal agreement with Conrad Bleacher Institute, that's with Texas A&M, to conduct post-storm surveys and assessments to document damage to beach and dune complex and establish baseline data sets as required by the General Land Office under the Dune Protection Act. So this is.
Judge, I would move passage just to have it on the.
Thank you.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. And any other concerns, questions? Deidre is with us on, there she is, on Zoom. And Commissioner Chesney, do you have any questions that you wish to inquire? Have you had the opportunity to review the interlocal?
Yes, ma'am, Judge. I think it's great. Worked with Deidre for years on many things. She does a wonderful job. We're very fortunate to have Conrad Bleacher here locally, and so I think this is a great agenda item, and appreciate the opportunity to get it done.
I agree, and besides the fact that it's a part of a data set that's required, it's actually quite necessary so that we can get this baseline again and understand where we're going. I don't want to see another storm, but we want to make certain that we understand what we're dealing with now. This will open the door for other coastal resiliency funding that's available to us if we can document properly what we've got at the beach. Unfortunately, it's as they say, it's complex, and but the storm Hannah really did a number on our dunes. So anyway, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same
Aye.
sign. I know Scott Cross is also on, and I just want to make sure, Scott, if you needed to say anything, I know you support this wholeheartedly, but it's always nice to hear it.
No, I mean, y'all got it through. I think this is a good idea. It's something I've been pushing for probably 7-8 years, working with Philippe and Deidre and Mike over there. This is something that we have been trying to get to for years. Deidre, I think at least 6 or 7 years, trying to put this together, because I think what's really important about this, especially for the commissioners, constituents, this is very critical to every landowner on that island, because all that private property that's adjacent to that dune and that beach depend on this kind of survey data, because what's going to come out of this, you're going to see a definitive change, and we have a long road ahead of us with the the beach management plan, which also needs some serious updating, even before the lines have changed. So everything has moved more landward. Your line of vegetation has shifted about 45 feet landward, which pushes your 350 setback even more landward, which pushes your 1,000-foot setback even more landward. So this is going to be really, really necessary. There's a lot of heavy lifting in this initial survey. And if we can keep, and another thing about this, this just popped in my head, without annual data on where your profiles are and where your dune structure is, if you ever had to go to FEMA under the Public Assistance Grant Program and say, hey, we've had a major storm, we need to do a dune restoration project, we need to renourish our beach, can you help us? They would say, no, you don't have any annual data. We've crossed this, I went through this with Harvey up there next to the jetty in Port A, so that's why this is very strategic. Our partners in Cameron and Galveston County do this on an annual basis because it's an insurance policy. But we've got a lot more with this first initiative because we got to get all the heavy lifting and the baseline data done. And that's all I have.
Very good point. Thank you so much for pointing out that there is also a constituency of private landowners and homes that need to be protected by those dunes. And that, of course, has a relationship with this county because that's our tax base. So anyway, thank you. From all levels, environmental and economic and contractual, I'm glad that we are getting this done. And I'm glad that we're so blessed to have the expertise locally with Texas A&M, the Conrad Blucher Institute, and Deidre and her team. As they say, we will finalize everything, Deidre, and get it to you. But it's a very good project.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Tyner, that gets us through at least a good stopping point? Okay?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to move us back into a 9 o'clock. If you'll just turn your pages to the public hearings, it's going to be right after the consent agenda. And I've got some important, language at some point that I'm going to read, but we actually have a little bit of work to do first, and that is that the first public hearing is relating to roads. And so I'll proceed, Tyner.
Judge, if I may set
Go
this
ahead,
up.
please.
We had the opportunity to advertise public hearings. It wasn't required by law. We had the assistance of the county attorney's office helping us with our public hearings, but since we were going to advertise in the newspaper anyway, we went ahead and advertised the road name changes. They were
Okay.
published in the Caller Times on August 23rd. We saved quite a bit of money by being able to publish everything in the same notice. And so if it pleases this court, we could, I'm going to monitor the Zoom meeting, and I don't know if anybody signed up, but we can go through these public hearings one at a time in the order that they are.
I think that's a good idea. And again, for those of you listening, if you have signed up and you would like to make a comment, we are looking for you here. So there is a few names on there, Tyner, I see, but I'm not sure. Is there a Christina? Tyner, I have one, but it's not on this.
Okay, well, I recommend we get Juan Pimentel to open up the public hearing on
Sounds good. County Road.
changing the name of County Road 33, and we'll see if anybody wants to
Chime in?
comment on that.
Okay, good morning, Juan. Yes, go ahead and open the changing of the name, and of course, this is all pursuant to the proper statute Texas Transportation Code offers.
Judge, Commissioners, good morning. We're here today to do a public hearing for the road name change from County Road 33, from FM 43 to the dead end, to London Pirate Road in Corpus Christi, Texas. That's item number one. Item number two is changing the name of Carbon Plant Road from Joe Fulton Corridor to dead end to RTFC Road in Corpus Christi, Texas. And those are the two roads that were recommended a road change.
So move.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On that Joe Fulton, that's just a little section, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
it's just that one road,
Yes,
little
ma'am.
road.
It's from Joe Fulton, I'm gonna say northwest.
Just clarifying so they know that. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, I'm going to go ahead and expand. I think I also wanted to make certain, there's still, the Joe Fulton corridor still exists. This is just for the audience listening, it's a very small portion that goes towards the dead end.
Yes, ma'am. Approximately,
I'm
it's
with you,
about
'cause-
it's about half a mile or so.
Okay, we
Yes,
just
ma'am.
want to make sure.
We keep Joe Fulton.
Right, okay. These are actually items separate, 1 and 2. I think we need to take them separately. I did hear a motion and a second.
You can do it later, Judge. This is just public hearing.
Oh, okay, so you don't want to do it right now? Okay.
You have to go out.
Oh, we'll have to close and come back in. Okay, well then let's do them all and then close the hearing and then we'll be able to. So is there any comments then, since it is a public hearing? Have you noticed anybody on,
There's a couple of names I do not recognize, Alex and Shala.
okay. I just want to invite the public, since
Ordino, and
since you're
there's a
listening,
Christina.
if anybody has a comment on this particular item on County Road 33 or the Joe Fulton corridor, this would be the time to announce yourself. We're going to assume that you're here on another item, so we can move on, Tyner.
I don't see any comment, Judge.
Okay. All right. And just for the audience, we do post and we do welcome your comments in these public hearings, but commissioners, do you all have anything else with regards to County Road 33 or this other? I do not either. Commissioner Chesney, do you have any? I know 33 is in your neck of the woods.
Judge, just briefly, if you remember, this was just basically because the city of Corpus Christi will be annexing this road now that we've completed our portion of the construction. And this was just to avoid any confusion that this will not be a county road once that happens. And naming it London Pirate Road was appropriate based on the school system being there. And I think it'll be something that everyone will appreciate in that area. So that's all that I have, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I don't think there's anybody else, Tyner.
No, I don't see anybody, Judge.
So, shall we just go on then to the next one?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
The next item, and I can do this. The Commissioners Court last year approved the Nueces County District Clerk's Court Records Archives. As long as we're going to charge that fee, and there's an action item later as well, that we did advertise again in the paper in the same notice, and the law, and with the assistance of the county attorney's office again, if we're going to continue to charge that archive fee, we have to approve this plan annually. And it's required that we do it annually. We're actually doing the district clerks earlier than we did last year, but it's required to be done on an annual basis. It's in your agenda packet, and I would like to ask if there's anybody on that would like to comment about the district clerk plan.
Again, this is for the district clerk. And this is the annual, correct?
This is the annual. This would be the second year that we've had this particular thing come before Commissioners Court. And again, we have to do it annually. Dale has to budget for this in order for us to do that on an annual basis. And I would only ask if this is in fact budgeted, Dale.
Look in your proposed budget book on page 181, you'll see the district clerk archive fees have been budgeted for many, many years.
Okay.
So I don't see any other public comment, Judge. And then we do have the county clerk present today. This is going to be the first time that we have done the Nueces County Clerk Record Archive fee. Again, this was published in the paper to have this public hearing. The plan is attached to the action item. It's part of your agenda backup. This is a new plan, and there's also an action item to charge a fee. And then again, Dale, we would ask that this also has to be budgeted on an annual basis. And we would ask if this in fact has been budgeted.
As a previous county clerk did have this fee assessed and did have a plan. We do have a budget for this. It's under page 190 of your budget proposal under 0139 records archive fee for the county clerk.
We were gonna just ask you, go ahead, Tyner.
I was just going to ask if the clerk had
Yes, that's where I
anything
was gonna go
to add.
We had just finished with the district clerk when you walked in, and now we were just talking about the plan for the preservation and restoration. If you had any thoughts or comments that you wanted to.
Yeah, I think we have a good plan. Y'all had passed
Right.
on, voted in August 5th for the $10. What actually we want to do is we have the money to do this year, which is great.
Great.
So, right, so it's going to be 1.2 million, and we already have that. Moving forward, we're going to be able to collect about 500,000.
And obviously with COVID, we can't really do too much of a splash, but maybe when we get out of COVID, I think you have probably some of the most interesting records of the county. Will you show us, like, I mean, obviously you'll get to decide, hey, like I've always wondered, do you start with the oldest and go first, or do you like
we
to
are.
say, I want to go the newest and go backwards?
Well, there are several actual books, and they have to be, and I think you've seen with CoFile, they're going to be doing it, and their method that they actually take the old tape off and they restore some of these pages that if you touch them, they
would
just
disintegrate.
disintegrate.
Right.
And so it's pretty, I think you visited.
I did. I
Judge,
mean,
and
I
it's
can't wait to
fascinating.
see. I mean, we have so many. I mean, again, right now is not the time, but when we can, I think it would be so wonderful to bring them back, let them do a little bit of a showcase of
Yes,
what
we
they're
would
going to
love to.
take, because I know it's a very expensive process.
It is.
But I do think that having a steady stream of revenue will get you where you want to be in the next few years.
It
I know
takes
it's going to
time.
be hard in the beginning, because you'll say, that didn't go very far, but at least we're starting.
So
That's
appreciate y'all
great.
supporting it.
So is there anybody on the phone that has any comments, Tyner, here on this, or?
Again, I would ask that if the names that I don't recognize would be Alex and Shala Ordinono, and then Christina.
Okay, so if you all have any comments on this one, and again, we don't know, I've decided that there's a way we can make this system better. There ought to be a way that if you want to be for public comment or public hearing, just like we sign up, maybe we can figure out that from IT's perspective. So we're not putting people on the spot. If they just want to listen in, they're entitled to. We're sorry, we keep calling you out. We just want to make sure that you're not waiting for us to call upon you. Okay, hearing no public comment or any questions at all, that actually, County Attorney, is all the public hearing 1 through 5 that we have.
Well, there's number 5 is the.
I'm sorry, you're absolutely right, 1 through 4 we've done. Now let's do the hospital. Go ahead, Johnny's should be on.
This is both for the county and for the hospital district, so I'll be handling this at the
Okay.
moment, Your Honor.
Shall we do Johnny first, or
It's all together in one for
all
the public
together in
hearing.
one? Go ahead, Dale.
You should have received the display for, and I believe Tyner might have it on of our proposed budget for September 9th. This represents what was been proposed. This is still only a proposal amount. These numbers can and possibly may change once we go through our selections to this afternoon or this morning on the budget. But for right now, this is what has been proposed. Page 1 just shows you our item of discussions. You'll see that we're going to talk about the proposed tax rate, the historical rates that we've had, and the revenue, source of revenue, and personal highlights. We worked with the photographer that put some items in the courtroom We purchased a few photos. You'll see one of the ones we've had. So we're going to start including some better views of the county to try to have a better selling point. And we felt that was a good point to start. We go to page 2. Page 2 shows you our proposed rate. It also shows our last year's current rate as well as our no new revenue tax rate that we have in our last hearing. Our current tax rate that we're currently under at this fiscal year is 0.311588 per $100 of evaluation. Our no new revenue tax rate when it was calculated was 0.301271. Our proposed rate that we currently have filed in the proposed budget book that we have at the moment is 0.311558, and that was 3.41% above the no new revenue tax rate for the county. We have a proposed hospital district rate, and this is these are the amounts they plan to use is 0.111824 per $100 valuation. And I believe Johnny will come up to you a little bit later and tell you that's a 3% increase above their no new revenue tax. Page 3 shows you our history of our tax rates from 2004, 2005 to current year. You'll see in 2004, 2005 fiscal year, we were at 0.430 tax rate. And you see we've gone down a little bit. We did have that little stop between 2010 and 2014. That's when we had the housing crisis that we've had that affected a lot of people throughout the county as well as the state and the nation. But since then, you see we have a slight decline. Last year, we did have a small little increase, but as you see again, we're going to be going down with what we're proposing. For page number 4, this is the hospital district that we're doing. Again, we're going from the balances of 2004-05 to 2021. For what they have, you see it was been a decrease, and now we started in 2013. You'll see a decrease going down to right there now is 0.112. If you go to page 5, page 5 shows you the combined tax rate for all entities, showing you the balances that we had for this. This includes Nueces County, which is our general fund, our debt service fund, and Farm to Market Road, as well as our hospital district, all combined together as one rate. You'll see in 2004, 2005, we were at 0.655. You see we've constantly going down with a small, again, in the 2010 range, but since 2014, it's been a continuing decline in rate, and right now with what we're proposing is still a decline rate from 0.426 to 0.423. So it's a 0.003 difference in rate. Page 6 shows you our revenue. This revenue is from all sources for taxes of the county. This includes our debt service, it includes our general fund, and includes our farm to market. For 2021, all total collections for taxes is $97 million. The key point on page 7 shows you what our trend history is for. This is our general fund balances, and this is the most important fund of our county. And we see the dotted line is our target value, and our target value is 25% of our budgeted revenue, including transfers. And the lines above it is where our fund balance currently resides. You see down in 2014, our reserves were above our target value, and we've gone down. We have a little hit in 2017 with some stuff coming up, as well as stuff we had to purchase and other stuff that was required and needed to be done. And we've made an increase, and up to 2019, we're very close at 24 million to 25 million. So we're at I believe it's 24.3% to where the 25%. We are increasing, and we hope that continues in the future. Page 8 is a very important page that we want to look at. This is showing you the value of an average value house in the county. If you look at the average value of the property tax value is $140,917. That's the average of all homesteads in the county. Prior to the fiscal year was $136,434. And you see if we apply last year's rate to that amount for both the county and the hospital district, that would be $578.74. If we apply our proposed rates, again, these are still proposed until the court takes action on adopting a rate. If we do the proposed rate at the new average value house, that's $596.83, or a slight increase of $18.34. Now, page 9 kind of shows you the breakdown of where your money goes for when you pay the taxes. Yes, county is a portion of the taxes you pay, but as you see, The largest portion of the tax that are paid go to the school districts, the city, and then the county, Delmar College, and the hospital district. Those that don't live in the city of Corpus Christi, though, you'll still probably be the same amount of percentages, whether you live in Robstown, Bishop, or Agua Dulce might be the same, like with a little bit differences. And then you might have to add some specialty districts like a flood district or maybe an emergency service district. But those were the majority of the properties within the county. Now the question of where the money comes from on page 10. The money that we receive for the budget comes in from many sources. As we know, the taxes that we bring in are 49% of the total revenue we receive for operations of the county. As you see, we also have other taxes, and those are small taxes like bingo tax and other small items. Charges for services are basically that, whether the county clerk does a service or the sheriff's office does a filing service or whatever might service, that would be 16%. The biggest other one is intergovernmental revenue. What is intergovernmental revenue? That is revenue we receive from either the federal government, the state government in grants, or other counties or other cities that might bring money to us. We have several tax collection commissions. We have alcohol beverage commission stuff we have and other stuff there. That's where intergovernmental revenue comes from, and that's 27%. And that kind of just shows you where our money comes from the budget. Now, the big question on page 11 is where does the money go? As in most large organizations, your largest amount of expense is personnel cost, and that's $52 million of our costs go to that. The next largest is going to be maintenance and repairs with the buildings and equipment or whatever else we have, and you also see other costs, and you'll see a breakdown of all the other funds and where the proper amounts go to. Now, page 12, we have some items that we're talking about in the budget. We saw that we do have a agreement with our sheriff's office and our constable's office for a collective bargaining agreement for them. And this year, it equates to a $505,333 increase in salaries for the officers there. Currently, our personnel policy has an agreement where if you work for 3 years, you get a continuous pay increase. Right now, that's approximately 164 employees, and that equates to $164,051. This year, our retirement contribution requirements has gone down from 14% to 13%. That shows a reduction of $182,535. During last fiscal year, we've had some minor adjustments in position changes or added positions we had to have there. We now must budget for those items, and that's $193,845. We've proposed this, and these two items are definitely items that can be up for discussion and removed or modified as needed. Last year, we started phase 1 of a salary adjustment to try to bring those up to a living wage. This is phase 2 of the professional salary adjustments, approximately 125 employees at $542,330. We've got a few limited number of new positions in that we believe are needed to run this county, including a fire marshal, including some other spots. If we do take over a facility that we're looking into, we're going to need additional employees. Page 13 kind of goes over some more items. And there was a small error in there, and I'll explain that quite in a minute. Right now, this is where we're talking about we're doing a small salary increase to bring the purchasing agent another chief deputy for his offices. Our district clerk jury administration, a small increase there. The jail ID division, we're moving a person from an ID clerk to a senior clerk. District clerk records management, this is a supplemental pay coming out of their records management fund. It doesn't really affect our general fund, but that is. The error is the next one on the court administrator that should not be there, so we need to remove the $8,879. Sorry, we had a lot of changes and this just got left in, and I apologize for that. Juvenile case manager, this is an item that's been going back and forth right now. This position is vacant, and then it was a higher pay group. We're going to reduce the pay group for this particular individual, as well as some small other adjustments for special revenue. So the total reclassification, instead of it being 15, it'll be closer to being 13. That's all I have at the moment. I want to thank you for the time we have here. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have on the public hearing.
Thank you, Dale. And thank you for you and your team's hard work. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Obviously, this is the proposed budget. It's now up to us to discuss whether or not, do you want to go to the do we want to stop right now, though? And then, do you want to do the hospital now?
For the public hearing, I include the rates for the
The
hospital
rates,
district.
so you feel,
When we actually go into adopting the budget, that's when Johnny will be
fine,
presenting his, yes.
fine. So you'll hold, Johnny, if you don't mind. He says yes. Okay. Commissioners, this is what was presented, I guess, was it a week ago? A week ago? And when we last left one another, we really did not have consensus. Some of us wanted to support the 3.41, which is what today's proposed budget represents, above the effective. Others of us wanted to stay at the effective, and still one other wanted to see how much lower we could still lower that tax rate and find that perfect spot. And then there was still some additional questions as to whether or not other employees could benefit in a very difficult year where they also were in need. And so the ideas of COLAs were discussed at different levels. And so, Dale, I want to say that you probably ran 10 different iterations of different ways of looking at things, and we asked you to run COLAs at 1%, at 2%, at 3%, maybe even 1.5% and 2.5%, I don't remember, but anywhere from 1 to 3, you all ran those numbers. We also ran numbers to see what kind of cuts, if necessary, we could make. We also looked at ways to see if there was a possibility of going lower than 3.41, and if so, what cuts or what adjustments would have to be made, and still keep the reclassifications and the limited new positions that we had already established during our budget workshops as important ones, like the fire marshal and like some of the other clerks. And so I guess at this point, what I want to know is, commissioners, all of us have had the opportunity to meet with Ernest multiple times since last week, or at least that opportunity was available to us. Maybe not all of us availed themselves. Some of us bugged Ernest more than others. I'll raise my hand on that one. And then also had the opportunity to sit with Dale. And I know that there are other ideas that are out there, at least for some of us. Is there a will right now for anyone to discuss any of those other items that would have come up? I know that, for instance, we looked at 3.40, and I can get my notes here, but Dale might have them quicker. We also looked at what the effect would be if we went to 3.39. And so I don't know if that's worthy, Dale, of talking about these different options, but it seems to me that when we left each other, we did not have, we knew that it was somewhere in the high threes, but we didn't, well, high threes, somewhere between, 3.2 and 3.41. And I'm just wondering if you want to share with us some of those options. We asked you, for instance, for the court's consideration to look at COLAs. I'd have to refer to my iPad to bring those up, but if you have them handy, maybe that's a good place to start. I'm looking for ideas, commissioners.
Well, this is still the public hearing. We'd probably prefer to take action on the items. We have to go to the agenda item by closing the public
Okay.
hearing.
So you don't want to take, well, I know Commissioner Laura has a comment on the hearing, so she can make it. And then also we have people online. Do you think there's any way, Tyner, you could signal to see if there's anybody online with regards to this after Laura?
Yes, I'll let the
Okay.
county attorney go, and then I'll ask.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners and
Good
Judge.
morning.
Thank you so much. I know that the budget process is very difficult in terms of, you have to look at all the departments, all the offices. But this office is a high-volume office, the county attorney's office, and we make things so easy. We move those projects so fast. And that's because we have experienced lawyers, and I work very hard in basically retaining experienced lawyers, and obviously, getting people recruited into our office and they stay. For the last couple of years, we've had a lot of trouble with recruiting and retaining. So basically, on both ends, we're having, problems. And for that reason, we had submitted a proposal for our budget in terms of a ladder, giving them an opportunity to retain them by, hey, I can stay here at this office with the possibility of maybe moving up. And that's kind of how you want to make those people stay, or those employees stay. And at the same time, at the recruitment level, have a higher salary as well, so that we can bring in people. We've been having trouble, like I said, both ends. The CPS cases have increased tremendously, and you heard Judge McCoy come in here, and basically one lawyer has over 100 cases, 150 cases. I mean, that's a lot for one lawyer who's in court all the time, and I'm losing one of those lawyers. So that's why I had asked for an additional attorney for your consideration. So I propose to you reclassification of we have 14 lawyers. We're a total of 17 lawyers, including myself. So if you exclude the 2 chiefs and myself, then that leaves 14. So 14 attorney 2 levels. So there's no possibility of, there's 1 attorney 3 of movement, and that's only 1 position. So I was proposing 2 attorney 2s to be reclassified as senior attorneys as attorney 3, and then the attorney 3 that's the chief, assistant chief, would go up to attorney 4. So that would be our proposal. I know that I was asking for a lot of money, but any consideration, I mean, if it's 5% at the onset for those coming in, and then for the retention, have maybe 10% difference. I have to have like a ladder. You can't have it too close to the other positions. So I really ask for your help. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be here next year. I want this office to remain strong for you, because you have a lot of projects and a lot of future projects. And it's, we try our very best to accommodate each and every one of you for your projects. And like I said, we make everything so easy, but that's because we have experienced lawyers, and we all are in the know, and we move those cases real fast. So whatever you can do, that is our proposal. I hope for consideration. I know that was not part of the proposal submitted by the county auditor. So I'd like for you to consider it, and hope we can have a strong office for the next year. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, just to clarify what she was saying, right now she has many attorney 2 positions. One is attorney 3, but that's one of her chiefs in charge. And that chief is 10% higher than what the other attorney 2s are. So possibly, as she was saying, maybe we can reclassify it to a level 3, but not go the full 10% to the 5% would be something we may consider.
That's good.
Okay, I understand that, Dave. You said
Would you repeat that, Dale?
3% instead of 5%?
Right now, she has, I believe it's 7 at attorney 2 positions. 1 attorney 3, that's one of her chiefs that she has in the office, and I believe that position is from the attorney 2 level to attorney 3 level is a 10% difference in pay. So if we want to, we can possibly help her out by creating a attorney 3, just attorney 3 as not as a chief, and put it 5%, so put it right in between the chief and the attorney 2s, and give her that as the balance.
And I do want to stand corrected. It's 7 lawyers, not 14 lawyers.
Yeah. Yeah, and under this particular proposal, 5 would receive the 5%. It would just be the 2 that would need to be altered. Is that correct, Dale?
What we're saying is we would alter them to a level, attorney 3, but they still in the professional level, they'd still also get the phase 2. So if they went 5, it'd be a total of 10.
I got you
Where everybody else
now. I
would just get the
understand
5.
what you're saying now. Yeah. Did everybody understand that? Okay.
How many 10s are you talking about?
2? 2?
and the two of our most senior attorneys.
So it almost looks like a reclass, and then they would be eligible for the 5%?
Right.
Okay. That is for our consideration. And again, we're gonna ask questions now, but if we actually do any work, it'll be in the regular agenda. Is that correct? Okay.
Working with what you mentioned, I did do several calculations for a cost of living increase for pay groups 11 to 28, because we're doing a phase 2 for
Correct.
the professionals. So if we look at 11 through 28, which we did last year, and we talk about a cost of living increase possibly, a 1% would equate to about $320,000.
Okay.
A 1.5 would be $487,000. A 2% would be $603,000. And 2.5 would be $811,000.
You got to memorize. That's good.
No, I got them on the screen.
Oh, okay. You're cheating. Okay.
Dale, I got here that 2% is for 405,000.
No, 2% is $602,000.
The reason, Commissioner,
1.5 is 487.
2.5 is almost 600,000.
And is this amount, is this already worked into this, or is this an
No,
addition?
it's not.
no.
So this is in addition to
The only thing that's worked into the budget right now is phase 2 for the professionals. That's the only thing that's
Gotcha.
included.
Okay. Okay. So this will take a motion then, and when we get to.
When we
Once
get to the-
Once we get to the budget item, everything's just discussion, even the phase 2, you can either take it out, leave it in, or make
Yeah, when we
changes
start
to it,
going
as
back
well
and
as
forth.
add
Right,
this
today,
as well.
the hearing is really an informational type,
information, correct.
and to receive the comments, if there's any from the public, and for everybody to participate.
Correct.
And we can have you repeat those when we get to the agenda. Okay, Tyner, how are you doing? I noticed some extra names. And it's fine, we welcome you, we're glad you're listening and tuning in. We just want to make sure that if you have any comments on this item, which is number 5 in our public hearing, that you would designate to Tyner your willingness to speak.
You can use the raise your hand feature if you'd like to,
Okay,
but I'm not seeing any, Judge.
that's fine. We just need to make sure that we're asking, because it's such a different format than normally coming to Commissioner's Court, signing on a piece of paper. And, okay, well, I'm trying to wait the requisite respectful amount of time to make sure that there are no other folks that are here in the courthouse. I've scanned the room, the hallways. I don't see anybody. Commissioners, I feel good about having presented the 5 items for public hearing and having asked adequately and given enough time for people to respond, that we can close these public hearings at this time and convene our regular meeting. If that is acceptable to everybody, then that is what we shall do.
You have a motion for that? or-
I don't know if we need a motion to actually close. We will. I'll take it. And I've got a motion and a second. Commissioner Vaughn, thank you. And all those in favor of closing the public hearing at this time signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye? And we-
Aye.
Thank you. We will convene the regular hearing, the regular meeting. And if you'll recall,
Judge, can I ask a housekeeping question?
yeah, absolutely.
I had sent you an email yesterday, and I know we didn't have time to visit about it. I was hoping that we could table an item because I was still waiting on some information on that item, and I needed to do some analysis on it. And it was 6A16 regarding the I.V. McGee multipurpose office building. I think I should be able to get that pretty quick and should be able to have it back on the agenda on the 23rd. I just need to do some analysis, and I don't have all the information for it.
And my only ask is that if I could put Michael on the spot, could you remind us when our RFP for the IB McGee would be complete? In other words, when will you see that back in your office?
Okay, so the IB McGee project is an IFB, it's invitation for bids. It's already on the street right now. We had a
Okay.
pre-bid conference yesterday.
Okay,
And maybe to add for commissioner's sake, I'm sure you'll probably speak with Scott Cross and find out some more info and perhaps Juan. But I believe that This is just to extend LAN so that they can provide some
There-
support to us throughout the project.
Right, this is construction phase services, and I just want to make sure, I always try to yield to the commissioners when they need to table.
Sure.
But I also wanted to make sure that you understood, Commissioner, that this is part of their normal contract to provide construction phase services when engineers.
No, but that's my question. I'm not sure it is, and that's what I'm waiting on. It has
Okay.
another, it's not just an extension, it has another $93,000 request on it. And so before I commit to the 93,000, I wanted to go through that with Scott Cross and Scott Mears and you, if you have time, because I'm not sure it is. I'm not saying it is, and I'm not trying to qualify things. I just don't have the info that I requested. And so I'm just asking to table for the 2 weeks, if that would be okay.
Yeah, and I think that'll be fine,
I'm fine
Commissioner,
with
also,
that.
because we're not opening this bid until after that date.
That's
So-
what I wanted
so
to make sure.
That'll give you an opportunity to get that shored
Yeah,
up ahead of time.
as long as we didn't do this, Brent, I was hoping we
Right.
weren't crossing, and it
Yes.
sounds like we're not. So I'll
Thank you. I appreciate the
take your
courtesy.
motion.
Second.
Second.
Okay, I already got a second for you. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and when you get
Aye.
back from out of town, we will work on that, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Do you really vote in the consent agenda?
No, we haven't yet. I'm gonna go right back to it. I wanted to get there. If you go back to our priority items, we have kind of our steady discussions of COVID-19 and hurricane. And Melissa is out today.
We table that one?
And well, Kathy wrote an email for me just to read, and she's available for any questions. And so Kathy, you did a great job, and I'm just gonna read it into the record here. And then if anybody has any questions, they can ask you. There might be some on the Bob Hall Pier. I know there was some concern, and Commissioner Chesney and I both want to make sure that our record is crystal clear about where we are in the process of Bob Hall Pier. But I'll start with your letter here that basically, and I'm gonna give you guys the bullet points. So the first is on COVID-19. First, Department of, our Office of Emergency Management wants you to know that Governor Greg Abbott renewed the declaration stating that COVID-19 poses an imminent threat of disaster for all counties in Texas, and it became effective September 7th, 2020. What that really means is we're still under a local disaster declaration. This extends it, and that still puts us as emergency management to respond to this disaster. We have, because of the good work of Commissioners Court, engaged Haggerty. It's a disaster management company to work with Nueces County regarding reimbursement for COVID-19. We had our big powwow yesterday with them, and they are going to assist us, especially in trying to leverage those FEMA public assistance dollars on personnel. And there'll be task orders, and Kathy's learning all about task orders, and I am too, thanks to her. And so we will be sharing that with you. In fact, it's been 6 months since this disaster, and I got asked a great question the other day by a reporter, and that was, it's a long time for a disaster, and it is, and it's gonna be even longer, unfortunately, and that's what the governor's declaration is all about. And so I was going to invite all commissioners to do one-on-ones with emergency management. As you know, we can't meet together, but there's a lot that takes place that you get the highlights for. But I would welcome your involvement and just getting a complete up-to-date information as to where we are now. And things are still super dynamic. So you may think, gosh, well, don't we already know how to test? And don't we all know how to do these processes? But things are still very, very dynamic. So I'm gonna just let you make a appointment with Kathy, and Kathy, if I can join, but I'm gonna offer you guys upstairs to just do a complete one-on-one and show them everything we've got upstairs, because I think it's true. These disasters are not normally meant for a county judge to just be involved for 6 months at a time, but that's what's happened. And so I think it's a great opportunity to bring everybody up and see some of the things that we're doing to recoup costs and also to assist other jurisdictions. So here's what you say about the numbers. We have 19,389 total cases so far logged in Nueces County, and the numbers are trending down for the past 7 days. Sadly, we had 3 deaths yesterday, and our total number of deaths for Nueces County is 381. Our burn rate, calculated by our auditor, is 2.295 million approximately, and the total burn rate for the entire Nueces County, this would include the city of Corpus Christi and all our smaller jurisdictions, and it even includes hospital district, and that's 7.595 million. And we are recommending flu shots as early as possible to combat influenza. And I will be bringing you more information about, just like you can test in the county, we're going to be able to get you flu shots here in the county. And that's going to be regardless of whether you all have health insurance with the county or not, okay? We're also promoting the COVID clinic. It's very important to understand that this clinic is available to all, and that we even have portable x-rays now on site, and they're managed. Every day at 10 o'clock, 1 day a week, we have a 10 a.m. meeting, and that's important. That's where your section chief briefs come available. And again, if you need to participate or want to participate, commissioners, we're going to invite you to those. Additional meeting and individual contact, of course, is available to you at any time. And we want to specifically recognize Edward for being the testing czar of the county, and also recognize HR, who allows employees to be able to really sign up as frequently as needed. And that's just a huge luxury. You know, we're one of the biggest employers in this county, and testing has become an important piece of what we do. So we're very happy about our continuity of COVID testing. And then it's very important to know that we have asked for support. You might remember that Melissa shared with us that she is needing some time off because of a terrible situation she has with her back. And so we have requested additional support from the state, and we hope to be able to have that available to us. We are still in hurricane season, and we need to be fully staffed at all times because of COVID-19 and because of hurricane season. We'll keep you posted. I haven't heard anything, Kathy, but I will keep you posted. So that's our COVID-19 information, and I'd ask if you all have any questions. I'd allow Kathy to answer. I just kind of did the briefing to get us through the bullet points. Are there any questions at this time? I think by next court, we'll be able to demonstrate our brand-new product, which is basically a testing management tool that's really going to take us all the way through vaccine sign-up, which is pretty exciting. I think it was very, very close to being ready, but it wasn't ready for this particular court meeting, but it will be for next court. And so that'll be wonderful to see technology that we've invested in and our program management has invested in to get us through testing online, management, online analytics, all the way, like I said, through vaccine is the concept. So vaccine sign up. Okay, if there are no questions, I'll move on to Hurricane Hannah. And here are the highlights for Hurricane Hannah. We are currently working to assist in getting a finalized quote with Crowder Gulf. And really, Coastal Parks and Scott's done a great job working with Kathy and Melissa and the whole team. They're also still working with Tetra Tech. When we do the actual marine debris pickup out of the water, we have to have a monitoring company, and we're still negotiating with them on a finalized quote. By the way, we're learning a lot from Hagerty, like how not to just get a quote without getting a unit price. These are very important tools so that this county can save every dollar that it needs to. We also have requested a 30-day extension from FEMA, and it's been granted all the way to September 29th to get all these assessments in. That's this year, September 29th. The total burn rate for Hurricane Hannah is $16,542,000. I'm certain that that's not so much a burn rate as it is a damage assessment?
It's both.
It's both?
Yes.
So it's your damage assessment plus your burn rate? That's what we turn into the state? Basically, what we received from Haggerty are the following information. We're gonna get 3 bids. 3 bids were recommended for Bob Hall Pier for debris removal. We are working with IT. There was a jail phone system that was taken as victim of the power outage from Hannah in our annex, and we're working to replace that. We're working on project worksheets for FEMA. We're identifying the maximum public assistance and aiding any department and offices that have any difficulties completing the documentation. Obviously, that includes HR, risk management, to quite a large extent. And of course, we are making sure that we do grant closeout services in case any funding is kept. I know that the transfer allocation form, I didn't mention this before, but this reminded me, the transfer allocation form has been sent to Tatum on COVID-19, just so you know, since we mentioned FEMA and Tatum. And Crowder Gulf is providing the assistance, the assessment, that's the word, the fancy word, of removing the deck panels. The amount that they are charging us is $189,050. They are going to be working in tandem, which means at the same time that Jacobs Engineering will be out there, and they start tomorrow, Thursday, September the 10th. So if anybody wants to know, do we have a final assessment? The answer is no, we do not. The reason we do not is because those deck panels really need to be removed, and Jacobs needs to take a look inside of it. And so I think it's really important that people understand that the diagnostics has not been completed yet. We think we know what's wrong with the patient being Bob Hall Pier, but we need to make sure that MRI confirms what we think. And so there is no final analysis, and there will not be until the end of the month. And so with that, I'd ask if you have any questions at all. There is one final project, but I don't want to mention it until I give Commissioner Chesney an opportunity to ask any questions of Kathy regarding the items that she's outlined.
Judge, thank you. I really just wanted to reiterate what you said on Bob Hall Pier. There's been a lot of information floating around. Not sure exactly where or how that got floated out there, but I think it's very important that we maybe even send a prepared statement to all the media to let them know exactly what you just said. Sometimes it gets picked up what you say at a meeting like this, and sometimes it doesn't. And so it would be great if we could get something out. I can try to prepare something if you've got someone that you want to, however you want to do that. But I think it's really important to note that, and I think it's important to explain exactly why we've asked for some additional, or not we, well, we've asked for Tatum some extra time, but why the extra time is required. And that is because Jacobs Engineering came back to us and asked for that extra time to do, as you said, some additional diagnostic work on the patient. So I think it's really, really important that we get that out as best we can in a statement from Nueces County to all the media, reflecting why the extra time is needed and that there is no final analysis yet to be had on that. So however you think is best to handle that, I would defer to you on that, but I would certainly like to get that out in a press statement, please.
I think that's fair. I mean, I think that accurate information is very important. And as I told somebody, it's not going to surprise me if our initial assessment is accurate, but it's not time yet to make that announcement. And it's really important that people allow these engineers to do their work. And the fact that we're going to get to do it in tandem with the deck panels being removed is going to speed up the process. So, Commissioners, are there any other questions for Kathy on that? I will tell you that most of the work that's being done is so tedious. It's so important to document everything that we're doing. And we are really just working very hard to work with Tatum, and so that every question we ask, we literally say at the end of it, and this is how FEMA wants it, right? So we can get reimbursed. In other words, we are doing triple checks because we don't want to leave one penny on the table that we're entitled to. And all of that has to do with our logs, particularly these activity logs, our worksheets, our project worksheets, and just every bid we do, everything we're being very, very careful, very thoughtful, and very methodical so that we can get our reimbursements that we're entitled to. But the most important thing that happened, and we want to thank our partners at TDM, was for, on our behalf, getting that extension to September 29th, which was much needed and much appreciated. Are there any questions at all regarding Hurricane Hannah, all the items that we talked about? I just want to mention that you know that there was a gas release offshore about 2 miles, right, actually directly at Bob Hall Pier. And this gas release, unfortunately, has not been able to be contained as of yet. It was a little more complex than they thought. And so it's being monitored by TCEQ. There are no actionable levels at this time. There is no sheen that's been noted. And they are modeling from the National Weather Service the plumes every day. And so the General Land Office is also on site monitoring. And the company Magellan Holding is meeting with engineers tomorrow regarding these new operations. They did bring a barge out on site. They were really hopeful that they could contain the gas and repair the valve, and that was not to be. So they are back to the drawing board, and we will get another briefing. We get a briefing every day. So I will keep you informed, but if any of your constituents are concerned, please reach out to Kathy. She is attending these daily briefings for me and for us in emergency management, and she can tell you as much information as she knows. But I do want you to know that all safety warnings have been extended for maritime safety. And again, between the Coast Guard, the GLO, the TCEQ, and the National Weather Service, I can attest to the abundance of information that our office is receiving about this. And so if you do have any concerns at all, please do not hesitate to reach out. And we hope that this leak can be contained as soon as possible. With that, that concludes all of item number 3 and item number 4, the entire emergency management report. And I just want to say that we are wishing Melissa well today, and I'm grateful for having such a strong command center on the 5th floor made up of Kathy, Art Blantner, and Brenda Elizondo. We are very, very lucky. And they've got the helm. As they say, you know, you're the captain at the moment, and I'm here on the 3rd floor if needed. And like I said, I want to make sure that we've got 3 major incidents going on at this time. And that's a handful. And we're doing, I think, incredible work, staying very late, and making sure that all 3 incidents, COVID-19 under a new state disaster, Hurricane Hannah under a current state disaster, and our incident, which is Mustang, it's classified Mustang Island 926 gas release. So we're dealing with 3 incidents all at the same time. And again, my compliments to 5th floor and Kathy, Brenda, and Melissa for tackling them all so well. Any other questions? Kathy? You might be off the hook here. Let's see. Okay. Okay, Kathy, keep us posted and let us know how we can be of further assistance to you and your staff. Okay. With that, commissioners, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. It's quite lengthy. It's going to work into the double letters, all the way from A through Z and AA through VV. And I would ask that you identify for the court any that need some extra discussion at this time that would need to be pulled.
G and H?
G and H.
I will be tabled. We had some corrections or revisions, and the DSHS has not returned, has not approved it.
May
Motion to
we-
table
wait,
I.
Before we table it, can I ask a question?
Sorry.
Why can't
Sorry.
we, can we just do it approve subject to? Yeah,
The revisions set out by the committee.
that would be
And
wonderful.
I can expand on that. It's actually two items, section 7.5 confidentiality and section 9.5 indemnity
Yeah.
that need to be corrected. So if it could be
Subject
contingent,
to,
subject to those two items, 7.5 and 9.5.
yeah, I'd like to do that. I just want to tell the commissioners, give me a second, let's come back to it, so that we can make that. I'm still pulling it, okay? So I, G, H, and I, commissioners, any others on A?
I don't have any.
Okay. I'm going to give you guys just a chance, just because it's a monster. Lots of them. Okay.
Commissioner, you said G?
He said G and H.
Yeah, I have G.
You have G and H as well?
Not H, but it's G.
Okay. All right. And then in that case, please let me have a motion for A.
I'm sorry, L.
L coming in, all right?
LL.
Oh, LL, sorry. Give me a second. LL. Got it. All right. Could I have a
Ju-
motion? Yes, sir.
So moved, the rest of
Thank you.
the items.
Thank you. And for the clerk, it's all items but G, H, I, and double L. And a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay, now, on G, I imagine you just would like to visit with the clerk about this? Or would the clerk address the question? It's the early voting locations. Commissioner.
Yeah, no, I want to thank the clerk for bringing in additional voting locations that we've had previously. And at least, looking at precinct 3, I've looked at some of the other precincts, but really focusing on mine that has a good spread. Would obviously like to have every community represented in the early voting, but knowing that vote turnout and just the resources we have, that Banquete has one, so that helps the community of Agua Dulce be able to go and just drive a few miles down 44 to get to that point. And also to see a New Life Church, which is going to be, I think, a lot of help for the Deaf Center.
Yes.
Right down McCardle. So I appreciate that, because that's always a overwhelming site to campaign through, but also just
Right.
if you put any time into waiting to actually go voting, it's nice to know there's something close by that can be diverted to the other location and go and vote.
Thank you,
You did a great job, Kara. This looks really good.
thank you.
And,
Thank you.
and,
I'll get one thing with G.
yes.
I also met with Karen and we had a good conversation here on the, and I'd like to make a motion to approve it, but with the attachment that you understand that she can actually acquire another 1 or 2 voting posts if she has to, without having to come to the court again for approval, but.
1 or 2 what? I couldn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Voting locations?
Voting locations,
Oh.
voting centers. And the reason I that, because I looked at mine and there was only like 5 in my area, and but we need to really cover the west side. There's hardly not any from Ford on down. And I just asked her to see if she could work on it, and said she would. So,
And Judge, I've got an issue too with, so if that's a doable motion, I've still got one that I'm kind of trying to work with the clerk on. She's been real helpful as well. But for those of you who might remember, the law changed and we used to be able to split early voting locations, and we had split A&M Corpus Christi and CCAD. And both of those, we've been working hard on A&M Corpus Christi to get that to be a permanent one, which was able to be done. But CCAD is also wanting it, and I don't think it's on the final list. And I'm really hesitant about pulling off a location that's been there forever and ever. And so I need to be able to figure out what to do with that. I don't know if that got put on, Kara, or not. I didn't see after we talked yesterday. That's the only one if there is allowed some flexibility in this, that might be helpful for me as well.
that was posted, CCAD is on. I think the
Okay.
issue is Flower Bluff also.
Right.
So.
That's right. We've got, yeah, that's what we've got to figure out is CCAD, and I didn't see the final one, so thank you for clarifying that. And then is the Flower Bluff one. So that's also, I'm not sure what to do on that yet, is what I'm trying to say is, so the flexibility that Commissioner Gonzalez is proposing would be helpful to me as well, but I don't know if that's okay.
I mean, that's just in case she needs to get one or two more, I mean, that she has that flexibility. So that's my motion.
What is the rule, Kara? What,
You're gonna, if y'all can give me the authority, that would be a county attorney question.
okay.
To approve these today, and then if we need to bring some more, we'll bring some more for ratification.
You
Okay.
can approve it now that it needs one more, she can get one more or two more?
Well, she doesn't know which ones they are. I mean, you're not approving specific locations.
I'll tell you what, it sounds like you're you're looking to maybe put one extra in Commissioner Chesney's and maybe Commissioner Gonzalez. I
We're
mean,
gonna have to, if Commissioner Chesney, if y'all approve CCAD over Flower Bluff, then if he
Well,
wants
it's not,
both,
yeah, it's not over. I don't
Okay.
want to choose between these right now. That's what I'm having a hard time with, because these are locations that we've used for long periods of time, and pulling one from anybody kind of stinks. So I'm just trying to figure out what to do.
can y'all approve the agenda without CCAD? Because CCAD is on there. So maybe without CCAD for now, hold on, and then I can always establish them, bring them back, you can ratify them. Those
What's on there
locations.
now? Is it the two in Flower Bluff and CCAD?
No,
Kara?
Flower
I'm
Bluff
sorry.
isn't on there because you already are at 8. And you
Right.
can't go
So-
more than double than another commissioner, and Commissioner Vaughn is at 4.
Yeah, I mean,
Now, if we
seriously,
added
Grant.
another,
I got 5.
Right,
well,
that's what
that's
I'm,
just how his
no, that's what I'm trying to
precinct-
deal with,
but
is I'm
that's
trying
how
to
his
be, I'm trying
precinct is
to equalize
drawn.
and be fair, and,
You have
but also not
14,000 more
yank
voters
from
in his
somebody that's
precinct.
had it
He
forever.
does.
oh, yeah.
But still, do I have enough, Kara? I mean, how many have we had in the past?
Well, so we have American Bank Center, which is
Yeah.
great, which is new, and that's gonna hopefully take the load in more social distancing, because we're not gonna have CCISD admin building or City Hall.
Which is good, though, because you have it at the courthouse. It was
Right.
always so silly to do that, I thought.
Well, you know what? When we have long lines here, it helps with the overflow. They can just go over to CCISD, so it has been helpful.
But you have
Not-
American Bank.
Yeah, which is, not all the time.
And how many did
American
you
Bank Center,
take?
the reason,
How many did you take off of mine? If I only have 4,
that was it. Those are the 2.
those are the 2, those are the only 2?
And I did not remove those, so you know.
Okay. They
The city and the
didn't want to.
school district.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
So we have American Bank Center. Now, the issue is, I'm all for having as many locations as possible. I'm all for that. It's about getting good
Workers,
lead
people.
workers. We've had a lot of people apply and they want to do half days and that is great and we appreciate it, and it is a big commitment, and having strong leads with that experience, that, that's what we need and that's what we want, and their extra days. I think with y'all increasing, hopefully, the rate of pay, that will help some. So that's really my concern, is getting good experience.
And
You
every voting
worker.
center needs how many people?
Do what?
Every voting center needs how many people?
Like early voting, what we're doing, and just to keep it clean, we're having 1 lead and 5 clerks. Now, Banquete isn't gonna need 6 people, but we're just trying to keep the numbers clean for y'all, and, we'll take 2 from
Or
there.
bishop- or
and-
bishop.
Yeah, and move them over to, the Deaf Center, New Life. And, New Life, what we did with New Life is we looked at, so the Deaf Center had over 10,000 people vote, early voting, in 2018 alone. Right, so what we did is we started running the numbers to see where did they come from, like which precincts, stick out. Well, over by Grant Middle School, that's why Grant is a new one, because over surrounding Grant, those precincts had 400 plus voters coming from those precincts over to the Deaf Center. So hopefully it's gonna alleviate that. We also had, precinct 65, Precinct 5, Precinct 109, Precinct 91, and then Precinct 8 for Atkins. All of these had huge numbers. And so by putting Atkins in and New Life, I think that hopefully that will alleviate, right? So,
Kara, just curious, Hilltop, they have a lot of voters there, don't they?
they do,
Yeah.
they do. And
And-
there's
and-
one, well, we moved it. You asked to move to Tolosa Midway High School.
Yeah, because the
Right.
administration doesn't have parking,
Right,
but you still have Hilltop, which is great.
we do.
And
Yes,
that's probably the biggest voting block out there, I would think, the most
It
for
is.
early voting.
for your area, for precinct
for
1.
my area.
Yes.
Yeah.
And again,
And
you know,
Kara-
people just like
sorry.
to go to their polling locations. They do.
They do.
So,
Kara, I just can't, for some reason, what you sent me on the Google map is not, I can't pull it up right this minute, so I don't know what the final ones that you kindly changed in purple for me were. And that's my fault, but for some reason, it's not pulling it up. It's saying that I'm timed out or something like that. So
after we,
can you just read me mine or one more time?
it's on, actually, I emailed you a print screen of it as well. So,
I can't,
you
I
can't
don't
pull
have
that
that.
on
I'm
your-
sorry, I'm looking,
okay.
but I don't have it.
Well, if you'd just been here, Brent.
Shame.
So you have Atkins Middle School, Ethel Irely Senior Center, and just want to note, seniors will not be there. So we're not putting them in harm's way. So they're not there right now. Then CCAD or Flower Bluff, whichever you want. London ISD, Padre Island Baptist Church, Port Aransas Community Center, Texas A&M, and Veterans Memorial.
Okay, so for right now, can we just slash mine as, I've got to pick one from these three to eliminate, which would be either the Flower Bluff, the CCAD, or the Ethel Irely. I get that I need to have one less to be fair to everybody else, so that's what I'm trying to figure out how to do. So, but
Ethel Irely has the
I
biggest
haven't-
turnout, just so you know. Folks are
I can't
used to
hear.
Ethel
Sorry.
Irely. Ethel Irely, out of the three, it has the biggest turnout.
I understand, but
Ethel.
you're telling me I've got to eliminate one, and I just don't know what to do today. I'm being honest, I don't know how to pick that. So if you're telling me I've got to eliminate one, I don't know which one to eliminate today. And so I don't know how to do that. I'd like to approve everything else and not delay this any longer. So if the county attorney can tell me how best to do that, I'll be able to, I'll move on and go on, but I just don't know how to eliminate one of those three because they've all been things that people have used for long periods of time. And I need to go talk to people in Flower Bluff and figure out what to do. And I can't do that right now.
Chihuahua.
You have a timeline, right? You have a timeline, right?
She's got to get them approved.
You have to, you have to make the decision.
What's the timeline?
Well, your early voting starts October 13th.
People are already asking.
Yeah, I
So-
think we need to publish
Yeah, the
this.
ballots-
And
I'm
One
hoping
more
the ballot-
meeting, we still have one more meeting before early voting.
The mail-out ballot should go out as soon as
We-
possible.
what about y'all approving everything except for CCAD for now in Flower Bluff? And I don't know, Brent, if you want to add, Commissioner, if you want to add Ethel Irely. Because you know what, voters, I don't think voters are going to be upset if we add more.
No.
Now, they're going to be upset if we publish, you vote on something, we take it away,
I
right?
agree.
Sure.
Right, okay, so what about if y'all approve
I'm
everything?
struggling taking one away.
Well, it's not taken away yet, because then y'all can come back
Change it.
and add to it. So right now, at least for right now, we can have 24 locations, we can start publicizing them, and then, oh, great, here's another one we'll add on.
And how many, Kara, because we always get asked this question. We think
idea.
that there's more this year than last year.
Per minute, yes.
Permanent. Do you want to
Permanent.
say that?
Yes.
That we've had,
So we
last
can-
year, we
yeah.
had,
Well, we had about 24, 25, but they weren't permanent. They
Right.
were half
And
and
so
half.
these are
These are all permanent.
permanent.
What,
Well,
one change.
unless
we're
there's an
doing-
objection, if someone's got an objection, which I completely understand, I don't take it personally. If someone thinks I've got too many in my precinct, I understand that. I just don't, but if no one does, then if I can just keep the ones that are there, that these are ones we've always had, great. If someone's gonna make me take one away, then I don't know which one to take away today. I
got too
really
many.
don't, because
You got
Flower
too
Bluff
many,
wants
Commissioner.
what they want, and
I
people
don't
are used
think
to Ethel
we're allowed
Irely,
to
and
have-
CCAD wants it, and
So-
I don't know how to pick.
Okay,
I mean, I don't know how to pick which one.
Commissioner, you have more because you actually have more voters
I
than
know, but
all the other commissioners, and maybe like over 10,000 more. And that's just where the growth is. The
Population
growth
growth.
is, yes, the population is the south side that way.
It helps.
so if everybody's
and
okay with just
everything
leaving
we
it the way
look-
it is, then I would be happy
Well-
to do that. I just don't know how to pick one to take away.
Well, right now you are picking, if you vote on it like it is, you're taking Flower Bluff off. So my recommendation is just not vote on those today, but everything else, and then you can always come back and add. But yes, we have more
Call
permanent,
tomorrow.
early voting locations. And while you're thinking about that, Commissioner, I would like to add, I'm gonna also order another Saturday. So we'll have 2 Saturdays, and the times are on there. On both Sundays, we're only gonna have 12 to 5 at the courthouse only. We need to let our workers, they work so hard, let's let them rest. But what I'm gonna do on those days is have where people can drop off.
The
They
mail
can pull up
ballots.
their mail ballots, right. And we'll stand outside and they can pull in
That's a good deal.
on those 2 days only. It's just having someone out there all day, all the time, we can't
It'd be
do
nice
that.
to have 2 locations to have a drop off, the mail ballots, but.
Well, we're gonna do the courthouse on
If you're
those
gonna
2
make,
days.
if
for
I gotta
sure.
pick today, I'm gonna pick the Flower Bluff Maintenance Building and CCAD, and I'll come back to Ethel Irely because the senior center is not open right now anyway. But I'd rather not take away any of them. But I want you to be able to publicize. I don't want those to not get publicized while you're publicizing everything else while we're waiting for 2 weeks, because people need to know those too. So if I have to take away one, then I guess that's the one for right now. And if I need to come back and add it later, and if no one objects, then I would like to have all 3 of them. If someone objects, I get it, but
You get it?
So we want to substitute, what's on the agenda would be substituting
Flower Bluff.
Ethel Irely, Flower Bluff into Ethel Irely. So just replacing Ethel Irely for Flower Bluff.
for now, and I'd like to,
Okay.
if that's what I've got to do today. If I don't have to do it, I'd like to put them both in there. But if I have to do that, that's what I'd have to do today. And then if I can come back and add it later, I guess that's fine too.
Kara, didn't you
okay
say
with
you had a lot of voters at Ethel Irely?
We do, and it is not open to the public, but since people are used to going there.
Yeah.
They were gonna open it for
And it's
us.
probably a lot of seniors, I would think. Brent, I would just rethink that one if it was me because of that, but I don't object to any of this because I just think we ought to have places that people can go, and if you've got 10,000 more voters, I mean, it's not a problem with me, but I will tell you this, the last time we voted, I had to just pick right here out front just like that, and I did it, Brent. You're just behind me, and I'm telling you, you gotta get it together. I'm just messing with you.
I can't hear. I didn't hear that last part, but
Okay.
that's fine. You can mess with me. Okay, well then, if I can, I'd like to just leave them all in there. If no one has an objection, then I
They're not.
put Ethel Irely, Flower Bluff Maintenance, and
But I don't think
CCAD.
you're
can't
not
legally.
able to, is what Kara's telling you.
You'll have 9, you'll have more than double the amount.
So you just have to take one away.
Have to take one off, because you're not allowed to
Okay.
do double. But again, why don't we approve this?
Take
so-
Ethel Irely off. Take Ethel Irely off for now, then, and I'll go back because Flower Bluff is saying they want one close to them, so they're requesting, and CCAD's requesting. So I've had specific requests for those 2. So I guess for now I'll take out Ethel Irely. For now, I don't like it, but I'll do it, and I understand it. I'm not mad. Flower Bluff has made a specific request, and so has CCAD. So I'll stick with those 2.
And then you're gonna work on working with the county clerk. Okay. All right, so let's move, let's actually get a motion to
I've got
approve.
I've got one more.
All right.
Recommendation, if it's possible. I know we're gonna do a dropout at the courthouse, right, on the Sundays, 2 Sundays?
Oh, well, you can come into my office, come up to my office anytime after, ballots will start going out at the end of September and early October, and anytime after the voter votes, marks their ballot, they vote, they can hand deliver it
So they can?
to it. Anytime. We're just gonna do, on those 2 Sundays, we're gonna publicize it and, hey, you can drive up instead of having to get out and drop it off.
So we're gonna advertise that they can deliver it?
Well, they can always hand deliver it. This is just
Extra.
an extra. On on the Saturday, on the Sundays, sorry.
All right, thanks.
That's nice. That's good.
Okay, so move.
With, instead of Ethel, you want Flower Bluff, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
So making
Okay.
that change.
At the moment.
okay.
So move.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second with the one change that the clerk will be making
Okay.
to insert Flower Bluff Maintenance Building in lieu of Ethel Irely Senior Center. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay, all righty. Now, we're gonna move on to the next one, which is H. And you alluded to it, but now you can really talk about it, which is the approve the setting for the compensation. And Commissioner Modis.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to bring attention to the fact of the pay. I know it's always a challenge to recruit, and also just take this opportunity to mention about the $14 an hour for the early voting lead clerk and election day presiding judge, and $12 for the supporting clerks or the additional clerks that are part of that. So just wanted to bring that to attention. I actually had somebody ask me that 2 days ago, what was going to be the pay for that. And so hopefully this does attract people. I know there were some challenges, especially in the heat of dealing with COVID, even though we
Right.
still are, but at the peak of it, really during around the July runoffs.
Right, we
Right.
peaked, right, when
Right,
early
and so
voting.
I know that was a challenge for you, and, people were showing up or not showing up, or were they,
Right,
diagnosed with having COVID, and so there was a lot of issues, but now hopefully, as we're doing better, even though we have to be careful, but that this will just entice people to want to help participate.
Yes, and I agree, and I will say that we did not have one case stemming from our election that I know of, and I know we would have heard about it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The judges and the clerks, everyone working the election did such a great job of keeping everything clean. We provide all the PPE, which we will again, face shields, masks, all the cleaning supplies. Judge, you were great. Anything we needed, cleaning supplies, you made sure that we got it. We were able to give it to all the workers, so thank you for that. I mean, it was everyone working together,
Well, and
and so thank you.
it makes you feel good to be able to tell people it's very safe to go and vote.
Yes, yeah.
And one of the things that we've done, although obviously we're still going to continue to pursue, is to pursue all the grants that are available out there to help be able to make this possible. When Kara said more money would really attract a judge, we said yes, and she said, and do you think that this can be utilized? We can use some of our dollars to do this, because in essence, they are, they're having to have more interactions and more contacts in COVID-19, and we think it's a good idea regardless, but we're going to be pursuing that with our experts, right? So
Yes.
Haggerty is our disaster management expert, and we've asked him, hey, would this pass muster at Tatum? And we think that it will, but we haven't received the response. But so it's possible that the delta, the extra, due to COVID-19.
I do. So the
Yeah.
difference
Plus,
would be.
it's a plus, it can help.
Right, so the difference between, if we paid them what we have always paid them and increasing, the difference would be a $94,425 difference. However, if we get 80% paid, which we're gonna try to do, and which I think we will, because it is because of COVID. It is.
It is.
It really is. It's gonna come down to 18,885, and we share that cost with 15 other entities.
Yeah.
Got it made.
Motion to approve.
Okay,
Second.
great, thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And then I guess just for me, how do you publish that we're going to pay more? How will that get?
Well, I think we'll get around. I'm kidding.
I think it will, but I was saying, go ahead and start
Yeah,
telling
we-
people,
we can
because
put it
I
out
think
there.
it will make a difference.
Yes, so we'll start putting Facebook posts and
All right.
thanking y'all
Yep.
commissioners, hey, they're raising the pay, and
All right,
word's
so
gonna
you'll get it out.
Yes, yes.
You'll get the word
we
out.
have.
Okay, the next item that we need to visit is I, and it was brought up accurately by the county attorney that there's an indemnification clause as well as a secondary clause 7.5. It has to do with identifying, well, confidentiality and with dishes. The reason I'm more interested in approving this, Laura, with the contingency that dishes approves your edits, is because these are the dollars that we receive in our city county health department that pays for our testing supplies. And we needed it yesterday, so to speak. In other words, oh, hi, Dante. Hi. Come on up, Dante. You come tell us about it. Thank you. You know, it's funny, I looked right at you and I didn't recognize you.
Probably the mask.
It was.
Yes. I haven't been here in a while. So
Welcome. Tell everybody how important this money is and why we need this. And just so you know, because I don't know if you heard this earlier, county attorney has 2 clauses that she had to tweak. We already sent it to dishes. We're waiting for dishes to say yes. What I have suggested, rather than tabling it, is go ahead and we're going to vote on it to approve it. And then we still have to get Laura to bug dishes to get that contract back, and then it'll be all done.
Right.
But tell us about this money and why it's good not to table and to get it approved.
Absolutely. So this grant is actually a 2-part grant. Part of the grant, which is the bigger part of the portion of the money, which is about $1.2 million, is going to help us to expand our current laboratory capacity. So it will be able to add another machine, another Panther machine, which is a high throughput machine. We put about 250 samples into that machine, and we're able to get them out within 4 hours. So we can get 500 tests within a day by adding another machine. So that would increase our capacity that we currently have already. It would also pay for the kits that are required for this particular machine. And these kits are pretty expensive.
Very expensive.
So the fact that we're getting some funds to be able to pay for this particular test and be able to provide them back to the community, it's something that we definitely need. The other part of it is that this money is going to start helping us to start getting ready for whenever we get those vaccines that everybody's waiting for. It's going to pay for the PAPPers, which is a full body suit. It has its own air circulation system within the suit, so it's very hot outside. Sometimes it's very cold outside, right? I know we haven't seen cold here
In a long time.
in a long time. But in the event that it did, this will protect us from some of the environmental factors that are out there. And these suits are also very expensive. They come with the battery pack, so everything's self-sufficient. Everything's supplied within the suit. You don't need to take the suit off. You just change the battery so that the fan can continue circulating through the entire suit. The second part of this, and it's going to pay for some of the personnel, and these are temporary personnel that we need to, again, be able to provide mass vaccinations throughout the entire county.
Yes.
So yes, it's important for us to have it, because then if we have it now, or if we can pass it now, we can start training these individuals, we can hire them, so that we can have them ready when we get that green light. Hey, we have a vaccine.
Right.
Here is thousands of them.
It's so great. And it used to be, when we started with COVID-19, the state supplied everything, and they wouldn't bill you. And then sometime in the summer, they said, you know what? You're going to pay for it. And then they said, but you know what? We're going to help you.
Right.
And this is part of this help. And so we really need to get these dollars in. They take forever, all the rigmarole, and that's why today's action is important. But also the county attorney is always there to protect us. And confidentiality and indemnification are just part of the clauses in these contracts that need a little bit of revamping. And I'm sure Dishes is going to be real appreciative that you changed their contract, and maybe they'll use it in other counties too, because we catch things nobody else catches. So that's what good lawyering does.
Yeah.
So anyway, anybody have any other questions? We get to tell Dr. Dante, thank you
very
for all the
much.
work that you're doing.
So moved, though.
So moved. How about a second?
Second.
Okay, I've got a second. And all those in favor? Again, this is contingent upon Dishes approving paragraph 7.5 and 9.5, and as set forth by the county attorney. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Good work.
Okay, you got it.
Aye.
Go tell your boss, we got it.
Okay.
Good work.
Okay, number LL, not number, sorry, letters. LL, it's a hanger lease for John
I wanna know
Reed.
the price on that hanger lease.
Okay, who can help us there? Michael?
$250 per month
250?
on this one.
It must be a small one?
It's a T20, yeah.
little one.
These come up for expiration every year in September. And so John Reed actually pays us the whole year in advance. And so his time came up for renewal, and that's all this is.
When's the last time you raised it?
Long time ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, that was one of the things that we asked, and Jack, I appreciate you pulling it. I'd just about given up, that they changed those, that you have to raise your rates.
You say this every time.
No, it's
You say
not
it every
you.
time.
Yeah.
And they come and they do nothing. They do nothing. We've been screaming about this since I got on the court. And how big an area is this? Do you know?
I think this one's really small.
It's the shape of a T, so it's designed for one plane.
That really helped me.
Like the
That
wings
really,
and the.
thanks, Tyner. It's a T.
Well, yeah, it's shaped like
I
a
know.
T, so
I
they pull in different directions.
So we don't know, I've seen them.
Okay.
So we don't know square footage. My point is just this, it's, there comes a point, you have to start raising things. I mean, it's expensive to run that place out there.
Right.
And even if you raise it a little bit, those people that own a plane, I mean, you don't own a plane because you don't have a penny, I'm telling you.
Yeah. I'll make a point of visiting with John again this year and see if we can't get on some type of, like a cost of living adjustment at least.
Yeah,
So
something.
that there's something kind of built in.
And also
as
maybe
long as-
by sharing it with the public early enough, they'll be prepared, so they're not, you know, that we say that we're gonna be doing this, so that they'll know, hey, this is coming.
And you're
Well,
right.
It's like,
you know?
it's like when you're renting an apartment, you know, and you finish your lease term, when you have that renewal, that's when you're subject to, you know, a
Right.
potential rate increase. And so
Right.
similar nature, I think, is what might take place here. And then I'll also visit with John some more just to find out what the competition is like for this size hangar, and make sure that if we are increasing, that we don't.
You're in line.
Put us out of line with what we could lend.
Got it.
lease
This
it
is
out
the
for.
smallest ones we have at the airport.
And you know, I think it's good every year just to show your sheet, your rates. I mean, just to show them, put them online.
Sure. Okay. But recommend approval.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor, I'm so sorry, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm just double checking here, everything. Okay, we are now ready to go back into, the item number 5, which is, we hadn't even approved minutes yet, so we can do that next. That's item number 5A1. And just so you know, Commissioners, I did look, there are no other public comments, people to sign up on our regular agenda, okay? So I don't see anybody. But,
Motion to approve, Judge, both sets of minutes?
thank you. That would be August 12th and August 19th, and I'll take a second.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, now let's move on to B1, which are board appointments. We have the Special Task Unit of Adult Protection Services.
Motion to approve, or reapprove.
Reapprove.
Detective
Reappoint.
Torres.
Second.
Okay, this motion and a second for Detective Torres. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post
Aye.
same sign. Okay, and then also we have on B2, Nueces County Animal Services Advisory Committee. And I'll take a motion as well.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and that would be Miss Lisa Buckalt, correctly? Do you want to identify the names, Tyner?
You've got
And Matt?
Cynthia Winkley, letter of interest, Matt Stevens,
Stevens,
letter of interest,
Correct.
and Kimberly Kemp, new application. So apparently Cynthia and Matt Stevens are
reappointments.
incumbents.
Yeah, they're reappointments. Okay, can we do them as a slate, or would you like them individually? A slate is fine to approve all?
Motion to approve.
Yes.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I
Aye.
do want to thank all of the applicants for sending us personal emails and saying that they have a continued interest in serving. I feel like that's very important besides filling out the application. Of course, letter of interest is required, but these applicants, I went kind of above and beyond and talked about their love of service for animals in our community. And so, anyway, I just want to say thank you.
Did Matt Stevens, was he filling out an unexpired term? Because it seemed like we just voted on
He
him pretty
was, he
recent.
must have, because we
Okay.
just put him on. And I don't know, Tyner, is
I-
that correct?
I believe you're correct, yes.
I was just curious, because I remember him being here, and so, within the year, I guess.
Yes. Okay, so we have now, we're going to move into our regular agenda. And item number A1 is discuss and consider adopting an order rescinding the prior year budget resolutions and orders.
So moved.
I've got a motion and a second. And this is kind of part of our housekeeping and protocol, everybody who's listening at home. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
So we rescind prior years, and now we're going to move on to the new fiscal year. And so number 2 is discuss and consider adoption of orders and resolutions related to the proposed 2020-2021 Nueces County budget.
Judge, I'm just,
Go ahead.
should we not do the tax rate first so we can see what money we've got before
So-
we do the budget?
You know, the order
No, you have
here, Tyner, do you want to take this one on the ordering of things?
Technically, and this gets discussed every year frequently, but I discussed the order of things with the county attorney in Belinda, and typically, the budget comes first, and you approve the budget, and then you adopt a tax rate that satisfies that budget. So,
I agree with you. It seems opposite.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lick of sense to me. But it just doesn't make sense. Seems like you need
we've
to
done
know.
it.
If you look at number 2, what the resolution is that we're talking about, on number 2 that I've got, it just basically says that we're continuing to maintain our policy on the general fund reserve being at 25% of that's number 2, unless I've got it wrong in my agenda.
Is that correct?
No, that's correct.
No, that's correct.
So this one is just another housekeeping agenda item, I believe, and I would move passage of this one. And then y'all can go back into the discussion on what Commissioner Vaughn was saying, just to keep on track, if that's okay.
Yeah, I actually went over, I've got all this, like I said, magic language to read here in a moment. And I did discuss the order, and this is what we were told was the correct and proper form. So again, if it's just relating to that, for orders and resolutions regarding our cash reserve policy at 25%, and oh, we are so very close.
So Judge, is there some kind
Dale?
of
Which is
policy?
within that policy includes our per diem, our sale of assets.
Correct.
So there's like eight resolutions within
Resolutions.
that item, but the housekeeping.
But they're all the same that we have had in previous
Correct.
years.
Exactly,
So it's a policy, this is how you do it.
correct.
Okay.
Second, no, it wasn't, yeah. I know
So,
Commissioner
motion
Chesney
and a
made it.
second, and thank you for bringing it up, just so that we could identify for everybody what this really is all about. And so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye? Okay. So again, those are sort of our published resolutions. And then number 3 goes to the adoption of the budget. And so this is where our discussion can take place. The adoption of the budget has been set by the public hearing this morning and the presentation that you received from the auditor. And then I tried to spark the conversation, and this is probably the best time. Although I got, just so you could be thinking about it, Dale was able to give some dollars that are associated with some of the queries that came up last time, like the COLAs. And so I just want to go over them again. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to have to find it. So the numbers, Dale, actually, I'm going to let Dale repeat them. I have them, Dale, but I would rather him be, I had the 1% COLA.
Yes, Your Honor, we worked through several scenarios of a cost of living increase. And now these cost of living increases only for pay group 11 through 28.
Correct?
Nobody above 28 would be part of this agreement. because right now in the proposed budget, we have a phase 2 for professionals that was at a 5% increase. So they're excluded from any of these cost of living increases that we're going to be discussing. With that in mind, we calculated all what we consider non-professional level employees at a 1% COLA would equate to $326,000 additional expense. For a 1.5% cost of living increase, that would equate to a $487,000 increase. A 2% COLA would be a $602,000 possible increase for, again, from 11 to 28. And a 2.5% COLA would be $811,000. Again, that's for pay group 11 through 28, which is the majority of our employees, not counting law enforcement.
And again, just so that we're clear to everybody, the reason that 11 through 28 was considered when we asked you to do these calculations for us this past week was because under the proposed budget, those that are in the higher pay grades already have a 5%. There's already a mechanism to take care of the phase 2.
With phase 2 of professionals, and right now there's 125 employees at that level of above 29 above. There's 125 employees at that level, and right now within the proposed budget we have that already included. And with that, we to help pay for that, we did some changes to the budget amount for IT by moving one of his requests for IT reclassification and moved it to a capital improvement. So we were able to fund that by reducing the budget of our IT department.
Okay, so that's one of the adjustments that we made. We said if we're going to consider the 5%, then we need to go back and reallocate and readjust, and we found those dollars available in IT.
With that, we're still at the $200,000 plus in fund balance as we've been talking about.
Right. So, so that again all presupposes a rate of 3.41. And that again, that rate is, we say these numbers, but it's best to actually describe it. It's 3.41% above the effective rate. No, right, that's the new language, no new revenue tax rate. But if we're going to look at what it really means on a on a decimal, it's lower than last year, which would reflect 0.311588. And then what we did is we also said, Dale, would you tell us what that rate would be? If 3.41 is 0.311588, then what is 3.40 and what is 3.39 to see if there was any possibility, knowing that anything below 3.41 does take that $200,000 plus and shrink it. And you did those calculations, and I think for 3.4, I'm going to have to look at a different piece of paper, but for 3.39, that number is, because that's the one in front of me here. Oh, I'm actually right here. It's 0.311483, so I'm going to write that down, 0.311483. Does anybody have 3.4 handy? I've got so many papers they sent me to sign that I made a mess here. Let me grab it. I have it over.
The same rate of 44752 on the tax rate.
Commissioners, we have had the opportunity to have a week's worth of scrutinizing and looking at budgets and finding ways that you can save dollars. And Commissioner Gonzalez, I know that it was your will to have the COLA information, and so I wanted to offer that if
Your Honor, at 3.41% would be 0.311518.
18 at the end. Okay. I'd be willing to defer for this year any of my special revenue of 70,000 and any of the outside agency at 20,000. That would bring an additional 90,000 in to the mix here.
Well, how about all the interagencies for everybody and the 50,000 that we get as well? And, you know, if we're gonna do cuts, it should start at the top. So how about let's cut our salaries 15%? And let me just say this. We have been in the middle of a pandemic. We have got people that have lost their jobs, businesses have closed, and we dare to give raises here. And I want to give raises, but if we're going to do it, let's cut somewhere so the very people that are paying for this are the ones suffering out there right now. So there's some hard decisions that we have to make, but I just think we need to look at our own selves first.
I think we always do. I mean, every year that I've been on this court, we've come to the, we've risen to the occasion of making cuts when, other positions in this county are mandated by state, that we give pay raises to judges or other positions. We're always the ones that make cuts, and yet, if you look at our budget, it's just a much smaller fraction of the overall cost of government here in the county. But I agree with you. I mean, if there's ever a time to look at making, sacrifices, we always do that. I think we've always looked at making cuts. We've always uniformly, us, and I know the county clerk as well, always make it a point when if there's been a COLA across the board, we legally have to go in and send a letter into to the auditor waiving that request. So we've always done that, and so I don't think that's anything different now. I mean, these funds obviously help different organizations, the outside agency fund, and the other special revenue. So I mean, that's on the table for me as well.
Yeah.
And I don't mind the 90,000 a year. I mean, give back the 9,000. In fact, I mentioned it to the judge yesterday. I said, because I'd rather make sure we take care of our employees.
Exactly.
But I'm not, and and I've thought about it too, and I think that although we've been doing on 341, I'm really at this point to look at 339, still come down a little bit more, and give the 2% COLA to those 11 to 28 because they're the bottom echelon. And, I guess, I don't mind throwing in my 90,000. That's not,
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
if
just,
it's
it's for
gonna
this
help the
year.
employees, that's gonna, I'm not in favor of the 5%. I wasn't in favor of the 7 or 10, but, if it gets us close, I guess it gets us close, but, it's just,
Well,
maybe
if
3%.
three of us threw in the 90, then that would pay for, with the surplus that we have, we're getting some.
It's only 70,000.
I'm so sorry,
50,000
70,
plus 20
right,
is
it's
70.
50. I said 70 earlier, but I was already adding them up. You're right, so sorry. So that would be,
We had not added back the transfer for Fund 19 that we took away last year. So the question is, be the ones that we have for the commissioners at $70,000 for additional stuff plus your outside agencies.
well, that would certainly defer, that would allow us definitely to go to 339 for certain. And that would save the taxpayer, it would be a difference of, 0.31588 all the way to 0.311483. And again, last year, we were 0.31185.
588.
588, right. Okay, so 3.41 was 558. I got to make that adjustment, right? So we're moving, the proposition here is to move from 0.311588 down to 483 at the end. And Dale, when we do that, we would, if you did the IT adjustment, then we would still have, I'm not talking COLA just yet, I'm just talking the way it is. We would have a plus 200. And then if we put another plus 200 from 3 commissioners at least, then that's plus 400.
Correct.
And then you're only short, basically 150,000 to get to the 2% COLA if we give up all that. And I'm betting that, that there's a way maybe to find another cut or another, maybe there's equipment that doesn't need to be purchased.
There are three departments that receive a significant amount of fundings from our general fund, that being our inland parks, our island parks, and as well as Public Works. All three have a significant amount of capital outlay requests. Some of those capital outlay requests include heavy equipment, and some of this heavy equipment could possibly be funded through a CO that we currently have. I know right now when we heard Scott do his balances for 180, he requested, I believe it was $92,000 for a lease of a heavy equipment. I believe it was a motor grader or front end loader, one of the two. This may be another item that we can move to, instead of leasing, purchasing through a CO or through our 1901 funds. So those are particular funds, and when I look through those, just including inland parks and coastal parks, I was able to find possibly $250,000.
Well, I think you need to be real careful with the services that we provide the community.
Well, Dale,
I'm
wouldn't-
not for that.
Oh. Hey, Dale, wouldn't a capital outlay, that wouldn't be a continuing source of revenue cut though, right? Because then you'd have to worry about it next year?
That's correct.
That's, if you cut capital outlay?
That's correct.
Just this year.
But if we
No, I'm saying,
if
but
we purchase
then
a
you
lot
gotta
of
make it
capital
up
outlay-
next year again.
If we purchase a lot of capital outlay, brand new equipment this year, their needs next year won't be as high on some of the larger pieces of equipment they have. But yes, they will probably have additional requests.
Yeah. Unless you just bought it outright, from CO, or we have some money in there for equipment, not much, but we have some.
Yeah, I just always thought a capital outlay cut was a one-time cut and didn't help you with your budgetary things going down the road. And maybe I'm not understanding it right, but anyway, if Dale thinks it'll work.
Well, just as you talked, Commissioner, that these are possibilities of next year, because as we know, when we saw the requests coming in from our Public Works, they had requested a capital outlay of 1.5 million, and we were able to reduce it down to 695,000. So a lot of the old equipment they have is very old and needs to be replaced. And as you said, if we kind of replace some of the equipment now, especially with coastal parks and the environment they work in with all the saltwater, damages the equipment pretty quickly. So the needs will probably be there next year.
Well, I think if y'all decide to do something like that, you need to bring those department heads up here and talk to them like Laura was able to do, because there's a reason they requested it. And the last thing we need to do is stop, with all that's gone on, let's don't take away what we give the public.
I'm not saying taking away, we're going to pay for it through CO funds.
I know, but I'm just saying, if y'all decide to cut any of that now for some reason and you can't do that, we need to hear from the department heads. I do anyway.
I think the will it sounds like the will has always been for the court, and it doesn't belong to one commissioner, it belongs to all of us, is to provide the lowest tax rate while delivering the services for the county. One of the things that I wish we could do again is gather, because we would have had a good state of the county, and maybe we'll have, I don't know, maybe we'll have one very soon. Maybe all of this will be over very soon. But one of the things that I'm always reminded of is how many unfunded mandates we actually have here in this county, and how very little is discussed. People say, don't spend so much. I'd like to say, tell that to the state of Texas, because the truth is that whether it's indigent defense or indigent burials, indigent healthcare, all of the social services, all of the things that we provide, we do so because it's our mandate to do so. It's part of who we are in county government. And yet from the dollar bill, remember your dollar bill? I love that slide, because it illustrates that not even half the money we get is from ad valorem. Not even half, 49%. And so when you're really looking to figure out what it is that we do, we take care of the courthouse, all the courts, the jails, the juvenile detention center, our inland parks, our coastal parks. And we do things that people just forget about. And I think that what you're saying is very right, Commissioner, is that we've got to make sure that we don't do anything that cuts services. Because it's not just expected, it's required. And so, but there's sort of a cost of deferring all these things. And so I think that maybe buying some of the equipment might be a better solution, because it does help us when you say to someone, okay, not this year, Edward, no John Deere for you. You keep working on that old John Deere, and then that John Deere breaks on you 5 times. And that 5 times in the shop is really hurting us. And so we need to hear from department heads to make sure that when we say we can't help you this year with equipment, that you really help identify, okay, this one, this piece, okay, we've got to buy it. This is the one that must be bought. Otherwise, it's going to cost this county more. And when we say cost the county more, that means cost the taxpayer more. We need to make sure that there's a equal sign there, because it's not like it's our money. We're just the stewards of the money. So I think that we all want to go as low as we can. And I wanted to be at 3.41, but if 3.39 with us giving up some things gets us a lower tax rate, I can live with that. I want to be as low as we can. And, but I want to make sure everybody's clear. The only reason that 3.39 is available is because we did cut. We were able to make some shifts and say, we wouldn't be able to do this much in your budget this year, but this is what we can do for the taxpayer, and it brings it down again. And even though I'm going to have to read magic language in a minute, that's going to talk about things that the law statutorily requires us to read, make no mistake, in the last decade, the price of your taxes has gone down every year with the exception of 1 year, and that was your Hurricane Harvey year. They've gone down. And your cumulative tax rate, that's your hospital district and us, has gone down. And when you're going down, 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 and only 49% of your money to run everything comes from taxes, you might be scratching your head and going, how the heck are they able to do as much as they are? And that's the magic of exactly what we do every commissioner's court. We are doing more with less all the time. And so I just want to point that out, that the 3.39, it will be tough. I also want to point out that it assumes budget cuts in a strange way. We're going to run budget on a 92% expenses. That means that we've asked every department across the board to go with a 3% less than what they normally do, because we normally ask everyone to run 95% budget expenses. This year, we're saying we would do 92. So you can rest assured that the taxpayer is not only getting a lower rate than last year, but they're getting the services they need, plus we're asking all of us to do the hard thing. But on the other side, Commissioner Gonzalez, if you're going to ask everyone to be that tough, then giving them a cost of living is also important, because they are suffering too. Maybe they have people in their community of circle of life that has had a tough time with this pandemic. And the reason our government gave payroll protection was so that workers could make sure they had enough money to live. So I think that's what a COLA is almost all about. It's making sure that you have the right amount of money to adjust for the cost of living.
And 2% is not a lot, just, but it's not, I mean, it gives them something, other than nothing, and at least they feel like, well, you know what, they thought about it, we got another little move, another little move going forward. And, I just want to bring something up that Commissioner Montes brought up a while ago, and I know that we always give back from our budget to make sure things operate. I think we've done it like, I don't know how many times, almost every year just about. And then we also give them back from our own salaries, our own raises that we denied, but we're elected officials, just like everybody else is elected officials. I've never had another elected official call me and say, hey, you know what, you want my raise back? So we can help my staff, we can help. You know, I think it is important, they need to understand that we're here, elected officials, and deny your raises because, so we can make ends meet and, you know, and hopefully somebody else will catch on and say, you know what, maybe we need to do the same thing at least one time, right? Because if everybody was to do that at least one time, we know that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. But, you know, and I'm just thinking that this year, I don't think we should deny the commissioners a salary, but we can give from our budgets and, you know, and I think that in the long run, hopefully, you know, they understand that they, you know, we're giving up something too. So.
Judge, do we know, or Dale, what's the anticipated savings? I mean, we're hoping we're getting better with COVID, but trainings, outside trainings are still really non-existent. I mean, maybe in the new year you may see some, and especially I think there will be some sort of travel based on how the state capitol functions when the legislative session begins. But obviously, I think overall travel will still be reduced, even if it's these next several months until January or so. I mean, do we have an idea or number of what's captured of savings from that? And does that help with between the 92 to 95% that the judge is talking about?
If you look at the entire travel budget we have, I didn't do a complete thorough analysis, but it's probably a $250,000 if entire countywide travel. We probably maybe use 60% of it this year, maybe less. Right now, a lot of departments know maybe some trainings are coming up, but a lot of them are offering it through Zoom or through other stuff. So there may not need a training. And for me and my staff, we pretty much said we're not going to travel until we're 100% sure that this event doesn't, even though it'd be a hardship on some of us that needs CPE to either do it online or do it through Zoom. But those are the avenues we're gaining. Again, for savings-wise, even though it is a good position, it's not a real significant number of savings-wise that would help, but it's definitely something we look into.
Yes, sir. Okay. Just curious. Thank you.
Judge, one other item
Go ahead.
When the county attorney brought up the position she was talking about, I'm recommending possibly doing a small amendment to our reclassification because right now we found that the 7 attorneys she has at attorney 2 positions are at a pay group 32.
Okay.
And the current attorney 3, even though it says attorney 3, it's chief admin, that's at a pay group 35. I would be recommending that we reclassify 2 of them senior levels from a 32 to the 33. That'd be a 5% increase. That would only equate to about $8,000 total increase.
Okay.
Also, with that, I've been talking with the district judges. As y'all know, Mary Lee's being retiring very soon.
Yes.
They went through HR to try to get some applicants for the position she has. And what I've been hearing from Judge Hassett and some of the other judges, the applicant that they received were very under qualified for the positions, and they're thinking about that possibly because of the pay for this, and that one's at a pay group 34, and I would recommend just going up 5% on that one as well, and that would only be a $3,000 total. So adding these 3 positions as a reclassification would only be about $12,000 additional cost. And I think that's what gives the Board of Judges a little bit more room to be able to have a higher salary, because that would also be part of the phase 2 would now make it a 10% increase than a 5. So
Right.
that would be my recommendation,
And
to a small amendment to those.
I know would be appreciated by the Board of Judges. Because I sit on the Board of Judges, so I would have to agree with you on that.
Now, I'm sure they'd probably be coming down sooner to request this anyway.
Right. And I want you to know, because I don't want you to say, why didn't you say it before? But this past week, we got notified that next year, in January, we are going to there'll be a change in the CJIS process on how we report felony judgments. And because of this change that the governor has just given us, it really does require a lot of manpower. And this is, again, nobody asks us, right? I mean, this is just part of some of the things that we have to do and prepare for. And so I'm going to be working with Dale, the district clerk, and the DA's office. I would be not truthful with you if I told you it's not gonna cost money. It is gonna cost the county money. And I just don't know exactly, I know what they've told me they need. One's gonna need a clerk and the other one's gonna need a legal secretary. Maybe two, right? I think it was two. It was two legal and one clerk. And what I want you to know is that, you know, I just don't know what to say just yet about how we would make all that work and whether it's needed immediately or whether we could phase them in, whether we could do part-time maybe. There's going to be a lot of discussion that has not taken place yet. This court will have to deal with it in the next few months, okay? So I just want you guys to know that that's on the horizon, and I just want, this is for your information. Because I know that none of us like to say, well, why didn't you deal with this in budget? Well, because this came up after we had already published everything, okay? And that's what happens in county government. Surprises, surprises.
And that's kind of why we do always build in a contingency within the general fund to cover some of these issues.
To cover those. And Dale and I are going to work really hard with these groups. I mean, I think next year we probably will have to have full-time, you know, on that, but there might be some opportunities there. We just going to have to see. This is brand new, and I'm not familiar enough with how they do it.
You know, start with three part-time, you know. start
Yeah,
with
that's
that,
right.
you know.
That's what I'm saying. Well, there might be some ways we just need to visit with these department heads and say, how do you plan on doing this? And,
One full-time.
Maybe we can work with Maria to see if there's a grant possibility for it.
and maybe there's a grant possibility. That's what we were hoping. And, so anyway, I think that if you did the, Commissioner Chesney, you're awful quiet. Don't you want to give up your 90,000 too? I'm sorry, you're 70. I keep saying it's 90. Sorry.
Judge, I would if we were, I would if we were heading towards the effective tax rate. My problem on this year, and it's very difficult because based on what I'm hearing now, we are looking at proposing during a year that I'm struggling to even, you know, to do these tax increases. We're looking at, if I'm reading this right, a lot of raises during a pandemic. If I'm reading this right, it's 542,000 for phase two. It's 164,000 for continuance pay, and then plus whatever else you're fixing to add in. So we could be looking somewhere, I don't know what number y'all have, or I don't know what the final COLA number that you're going to pick is, but we could be looking at almost $1 million in raises, 800,000 or 900,000 in raises in a year where I just can't do that. And that's really where I'm at. And I mean, I'm not trying to cause a fight. I've been trying to be as, you know, respectful of all this because we've hashed all this out. But that would be my response. I would gladly do that if we were heading towards the effective tax rate or the no new tax revenue rate. But just to do it, to give more raises, to continue to raise the tax rate is very hard for me to do. So that's my honest and candid answer, and that's my explanation. And I was very proud to be a part of that budget where we gave raises last year, and I look forward to jumping in and working with you again next year when we're out of this pandemic, because I feel like we're heading in the right direction. I can't do it this year, and I'm sorry if that offends anyone. It is where I'm at. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Sure.
Well, Judge, my purpose of trying to do this and cut was to make up for whatever raises. If that's what y'all wanting to do the raises and find all the cuts you needed to do them. And to me, everybody's in this game. Not one of us, but everybody's in this game. And the other thing, because I just don't think we should be doing raises right now. I just don't. So if y'all are at that will, and I don't think you're at the will for do the effective rate, then look in other departments. I mean, cut 5% across the board on the budgets for everybody. It's tough, but the real world's doing that. So I just think we need to not raise it a smidgen. I think we ought to stay with the effective rate, and I don't think that's going to happen up here. But I'm just real concerned about the public.
I mean, that's always been a concern, I think, for all of us. We always are concerned about how much should we increase if if ever, the tax rate. But the bigger picture, Judge, from what I recall from our budget workshops, is this also impacts our INS, doesn't it? I mean, our overall budget, does that help? I mean, isn't there an impact on, like, future bonds and just the interest rates that we pay? Doesn't that have an impact on that as well?
Are you talking about the rate that we choose?
Yeah, based
Yes.
on the rate we choose, right? Because, I mean,
Yeah.
I get what.
It does. It
What the
does.
argument is just to
Sure.
do was it no new effective?
No new revenue.
No new revenue, I'm sorry, no new
Right.
revenue. But
Yeah.
that is, it's kind of all connected,
So
though.
it is all connected because the no new revenue rate can't possibly service the general fund and keep the interest and sinking rate that you see in Dale's proposed budget is, let me look at it, is point 0.044752, 0.044752. And if you were to keep, and that's the rate he has determined as our chief budget officer, that is required to make that debt service payment palatable. It doesn't even fully fund it, but it makes it palatable, okay? And you'd still have to borrow, but so that's, at that rate, it means in order to get to the effective rate, you would have to have a much lower general fund rate, much lower. And because of that, you wouldn't be looking at 8, and I just want to make sure, because I appreciate what you're saying about do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And we have asked everybody to do an 8% budget. This budget that we have before everybody, it's 8% cut, if you really think about it. Now, I know normally we run 95%, but that assumes you're going to beat your budget by 5%, which means essentially don't spend 100%. So what we've done this year is we said, hey, departments, we want you to beat it by 8%. We want you to be at 92%. And so I believe we've done exactly what you've asked. I personally think it's a tough ask. Because this community already cut, not community, this county is what I mean. This county cut a couple of years ago with Hurricane Harvey. And we never ever got back. We never restored anything. So this is the second cut within 3 years. And we're saying, do more with less. We're constantly telling everybody. And oh, by the way, we pay you the least of anybody, west of the Pecos. I mean, so I don't consider these raises all that generous, to be honest with you, nor should we get any cheerleading because of it. We're so far behind that this is actually helping people during the pandemic. This is saying to them, you don't have to work that third job or that second job. And last year, we made a promise to do it in phases. And what I've tried to do is, since it was the will of, we couldn't find the consensus at 341. I went back at 339 and said, okay, I'm willing to cut. And 339 is tough on me because I'm such a bulldog about getting to 25% cash reserves. In fact, I almost find it a little ironic. And if I promise to say real steady in my voice, Commissioner Chesney, please don't think that this is it's more of a philosophical debate. I find it interesting, though, that you vote yes for the resolutions that basically say we want to get to 25% for cash reserves. But you say, I want to be at the effective rate, which not only goes in the opposite direction, but it does so quite significantly. Those are incongruent. And here's where you get lucky and I don't. There's only a handful of us that will ever really get it. That you get to say, I'm for the effective rate, because it makes it sound so wonderful. But it's really not wonderful. Not for people in the financial world who look at counties and rate them and give us the interest rates. because what they want is that 25%, the one that you just voted for in the proposed in the new resolutions. And that was a good thing. It's the right thing to do. But your effective rate doesn't match up with it. In fact, it does just the opposite. And so it's, for me, as the judge, I'm gonna have to compromise. And I like building consensus. And if 339 is what it's gonna take to make sure that we give the taxpayer even more benefit, then that's where I say, I'll give up the 50 and the 20, and we cut budget from IT, and we can rearrange and talk about equipment from inland parks and coastal parks, and I'll work harder than I'm working now to try to bring in more grants. I'll do whatever it takes. But there is a point where the reversal is so deep, you can't jump out of it. If you put yourself at 339, 3.5% revenue cap next year almost guarantees that rate continues to go down. That's why the county's lost 10 cents. But I understand very well what your position is. I just find it, I would love to actually, too bad we don't have things like debates anymore that are really grand, because that's what we call, it just doesn't work, to have 25% and then to know the effective rate would take our cash reserves back down, because there's no way you could make it up.
May I respond, Judge?
Of course.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate it. I don't know why Commissioner Vaughn's been the one saying most of it today, but I appreciate that you're addressing me, and let me respond. What I asked Dale this week was, how could we hit the effective tax rate without damaging the reserves, without digging into the reserves? And I said, if we took away all of the reclassifications and the raises and anything that was not contractually obligated to, what would that mean we would have to cut out of the remaining budget to not affect our reserves? Because you're right, I fully agree that we need to continue to build those reserves, and I've helped to do that over the years and tried to do that. But sometimes it's harder to build reserves because of pandemics and things of that nature. So that was the way I approached it, just to stay neutral. And he said, basically, I would have to cut, and I'm sorry, I don't have the email in front of me, another, I think it was $500 and something thousand from the budget, of which that would be, I believe, and Dale can correct me, about a 0.6 across the board cut for every department in Nueces County. That would get to the no new tax revenue rate. That would not cut into the fund balance at all, and that would balance our budget for the year. So that was the approach that I asked for from Dale, and that would be where I would try to go this year only, and I've stressed that repeatedly. I do think you can hit the effective tax rate, make some hard cuts, don't give some raises in years, and it's not easy, and I don't like it, and I don't like that the employees aren't going to like that I put this forward, but I'm doing what I believe is best for Nueces County, and that's why there's 5 of us, and if I get outvoted, then I go to my next issue, and I'm okay with that. I don't want to, I'm tired of fighting with you, Judge. I really don't want to. I don't mind disagreeing, and I love civil discourse. I think it's fun. I enjoy the intellectual debate and the stimulation, and you stimulate and intellectually make me work hard all the time, and I appreciate that. But I've resigned myself to continuing to do this in an even-keeled manner, and I'm not trying to pick a fight. I wasn't going to say much today, but you've asked, so I responded, and that would be how I would approach it if given the opportunity. That doesn't seem to be the will of the court, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But and last year I did work really hard with you to find consensus, and it wasn't what I wanted, and it wasn't what you wanted. This year I just can't get there because of the pandemic and of the people losing jobs, and that's all I'm saying. And so I appreciate that, and that's just kind of where I stand on this, and
Understood.
I respect everybody else's opinion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your response. I'm always happy to continue the dialogue, and I'm also learning. It's a hard lesson, but you also have to learn when to stop. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's one of the hardest things to learn.
Yep.
Is because you just want to get, you wish, like, I have to tell you, there's a lot of good things I've learned in 2020 and a lot of things that I love about 2020. And there's so many things that I can't wait to have 2020 in our rearview mirror. But one of the things that's really come out is you really do just have to let people express their opinion, take their vote. And then what I really do appreciate is that if it becomes the will of the court, that we continue to work together. Because once the budget is set, it doesn't mean that we can't find ways to make savings, figure out new ways to help people when people need help, like the county attorney came to us today and said, I need your help. We've got to commit ourselves to allowing the debate to end and to move forward, making certain that we can find every way possible to get our reimbursements, which will make us healthier, to fight for every grant that's out there, and boy, there are more grants than you can shake a stick at right now, and just commit ourselves that if there's savings out there, or if we can give up something, if this isn't the year to do something, you know, maybe it's a year to do design and not construction, that we do that. And we're gonna have a chance, we haven't gotten there, but you'll see in the regular agenda items that there's some chances to kind of be smarter, and I think you'll see that whether it's Michael in procurement or, you know, anybody dealing with the money piece of it, they're looking how to make it smarter. I mean, saving, even, I hate to say this, Tyner, but thanks for posting the way you did. That saves money. The way you did it saves money. Every time we can save money, we need to. And so I think that that's important. So I'm going to ask you that it's probably time, Dale, to at least get a feel for what the will of the court is so that we can put together this agenda item that's requiring us to put the budget first and then the tax rate second. And am I reading that correct?
That's the way the state law requires it, that you do they want you to set the budget, then set the rate to pay for the budget. Because if you set the rate first, then the budget's set.
Yeah, that's true.
And also another consideration, this is our first year of our enterprise rental for our fleet of our cars. We're just a small number of cars this year, so there wasn't an impact this year. Next year, we probably should see a possible impact on, first of all, the maintenance will be down because most of our cars will be a newer fleet. We have an agreement with Enterprise on the amount of maintenance to pay for, so we're not going to see it this year. We probably see it next year. This year, we were able to reduce our capital outlays, so we're not buying any fleet vehicles anymore. We're all going to be leased, so that was able to take that away from a capital outlay. So, but yeah, there'll be some savings in the near future. It's not this year because we just started this year, and the court saw that it was wise to try to do this. So hopefully, in the next few years, we can see a definite savings in the way we use our fleet.
Right. That's actually a great point. That could really help us next year.
Maybe.
The only thing I wanted to add was that if, just for clarity, I think you made it pretty clear, Dale, but just for clarity, if under the proposed budget, the way you have it right now with regards to the employees, no elected would receive any of the 5%. None of us up here, no elected across the board. And also none of the ME department and none of the health department.
And the law enforcement's already covered by the collective bargaining.
And the law enforcement is covered. And just so you know, not that, and I understand the difference between contractual and making choices, but it seems a little bit unfair sometimes that because somebody has a union and they get to contract for taking care of their raises, right? And the rest of these employees have to require us to be able to take care of them. It just seems like there is a little bit of inequity there. And I just want to point out that, yes, the continuing pay is part of our liabilities this year. And yes, the contractual contract with law enforcement is part of our liability. But those are the systems and processes we have in place to make sure that we can retain people. And if, I wish the sheriff had stuck around. He kind of poked his nose in and then went back out. But, and I know he'll come back later for another agenda item, but he'll tell you that it's hard to keep his personnel in place, more so now than ever, because of the pay that we have. And we try to make that better when we do these negotiated labor contract agreements. But why should it be any different for the rest of us? And I say us, meaning our county family, not the electeds. Take us out of the equation. We know what we're getting into when we knock on doors. We don't count, okay? But when it comes to the rest of the folks around here, it's got to be hurtful to them if they do watch these, and I know a lot of them do watch these shows, that they see that you go to the time and trouble of hiring one of the best firms in the country to do a compensation study, and what is the result? Nothing? Nothing? I'm sensitive to the pandemic, and just like a glass can be half full, it can also be half empty. And I think the half empty piece of it is all about just how we look at it. And so what I want to say about this pandemic is that if this court does choose to do the 2% COLA or the 1% COLA or whatever it is that gets nominated, that it's done in the spirit of saying this time more than ever is hard on you and your family, and we acknowledge that we do not pay you market price, and this is our way of you taking care of your family during a pandemic. Because if you have a family member that doesn't have a job right now, you're probably normal. If you're a family member, if you're a person that doesn't have an experience with COVID-19 or rising healthcare costs, including all of the things that it takes to take care of yourself during a pandemic, I mean, you're normal. And so even though this COLA sounds grand, it really, per month, isn't that much. It's a beginning, I think you said it, or it's a gesture. I don't remember how you said it. You said something.
Something that they're getting.
Well, you said it.
Getting nothing.
It's something. And so I think that it should be done in the spirit of the pandemic. And I understand that maybe there's an optics, a way of looking at the glass, where you say it's a pandemic and I don't think we should be giving raises because people are losing their jobs. These are the people that are keeping the lights on for us. These are and I mean that metaphorically. I know we're not all, actually we have some electricians, but these are the people in this county that are making it work for all the 360,000 that are out there. And I just want to acknowledge that. So this pandemic can look two ways. And if you think Nueces County is a little weird, well, you might check the government, because today, Majority Leader McConnell is going to propose on the Senate floor today a $500 billion relief package to help put $300 in people's pockets again at the end of this week. So if you don't think that money helps during a pandemic, you might want to take it up with Mitch McConnell. Although I will tell you that if the Democrats were doing it, it would be 600. But that's another day for another fight. But the point is that there is a rhythm and a reason in economics for putting dollars in people when times are tough. But I realize that the argument is circular, and you could argue the other way, and those arguments need to be respected. So today is a day where I get to say, I respect all opinions, and even if they're 100% different, but we do have to vote, and we do have to come up with a consensus. So I am at this time going to ask kind of for final call. Dale is here. He knows these numbers inside and out. Are there any final questions for Dale? Because we need to make a motion.
I don't have any final questions. I'm just going to say this. You know, everybody looks at the glass differently. And Judge, you have a great view on it. I appreciate every employee in this county. I really do. And the ones that concern me the most are the ones that are down here where you've got your department heads and all these up here that are making more. And to me, those are the ones that make the upper echelon look better. So I wish we could give everybody a raise. To me, these raises, I don't like the way that you give the raises. I've said that from the get-go because I don't think they get very much. They'll probably turn right back around and pay it back into the county by the little bit that we're going up. But the thing that I would say, you are all so fortunate to have a job because so many people don't.
Judge, you know, what you said, this time more than ever, I mean, we can't give, end-of-the-year bonuses or anything like that, but when we come to the budget time, to say thank you to all the people who are working for this county. They have all put themselves at risk, like everyone in this society, right? Everyone, no matter where you go to work, you're exposed to people. You're going to be exposed to this virus, to this pandemic. But especially those that have been, frontline, working the doors, working the windows, in all the different departments. Obviously, law enforcement is in itself such a difficult position. Added this on, like you said, the sheriff has said that as well. I always hear what the concern is from the community, from constituents, and especially all of us up here making this final decision. And I totally see and get why the argument would be made to have no increase this year. I think that there's a lot of issues there. I think that retention is always an issue. If you look across the board for this county, and we saw it with the study that was presented to us, but overall, if you average it out, every position, including law enforcement, we're about 25th highest paid county across the board with all the different positions that we offer in this state. We're number 14 or 15 by population, but number 25 by pay overall. There's some that may be a little bit higher, a little bit lower, but that's about the average. Even with these COLAs, which I support, and I'm glad that Commissioner Gonzalez has brought this up, it's still not getting us there because the cost of living is increasing much, much further. I get frustrated when we lose good personnel to private sector. It's always going to be tough to compete with, but to other counties, and smaller counties in our area that, we're the largest, aside from getting all the way to Webb or to the Valley or to San Antonio, we're the largest. And so when we see that we're losing personnel that way, that's why a couple of years ago we had to get really creative and have a huge jump and increase for our court reporters, right? Because we were losing them, and it's such a finite amount of personnel that have that skill set. Last year we said we were going to go to different phases. Now we never even thought or heard of a coronavirus or COVID-19 prior to that, but we talk about longevity, stability, the ability to reach out. I think, with phasing out from our county attorney and going into a new one, we need that personnel built in that's going to be that institutional knowledge to help support the new county attorney and to help support us, right? Get the right kinds of opinions and people who know it. And the way to do that is by trying to make it as attractive as possible for them to stay. People will stay here because out of loyalty. I still believe in loyalty. Mm-hmm. I think that's a long-lost trait that many people in this society, this day and age, don't have anymore. But there's a lot of good people here in Nueces County that have that belief. That's why they're here. It's not about the pay. We know that. But when we say last year we were going to commit to this, we are fortunate and able to make some cuts, but able to say we're going with a select amount of employees to give them a pay raise to help make it more appealing for them to stay here and keep their skill set here. I support also and believe that we need to make adjustments for the county attorney's office as she came in and proposed. I know that's not really part of what this is, but that needs to be included in here. And all the continuance pay is a policy that people just count on, right? It's a thank you. It's state of Texas and a lot of other entities do it every 2 to 3 years. They give you a bump. The law enforcement agreement's set. So we can go and make all kinds of cuts. But I think we've been very conscious of this. And that we could say that the rate is less this year, or at least what's been discussed. I don't know what the final vote will be, but my commitment, my support would be for a rate less than what we had last year. It's still an increase, but it's less than last year. And when you average it out, the impact is not as much. Now, I know even a few cents more a month or a day it could be a huge difference on people who are still struggling with this. I feel, though, in order to keep county going, we have to say thank you to the employees who have put themselves out there every day, day in, day out. And we're being very selective. We're not going even across the board like we have in years past with our COLAs. We're being very selective and saying pay grade 11 to 28. So I think there's going to be people that get it and agree with maybe what I'm saying, or agree with what we're hearing from Commissioners Chesney or Vaughn. There's not going to be many people who are going to say yes. What we kind of get in the middle is right. But that's just government. That's how it always is. Mm-hmm. But I think that with these discussions today and throughout the budget process, we have heard from both sides, and we have drawn away from, we could have gone 8%, like Harris County or other counties are doing. We're not. We're not even doing the 3.5. We've heard loud and clear the message, and so we were trying to keep the cost of operating an efficient government as low as possible. And Judge, I don't know if it was the prayer that we had earlier, or we all got some sedatives poured in our milk this morning before we came into work, but I think, or maybe we just got this all out of us in the workshops.
I didn't dry my hair. That's the only thing I didn't do differently.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't feel, I mean, I'm ready to fight for what I believe in, but I'm not ready to argue or to get into it. I think we've talked out our positions, and I think it's also just a reflection, Judge, of what situation our country is in right now.
Yeah.
You know, with just people dying in our community every day still. And even though the numbers are decreasing, it's like it's a bigger picture out there. We get it, and so I appreciate everybody just sharing their concerns and their passion one side or the other. And I just, you know, I think Commissioner said 339. That's something I could support if he puts that out once we approve the budget. But I like what I've heard because we've been responsive to the concerns as far as keeping the cost as low as possible. And I'm ready to move forward on this.
Judge, can we clarify something?
Yes, go ahead.
So we talked about cuts. I'm not going to vote for any increase. I'm just not going to do it for the reasons I stated.
Sure.
But I wish that we could do something where we could vote separately on the cuts that we asked, because I think that says that you're willing to cut. And I'm talking about the interagency funds. I'm talking about the $50,000 fund, because to me, if you do one, you do them all. And Brent, you're not going to like that. That's how I see it. You do one, you do them all. That's the fair thing to do. And we're not. And I don't think you're saying you're going to cut this so that you can give raises, because I think that's a misconception. I think you're going to cut it so the tax rate doesn't have to keep going down. And that's what it's about. So if you don't want the tax rate to go up anymore, then that is a concession that we have to make. That's my. I wish we could vote separate on that.
I think that. And I do want to also just echo that, but I also want to echo about, and if the delta is 8,000 on changing those two lawyers to that next level up from 32 to 33, Laura, in the wash, it actually gets you what you needed, because it moves them up one, and then when they get when they get the 5%, then it gets you those two people exactly where they need, and only those two people. And so that piece of it is worth it if that delta is $8,000, because I know that during the course of the year, I will try my best to make decisions that are constantly going to be mindful. There's always ways to change it, but you made a very compelling argument in budget workshop, okay? And I just want you to know that I think Dale's solution is a valid one. It would sort of, it's not one that we've thought of before, but I would, if Commissioner Modis can support that, I can support that too. That is something that would really change, it would really do what you needed to do.
You will have to say the 5% because they normally would not have gotten it.
Commissioner Vaughn, I think you misunderstood me. I'm happy. I'd make the motion to cut the 50,000 from everybody's precinct funds right now to do whatever I can to lower a tax rate. I'm all in for that
I
one right now.
misunderstood
I was
earlier.
just saying,
Brent,
I'd
I'm
rather
sorry.
cut the tax rate.
I
So I would cut the whole
misunderstood.
50.
And I think it's
keep
just a
the outside agency.
directive.
That'd be a motion I'd make for everybody to cut.
Okay, I
think-
misunderstood you.
I think it's not necessarily a
That's okay.
motion. You would just direct the auditor to make those changes in the budget. Is that right?
I
Yeah.
would need to have the proposed amended for the.
Yes,
for
you would
whatever
have to
changes
make
are.
amendments to the
But he
proposed
can-
budget,
he
and
can
then we
bring
would
that-
vote.
Yes.
So he can bring that later to us.
But we have to have, really have to have a vote, we gotta vote on it. because-
Right. I was just asking how the procedure works. Like, is that something that he can
The
do?
proposal, so I would know what to include.
Right, we're
in
not
the
there yet,
final-
is what you're
final
saying.
amended
I mean,
budget.
I hear you.
And I think Judge Neal did that a few years ago where he voted item by item. Am I correct?
Okay, and that way it can be on the record that you voted for that. Okay.
We need to know specifically what's getting amended.
Right.
No, I understand. That makes perfect sense to me. You'd want to have it on the record. Okay, so if we can move forward, and I ordered barbecue, and I don't want to get everybody all hot and spicy, so let's do it while we're all on our sedatives for lunch, because I may change. So on the item truly is number 3. It's the adoption of the 2020-2021 Nueces County budget, and I think there's going to be some amendments, Dale, based to your proposals, because it doesn't include all the things we've talked about. Would anybody want to make that motion?
I don't know. I make a motion that we adopt the budget at 3.39 with a 2% COLA for groups 11 through 28. Also with the
County Attorney?
stipulations, Dale, is that the stipulations or?
I asked to amend the reclassifications
To
for
amend-
the two attorneys, from attorney 2 to attorney 3, from pay group 32 to 33, and the court administrator from pay group 34 to 35, for a total impact of about $12,000.
And also to, for the amendment of the cost of the 50,000 that we get each commissioner.
Well, I wish we could vote that separate, because I'm going to vote no for some and yes for others, so if you could do that.
But we can do it. We're going to do that for you.
All right, that's fine. It's my motion, so, Dale.
Now, on the transfer that we transfer to each commissioner, the total is 70,000. Of that 70,000, 50 is for whatever you choose, and 20,000 is for outside agencies. So I would just want to make sure you know that we'll be separating that piecemeal. Of the 70, you'll be reducing by 50.
I second that motion, by the way.
Okay.
So we're just going to do the 50, we're not going to do the interagency?
The 20,000 is interagency.
The 20,000 interagency, so are we voting on doing the 50 and the 20?
We can do whatever you want, but I just want to stipulate, because someone was saying an additional 50,000, the only amount we currently transfer to the commissioners is $70,000,
okay.
which is
Well, let's start with the
54,
50,000.
your choice, plus 20,000 for outside agencies.
Let's start with the 50,000. Let's-
What we did last year, we did $50,000 for capital outlay, but we suspended it last year because of all the CIP stuff we did, and we did not put it back in.
Okay.
That's not
Judge-
there.
So is
I
that
guess
extra?
I thought I'd made a motion to just do the 50 separately. I don't know if
Okay.
I can get a second or what, but I thought I
There's
made
a second.
an original motion just to do the 50 separately.
There's a second.
Oh, okay. So can we vote on
Let's-
that one?
Sure. Let's vote on
Separate.
that. That way we can at least get that taken care of. So all those in favor of that particular reduction signify by saying aye.
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 I just want to double check what Dale said. Are you saying that we never put that capital outlay back in, so it's okay? It's already in there in a way?
We did not put it back because we still have a significant amount of CIP money as well as that, so we did not.
Got
put
it.
that
So it's
back
even
in.
a further savings?
Yes.
Okay.
So the
So
only
we're
amount we
really,
transfer the commissioners is the 70,000, which is 50,000 for whatever you choose for,
Mm-hmm.
plus 20,000 for outside agencies.
So the 50,000 plus whatever, how much is there though that we didn't put back?
Well, each of y'all have a different amount. A couple of commissioners may have $200,000 or $300,000. Some of them are closer to $400,000 or $500,000 in special revenue funds from this type of fund. In previous years, we did a $70,000 to that and a $50,000 to for capital improvements. Last year, since we got the CIP and the $43 million tax note, we suspended the $50,000 transfer, and I didn't feel it was right to put it back in this year, so that's not included in the budget.
so it's more
So the only
savings.
thing that's included right now is the $70,000, which is $50,000, which we just talked about, plus the $20,000 outside.
Right.
outside
So only thing,
agencies.
so out of our 120. We're only leaving 20 right now.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what
And
I'm
I
saying,
just,
yes.
and I just want to say that although, I mean, I've spent most of my life enjoying and loving and raising funds for 501c3s. In addition, I would be happy to give up my 20, and you don't have to do it, commissioners. I'm just saying, in order to make that deficit of the 12,000 for this year, at least, okay? I'm happy to do mine, because let me tell you what I know. Through our grants department and through United Way, we've been doing terrific work, making sure that the nonprofits in our community stay solvent and solid. And I would be willing to ask Maria if she could maybe assist even further. I know she's been doing this already for 501c3s around our community, but the CARES Act gave some wonderful opportunities for 501c3s, and our county's been helping with that, and it could be a lot greater than 20,000. Because usually I don't give more than 1,000 to one specific entity. And I also know that if there were to ever be a great need, who knows, I'm just inventing it. If there were ever to be a great need, this court could address those needs as they come up. And I just want to make sure that if I'm advocating for something, that I can do it. And like I said, I don't have one precinct to take care of like you guys do. And I know you use those outside agencies to help 501c3s that help people in your precincts and throughout the county. But that's one extra thing I can do, Dale, and I'll just let you figure it out. But it's something I want to do. But I'm not advocating anybody else to do it. I'm just letting you know that I'm happy to do it, because I know that I can help in other ways.
And like I said, Your Honor, most time the outside agencies are anywhere from $15,000 to $18,000 to $20,000 a year for that. As we said, most of the commissioners' positions, as well as yours, has significant fundings this year. So this $20,000 reduction this year would not be
Right, I'd still be okay.
would not hurt anyone, and then we can possibly reinstall it next year.
Exactly. So I just want to say that I want to do that. I want that to be an amendment, okay, so that it helps get, this way, it dedicates it to you, Laura, next year, and then next year we figure it out, right? But that way I know that I've got that piece of it covered. And
I agree with you, Judge, because I think it's great that we're able to give it to them, but I think there are other ways we can do it, because what it really does is the commissioners go out there with a big check and they show it and it helps them. And I'm not being ugly, guys. I just don't do that. I just send the check. But that's the truth. It helps elevate you as a commissioner. But I think that and this is taxpayer money that we give, and some taxpayers may not agree to where we give it. So I just think that for this year, I think that's what we should do.
And again, I think we can work with Dale and he can, again, I mean, or I don't have to spend it. I can just let it sit there and not spend
Yeah,
it.
and that's an
you know?
idea too,
And
yeah.
I just, almost like it's like I forget about it, like a $10 bill you find in your pocket. It's just there to help the county. If that's easier for you, Dale.
But unfortunately, because it's a transfer coming out of the general fund to a special revenue fund, it's still an expense of the general fund.
Oh. Always ruining it for us.
I'm trying to help.
Okay.
You know, of the 20,000, would there be, who would be the
Well, I
one
appreciate,
be
yeah.
putting that in? So I just
Yeah,
wanna make
and
sure
just so
we
you,
exclude.
yeah, and I'm willing to do that, because I know, for instance, in my own budget, because of COVID-19, we all needed extra laptops and iPads, and my office expenses were more than last year. I mean, we all have to make individual choices too, right? So where there's individual choices that we can make, I can do that. So I would like mine not to be there, but I think it should be individual, because you may have already, I don't make those choices for your individual precincts. But I think for the 50, we did a great thing, commissioners, a really great thing. That's a cumulative 250,000.
And just
It's a big-
just so I know, for any amendments to the budget, I would need to know which commissioners would be surrendering their 20,000.
Right, and can we just email you?
It needs to be part of the.
Okay, well,
part of
I'm
the-
letting you know, I
part of the
will.
vote.
And really, commissioners, keep yours and do good things with it. Let me do this one thing.
Well, I'm going to leave mine alone because I won't be here. And out of courtesy to the person that's taking it,
That's
I'm
nice.
just going to leave it.
Yeah, let me just do this. You all have precincts to work with, and I know that you will do good things with those dollars. And I will just do mine. That will help balance the 12,000 for this year.
So
Okay.
The amendment for this particular item, we're going to be reducing $50,000 from each of the commissioners as well as the judge, and for the judge, the additional $20,000
Yes.
for outside agencies.
Yes,
The rest will be remaining the same.
correct.
Can you
Correct.
repeat, could you repeat that, Dale? You broke up. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, yes, Commissioner, we're going to other money we transfer to the commissioners. It was a vote that we reduce the $70,000 by $50,000 for, in leaving the $20,000 for each of the commissioners for their outside agency funds. The judge has said she would surrender her $20,000 for her outside agency funds, so with that, all the commissioners will get $20,000 except for the judge, from the general fund, that will be zero.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All righty. And so, Commissioner, you already said it, you already put your,
Yep.
and there's nothing more, right?
Yep.
We got the county attorney, do you feel like you have a clear directive on the motion, and so I can get a
Dale
second?
finished it because he included county attorney.
The two county attorneys and the court administration was the recommended
that was the other one.
reclassifications I would request amended for.
Right.
And then whatever the COLA that you presented, and then there need to be a motion, and then there need to be a record vote.
Right, so, want to go ahead and, you want to go ahead and make that?
There's a motion, there's my motion.
The positions for the county attorney and the district clerk, are y'all gonna do contingencies for those salaries?
That's another,
We've
It's
already got
built in.
We've already got a $1.5 million contingency in there, so
Yeah.
I don't really expect
It's
to
built
add
in.
more.
we're talking about the CJIS
yes.
commissioners, what I brought up. I was concerned about it, but Dale explained to me that he believes if that is going to be a necessity for the district clerk and for the DA, that it could come from contingencies. But again, the reason I didn't just say, oh, yeah, let's put these positions is, 'cause I think we need to talk to them. And they need to
I think so too.
tell
Comes
us
through a
what
grant,
we
and
can
there's
do.
no reason to put a budget in, it's
Right,
gonna be grant,
and
so-
also,
And we do have a $1.5 million contingency, not counting the contingency we have for
Yeah.
tax cases that we
Yeah.
have, but
yeah.
I think we have significant
Right,
funds
and I
and
know
not
they-
needing any
Yeah,
increase.
and I know they're listening, so you just we'll find a way to work with them. And again, I know that they'll understand that this year is a year that we want to be thoughtful. So, for example, if they don't have to start till December, we'll save October and November, right? So there's ways that we can save our, in 3 months, save ourselves some dollars. So, okay, so we can move on then. That is, you've got a motion from Commissioner Gonzalez. I got feedback on my mic.
Second.
And I've got a motion from Commissioner
What was,
Morris.
can you restate the motion, please?
Sure. No. I mean, yes, we can. What I mean is I looked at the clerk who was gonna restate it and she said, no, I think I'd like for him to repeat it. Yes, that's the body language I got.
Okay, I move that we adopt the budget at 3.39 with a 2% colon that will be affect the 11 through 28 employees levels only. And also the contingency, I guess, Dale, on the county attorneys of 2 positions.
Those are the many reclassifications that we have for that, and then the reduction of the positions, the funds transferred to the commissioners.
Excuse me, the motion is only for the budget, so you can't do the tax rate as part of this.
Right.
But you can do everything else.
Correct. Will you amend?
So I'll move the budget, we'll adopt the
Okay, so
budget.
he amends.
Second.
And a motion and a second. I need a record vote for the clerk. And so, I'll just,
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez
Aye.
is an aye. Commissioner Chesney,
No?
Commissioner Mares,
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn,
No.
Barbara Canales, County Judge, aye. Okay, so we now,
Make a motion for the tax rate.
I've got a motion now, but we're moving to number 4 for a tax rate.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, I've got to say the magic words.
Yeah, you're not saying the magic word.
Yeah, I've got to say the magic words. Hang on.
There's magic words.
Well, these are magic words here.
State required.
Oh,
State
okay.
required. These right here, Lisa.
Good thing she remembered.
Hospital. Yeah. And then this is Nueces County. I just blew it up.
Adoption of the budget.
Okay, so let's do this one first, okay?
Yes, you have to do the adoption.
Adoption of the budget first. Okay, so just so you know, state law was changed, and there's some language that is important to place on the record. and it will identify all of the steps that are required for adopting a budget in the state of Texas. So let's do the budget as we have just brought forth that motion and seconded, and it passed with a majority of 3-2. This year's property tax levy will raise more revenue from property taxes than in the preceding year. A statement about budget increase as specified in section 102.005B of the local government code is required to be included on the cover of this proposed budget. This budget will raise more property taxes than last year's budget by $3,466,830, or 3.74%. And of that amount, $2,764,296 is tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year. I think the rest is just the instructions. I think that's all the magic words that need to be established for the state of Texas. Will somebody like to confirm that? Tyner's gone, but that's all I see here. And again, I'm happy to give you the words and the language, but I believe it's been provided for you.
Correct, Your Honor.
I have it correct. Okay. And again, remember that the dollars that I've given to you on the new revenue is, that's new property only, okay? That $2,764,000, if you were wondering where did that number come from, that's new property. Okay, on the tax roll this year. All right. And so, Lisa, I've now completed that. Now I can move to the item, which is number 4, which is discuss and consider adoption of the order approving the 2020 tax roll. Then, of course, part of this agenda item is setting the tax rate and levying said tax rate against all taxable property. And there'll be more language that I will need to read at that time. But first, we would need the motion. I've got a motion and a second, and just for the clerk, you got it, right? Motion, second, over here. And a record vote as well will be taken for the
And
tax.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that motion? I had a hard time
course.
hearing, I apologize.
Of course. Commissioner, could you please repeat it? He says he couldn't hear you.
What's the tax rate? You need to read the proposal.
Oh, no, he talked about the one you just read.
Oh, Commissioner, did you not hear the, do you have the new one?
This is for
The new one.
This is for the tax.
Got it. Okay.
This is approving the 2020 tax roll motion, is that what this one is?
Yes, but I need to read some language ahead of the motion. But again, he hasn't made the motion, so I don't see how the language does. He needs to make the motion first, right?
That's the motion.
This is the, oh, then let me give it to him. It's the, you actually, they wrote it for you. That's the magic
Language
word.
required in this motion set in this year's tax rate. This year's proposed tax rate exceeds the no new, very new tax rate. The vote on the ordinance solution.
The second paragraph.
Okay, second paragraph.
Is that the order? No, that's not the. Because that's the first agenda item. Order approving the 2020 tax roll. It's this one. So the first thing, they adopt the tax roll.
Please.
It's a lot easier.
Okay,
They're not doing the tax roll yet.
okay.
Here's the budget, here's the tax rate.
All right, let's try it again.
Okay, this is take 2.
First is the tax roll.
You've been tax roll first, and then the
Hospital
rate.
district.
The tax roll is first.
Yes.
Okay? Roll is first, rate is second.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why.
Okay.
We're good, guys?
Yes.
Okay, so they're gonna make you do the roll first.
So is that the first paragraph then?
Can I look at it again? Because this is the first time.
That's the tax rate, the one that you highlighted. There you go.
Yeah, give him one that.
Start right here. This is your motion,
This is for the rollback?
this is for the roll.
The highlight on it.
Motion's for the rollback.
And then when you get to the next piece, it is this right here. That's when you get to the rate.
The whole thing?
But first you're gonna do the roll. She's checking it with the county attorney just to make sure.
Yeah, so she has to read the beginning, because they have to do the, they have to do it. Yeah.
So maybe I'll do the roll? Yeah.
Do you want you to read
The entire okay. All right, this is an order. This order accepts and approves the 2020 tax roll. It also is styled setting the 2020 tax rate for Nueces County and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2020.
Okay, so since that's gonna be the case, then you can go into the tax roll then, I mean, the tax rate, and that, once you do that, then you can read that one and approve that one. I think they did it backwards.
Okay,
Okay, so
I'm
I'll
gonna
go
have
with-
to agree with
I'll
you.
go with mine first. I think it's all better, but, okay.
Trying to understand the states of.
All right, let me go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, I mean, okay.
The one I gave you, that's the one that you did first.
You're gonna make me cry. I'm confused.
That is mean.
All right,
Okay, here we go.
this year's proposed tax rate exceeds the new revenue tax rate. The vote on the ordinance, resolution, or order setting the tax rate must be a record vote. A motion to adopt the ordinance, resolution, or order must be made in the following form. I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.311483, which is effectively a 3.39% increase in the tax rate.
Second.
Okay, so that is the motion as read, and I do have a second. And I now need to call for the vote, and you do need it on the record, correct?
Right.
A roll call. So let's do it. I always do it this way, so even though he's not here, Commissioner Chesney,
No.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Mares,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn,
No.
and myself, the county judge, yes, aye. Okay, and so now that that has been set, I can now read the order, Laura. And so I want to continue by repeating that the title of the order is accepting and approving the 2020 tax roll, setting the 2020 tax rate, and levying the tax rate against all taxable property. And the order reads as follows. You'll bear with me, it's not necessarily a short order, but I'll do my best here. Whereas the Commissioners Court authorized the tax assessor collector to compute the no new revenue tax rate and voter approval tax rate for 2020 for the county farm to market, and lateral road and flood. And whereas notice of the proposed property tax rate fully in compliance with the property tax code and rules of the State Comptroller's Office Property Tax Division appeared in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times for the county farm to market, and lateral road and fund on August 20th, 2020. Whereas the Commissioners Court finds and determines the proper procedure has been followed to lawfully consider the proposed tax rates for 2020, including proper notice of this meeting, September 9th, 2020, as provided by Chapter 551 of the Government Code in Vernon's Texas Codes. And whereas Commissioner Courts finds and approves separately the tax rate for the current year, consisting of the two following components. And these are the two components that we have here. The first is the debt service tax rate. And the debt service tax rate is going to be 0.044752. If you're writing that down, I'm going to repeat it. 0.044752. That's the debt service tax rate. And if applied to the total taxable value, will impose the total amount of taxes needed to pay the debt service for the next year. The maintenance and operation tax rate is 0.266731. 0.266731. And if applied to the total taxable value, will impose the amount of taxes needed to fund maintenance and operation expenditures for the county for the next year. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operation than last year's tax rate. It will effectively be raised by 1.65% and will raise taxes from the maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately negative $2.73. Negative $2.73. Now therefore be it ordered by the Commissioners Court that the 2020 tax roll as submitted by the Nueces County Tax Appraisal District to the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector is approved, and that the following tax rates per $100 value are set and levied against all taxable property for 2020. And again, these are breakdowns, and we're going to publish all of this, but here is the breakdown for the general fund. That's what the M&O fund, 0.262962 per $100. Nueces County Farm to Market, that's the lateral road and flood control, 0.003769 per $100. That makes the total M&O, you add those two together, 0.266731 per $100. And the Nueces County debt service is 0.044752 per 100. When added all together, you have your total Nueces County tax rate, and that is 0.311483 per $100. 0.311483. So let me continue. That this order states that it's further ordered that the homestead exemptions for 2020 shall include 20% for homestead exemptions, but not less than $5,000, and $62,500 for over age 65 or disabled exemption, plus a tax limitation on the total amount of taxes that may be imposed on the residence homestead of a disabled individual or those 65 or older. This is pursuant to Article 8(1)(b) of the Texas Constitution, and exemptions are mandated by state law. And it's further ordered that no discounts are to be allowed for early payment of taxes. Split payment of taxes, as described in subsection 31.03 of the Property Tax Code, will not be allowed. The proposed order accepting and approving the 2020 tax roll, setting the 2020 tax rate for Nueces County, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County, having been read, we just did that, public comment having been allowed, and comments having been considered, all of which I can certify we did. On a motion to adopt the total tax rate of 0.311483 and to adopt the Commissioner's Court order made by Commissioner, I'll fill it out in just a minute, everybody. It's blank for the moment, but I'll fill it out to be Commissioner Joe A. Gonzalez and seconded by Commissioner John Mares. The court voted to adopt the total tax rate of 0.311483 and to adopt the Commissioner's Court order on the 9th day of September 2020, and then voting for the total tax rate in order. Again, I'm going to fill all this out for you, but my recollection is Commissioner Joe A. Gonzalez, Commissioner John Modis, County Judge Barbara Canales. Voting against the total tax rate in order is Commissioner Brent Chesney, Commissioner Carolyn Vaughn. We will sign and attest, and then County Clerk will attest this. So I did fill in for the purpose of the record, but actually I will have to fill it in. Okay? So, as they say, in layman's term, that's the order that announces to everybody, gets filed with the clerk, that we have a 2020 tax roll, that we accept that tax roll, that we have certain exemptions as required by law, that we accept those exemptions that are given to us by our Texas Constitution and by the law. It also individualizes the three funds that make up our total Nueces County tax rate, our road fund, which is our farm to market, our county general fund, we call that the M&O, and then the debt service fund, and when you add them all together, you get a rate of 31.1483 cents per $100 of valuation. When the effective rate is raised by this 1.65% for maintenance and operation on a $100,000 home, remember we lowered the tax rate, you'll see a negative $2.73. That's what that means. That's what I read. I tried my best to read it quickly and clearly. And I would ask that, that we, is there anything else that I need to do? I think I've done it all here. We just need the actual motion, right? To accept the order, or is that necessary, given that I've already given the roll call vote? Okay, so I'll just put this aside and I will have to sign for you, okay? So
Teresa's filling out the names for you.
Therese is filling it out for me? Fine. Wonderful. Okay. Now, I'm now going to move on. I'm going to say I have to move on to the hospital district now. And there's also the same thing. It's a two-prong, okay? And the hospital district language is that, well, actually, is Johnny going to speak?
Yes.
Ready?
He's ready.
Ready, Johnny? Tyner's about to get you on. Just give it a second. I need to do the budget, but I just want to make sure he's, okay, he's on.
Yeah,
Okay, so,
Tyner, Judge, I'm on.
okay, but first, it's required that I read this proposed tax rate for the budget here. I don't think I have the right one. Give me a second. Let me double.
When you get to the tax item.
Yeah, I stapled
I've
it
got it.
backwards.
She stapled it backwards. We got it. Okay. So Johnny, your item obviously is to do the very same thing we just did, except for it's considering the adoption of the 2020-2021 Nueces County Hospital District budget. And this year's property tax levy will raise more revenue from property taxes in the preceding year. A statement about the budget increase will also be specified as Section 102.005B is required in the local government code, and it is required to be published and included on the cover of the proposed budget. The budget that you are going to share with us raises more taxes than last year's budget by $1,449,000. I'm sorry, $1,449,791. And that represents 4.09%. And at that amount, $1,106,917 is revenue from new property added to the tax roll this year. Those are my words that I need to, that I'm required per the local government code. And now we're going to turn it over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll try to move quickly. I know y'all want to go eat your barbecue. It really sounds good. Commissioners, I'm not sure in your budget book what the page number is, but in the budget packet that we sent over last week, it starts on page 1. It would be the columns that are colored. I'd like to talk to you about. And I don't have any new information to add from our budget workshop last week, but I do need to cover some highlights of that for everyone. The tax rate that the district's proposed budget assumes is the 3% rate, the 0.11824. The hospital district is going to experience next fiscal year in 2021 some significant changes in its financial statements. The changes in the district's financials will be both in the revenue section and in the expense section. In the revenue section, as I shared with you all last week, SPON decreased our sharing percentage from 26 to 2%. That's going to have an important impact in what our revenues look like in 2021 compared to 2020. And for example, in prior years, the hospital district was primarily dependent on non-tax revenue. In other words, our SPON member revenue. It contributed in round figures about 75% of our revenue, and tax collections contributed the remaining 25. So in 2021, what's going to happen due to the decrease in the sharing percentage, the hospital district will be significantly dependent on its tax revenue. In fact, about 84% of the district's revenues will arise from taxes next year, and only about 15 or 16% will arise from SPON revenue. So we have a dramatic shift in our revenue now, where we're back where we were several years ago, being more dependent upon tax revenues than other revenue sources. So proceeding on to the expenses, The district will be taking on in 2021 and has already absorbed in 2020 expenses related to both the COVID-19 pandemic and the initial movements toward programs that were recommended by the Meadows Foundation. So on the page 10 of the booklet I sent, we lay out all of the county expenditures that we will be assuming this year. Most of them are continuations of expenses like EMS and public health and things of that nature. But we have some significant increases, additional cost in 2021 above 2020. So those significant increases, first of all, have to do with implementation of the recommendations from the Meadows Community Assessment. That number is about 1.7 million. We have some additional costs for jail healthcare. I think you all are going to consider an award of an RFP later on your agenda. Those costs, although we don't have an award yet, the district assumed the highest bid so we could budget a number, and we used that in our budget. The main reason the cost would be going up in the jail is not so much related to the bid, but the fact that we're adding a medical facility to the jail annex. It has not had one before, and over the years since we last did the jail health contract, I think that the annex has been fully bedded up, if you will, and the kinds of people who are incarcerated there are not child support people anymore. So there are other types of felons and stuff there that are incorporated there, and the sheriff felt like that having the annex have its own medical facility kept security a lot tighter instead of them having to move inmates from the annex to the Waco Street Jail for medical calls and treatment. And the other largest cost that we have increasing in the county expenditures is the $3.3 million that we have included in the budget for the alternate care site out in Northwest Corpus Christi. So commissioners and judge, those are simply the highlights. The hospital district, as I said, will have a significant change in terms of its revenue picture next year. We've had a significant increase in expenditures. And so when we go back to page 1 of the colored columns, what's going to happen is we're going to open next fiscal year with a $50 million fund balance in the general fund, and we'll close next year with a $7.6 million fund balance. And so that's a 42 million difference, 42 million swing, 85% decrease, if you will, in terms of the district's general fund. So I want to turn you over, if you have those in front of you, to page 7 of the budget booklet I sent. And that particular page lays out all 3 of the district's funds and shows, as I mentioned, in the general fund that we're going to have a big decrease, 85% decrease in the general fund. And when you look over on the far right column, there's an attendant decrease in the district's overall funds. So overall speaking, considering the general fund and also the indigent care fund, the district's fund balances are going to decrease from 106 million down to 64 million. And so we have concerns at the district about both our revenue picture changing and our continuing reliance on the district's fund balance. And since we've had now this change in our revenues, and assuming that there is no favorable change in revenues in fiscal year 2022, there's going to be a continuing reliance, if you will, on the district's fund balances. And so if at some point, and I think one of the commissioners mentioned this in light of the county, if the hospital district's desire is to provide medical or mental health facilities in the community that come as a recommendation of the Meadows report, we would desire to keep the district in the best financial position we can. And to the degree that we have healthy fund balances, and it's yet to be determined, what's a healthy balance, but to the degree we can keep healthy fund balances, the better our ability to borrow money, or to issue, not borrow, but certificates of obligation or bonds. And to the degree our financial picture deteriorates before we get there, that could be not an impediment, but an obstacle or something we may need to overcome if we issue debt. As y'all know, when you issue debt, the rating agencies look backwards for several years to see what your trend is and what you've been doing. And the hospital district this year, in upcoming year in 2022, is going to have a dynamic shift in how its financial picture looks. And so those, commissioners, are not anything that I didn't say to you in our budget workshop last week, but I can answer any questions and stuff you may have about our proposed budget.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Johnny? I'm hoping to invite you back, after we have an opportunity to visit at length about local provider participation funds and the opportunities that don't exist today, but that can exist. And I appreciate you taking the most conservative in presenting the doom and gloom, because we need to be aware of the reality. And, but I do believe that, that there is an opportunity to find consensus. I have been using the last week since you came last week and kind of, quite frankly, shocked me with that new profile from 26% to 2%. And I have found very different information that's out there from the entities that seek to be a part of a local provider participation fund. I realize we don't have one in place right now, but we need to secure that so that we can maximize all supplemental funding for us. But you bring up an excellent point, which is, and I hope the board will consider it, is you definitely need to get a financial advisor so that you can have the opportunity to weigh all your options as you move forward. In addition, we need to write some major grants. You now have everything you need, both investment from the county, investment from the district, a Meadows report. There is $100 million at the state level to fund all the types of programs that we're talking about, and we need to go after them. But it's not going to happen because we just wait for someone to call us, right? We're actually going to have to put together an aggressive, plan to identify the proper grants and to make sure that we can go after them. But that's how other urban counties do it. We're no different. We have the same Medicaid problems that everybody has. We have the same indigent care problems that other urban counties have. And so we're just going to have to, create a strategy and be able to adopt it. But
Judge, I would just like to add about the intergovernmental transfers. I didn't go into detail about that, but as a result of our revenue picture, the district is going to be reducing its intergovernmental transfers next year. It will create a gap for the providers. We will not be able to fund all IGTs for all programs for all providers next year.
But you'll be made whole, right?
The providers have worked with the district to set in motion the steps that are necessary to create a local provider participation fund to help raise money for that. We have a tentative placeholder on our agenda for September 15th for the providers to come forward and demonstrate their support or non-opposition to such a mechanism. And in fact, Judge, I think that there is some movement in the last days of September here to go ahead and create an LPPF fund so the district could do an assessment for 2020. We'll have to move very quickly to do that, but that would give us some cash cushion, if you will, in terms of monies that are available for intergovernmental transfers. And the providers also have indicated they will probably coming back in 2021 at some point to do an additional assessment for 2021 to help make sure that they have enough IGTs on board to maximize all the federal programs that you've described. So we have a couple of things in motion. The IGTs are ones that primarily, that essentially all 100% benefit the providers. The district doesn't get any money off of that, if you will, but they are working diligently on their side to work with us to get in place some other mechanisms that could help fill out the gap for the intergovernmental transfers.
Good, good. Sounds like you've made progress in 7 days. That's great.
We've made a lot of progress, Judge, since noon yesterday. So
That's
yes.
what I mean. It's amazing. That's great. Awesome news. Keep it up. Okay, so we've got some housekeeping to do. Johnny, you've asked for questions. Let me see if there are any for you. Commissioner, anybody? You've done a good job. I don't want the audience to think we have no questions. We've just kind of beat it up with you on 3 different occasions already, and you've done a good job of getting your documents to us way in advance, which I can't tell you how much we appreciate. It really helps us. So at this point, Johnny, I'm going to ask the commissioners for a motion to make us a comment. I was going to say it either has to be approve or deny or come up with another one, but I've got a motion to approve.
Second.
And I've got a second. And,
Brett?
I'm sorry? Yes, we'll take a record vote. And Commissioner Vaughn had to step out just for a moment. But she's going to vote momentarily when she comes back in, okay? I can go get her, or we can do that. But Commissioner Chesney?
No.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Mattis?
Yes.
And County Judge Barbara Canales, yes. For the purposes of the clerk, can she bring her vote in in just a moment, or shall I ask her? Okay, do you mind if I just take one moment?
No.
Thank you so much. We appreciate coming back in. And so at this time, it's the court's will here, 3-2, that this budget be adopted. And I also have some words that I need to relay to you here as well, and to everybody. This year's proposed tax rate exceeds the no new revenue tax rate, and the vote on the ordinance resolution or order setting the tax rate must be a record vote. We have taken one. A motion to adopt the ordinance resolution or order must be made in the following form, okay? And so the truth is, I'm going to pass it back. We didn't really make it in the proper form, so let me give it back to Commissioner Gonzalez for this completion of the housekeeping. You'll just read this for your motion. It's right there, all the way through to there, there, to there. Yes, sir.
This year's proposed tax rate exceeds the no new revenue tax rate. The vote on the ordinance, resolutions, or order setting the tax rate must be a record vote. A motion to adopt the ordinance, resolution, or order must be made in the following form. I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.111824, which is effectively a 3.00% increase in the tax rate. Is this for the hospital district?
Yes, this is for the hospital district.
Right.
Second.
Was that for the budget? No, that's for the tax rate. Yeah, you still need.
I did the budget already.
But the language for the budget.
I did it. I read it. I read it.
Alrighty.
I read it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second here. And again, There's some more language here that I do need to read.
That's the order.
The order, okay, but do you have the nice one? Yes, you do. You gave, it's coming at me. Right.
You have to vote.
Yes, yes. Yes,
After vote.
I've got to get Commissioner Vaughn in, just give me a second. Tyner, would you mind, I'll do it. Would you mind telling her, just, she needs to come in just for the vote? We have new language with SB 2, Johnny. Okay, sorry, Carolyn, this is the last one. We have a record vote now on the motion that was made by Commissioner Gonzalez and a second by Commissioner Mars. And, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
And this is for the hospital district. I think she's been listening. And I'll just do it the same way. Commissioner Chesney,
No.
Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Modis,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn.
No.
And County Judge Barbara Canales is a yes. Okay, and so now I can read the order. This order is styled accepting and approving the 2020 tax roll, setting the 2020 tax rate for Nueces County Hospital District, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2020. It reads as follows: whereas the Commissioners Court authorized the tax assessor collector to compute the no new revenue tax rate for 2020 for the Nueces County Hospital District, and whereas the notice of the proposed property tax rate fully in compliance with the property tax code and rules of the State Comptroller's Office Property Tax Division appeared in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times for Nueces County Hospital District on August 20th, 2020, and whereas the Commissioner Court finds and determines that the proper procedure has been followed to lawfully consider the proposed tax rates for 2020, including proper notice of the meeting of September 9th, 2020, as provided by Chapter 551 of the Government Code and Vernon's Texas codes, and whereas Commissioner Court finds and approves the tax rate for the Nueces County Hospital District for the current year consisting of the following: the maintenance and operation tax rate of .111824, that if applied to the total taxable value will impose the amount of taxes needed to fund maintenance and operation expenditures of the Nueces County Hospital District for next year. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operation than last year's tax rate. The tax rate will effectively be raised by 2.31% and will raise taxes for maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately -$1. Now therefore be it ordered by the Commissioners Court that the 2020 tax roll is submitted by the Nueces County Tax Appraisal District to the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector is approved, that the following tax rate per $100 value is set and levied against all taxable property for 2020. Nueces County Hospital District, .111824 per $100. Be it further ordered that the existing homestead exemptions for 2020 shall include 20% for homestead exemption, but not less than $5,000, and $62,500 for over age 65 or disabled exemption, plus exemptions mandated by state law. And be it further ordered that no discounts are to be allowed for early payment of taxes. Split payment of taxes as described in Section 31.03 of the Property Tax Code will not be allowed. The proposed orders accepting and approving the 2020 tax roll, setting the 2020 tax rate for the Nueces County Hospital District, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County having been read, public comment having been allowed, and comments having been considered. On motion by Commissioner Joe A. Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner John Mares, the court voted to adopt a tax rate of .111824 and to adopt the Commissioner's Court order on the 9th day of September. Voting for the tax rate order were the following: Commissioner Joe A. Gonzalez, Commissioner John Modis, and County Judge Barbara Canales. Voting against the tax rate and orders, Commissioner Brent Chesney, Commissioner Carolyn Vaughn. We will fill this in. County Clerk will attest to it, and we will publish.
Judge, go ahead and take a vote on the order, and we can go back and do that same thing on the other one, because basically you did the tax rate, but you just need to approve that order
Okay,
So just that one doesn't require a record vote,
All right.
just a motion. and-
okay, I'll make the motion myself to approve order that I just read for the hospital district.
Second.
And I've got a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And pose same sign.
Nay.
Okay. And then also, Brent, I'm going to go backwards and. No, we don't, because it doesn't have to be a record. And then also on the order that I read previously regarding our Nueces County tax, the order regarding the accepting, approving of the roll, setting the tax rate, regarding Nueces County, I'd like to make a motion to accept, and I've got a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, pose same sign. Okay, all the formalities.
Nay
I'm
for me,
sorry.
please.
Yeah, thank you. All of the formalities have now been attended to. All the orders have been voted upon. The budgets have been voted upon. The tax rates have been voted upon. A record vote was taken. Public comment was solicited, and commentary was also provided. So I do believe, Mr. Hip, that you can let everybody know that our actions that we were taking today are final, and we'll get you a copy of all these orders. If I am correct, we can now maybe take a little bit of a breather. I can see people are standing up, and we've gone through. No, I understand. A1 through 6. And the truth is that it does look like a long agenda, but I think it will move fast from here on out. I would like to take at least a 15 to 20-minute break. Everybody needs it, I think. Grab some water. We do have sandwiches for the commissioners and for all of you, I believe, here. And we'll come back on the record. If you all can spare the time, 1:15 would be the best, but I don't know how.
That sounds great, Judge. That sounds great.
Okay, I appreciate it. 1:15, I'm back on the record. It is 12:44 PM.
Okay, I'm muting everything, Judge.
Thank you. What? I didn't know that. I'm sorry, it's probably sitting right here. That's not a shovel? That's great. That's great. That's great.
Those teacher emails, did you get them all? I don't know if you were on the list, but I got them. Judge, did you get those?
Yeah.
Teacher emails? I know you're used to getting a lot, but I was like, oh my goodness.
Okay, Tyner, I'm going to test everyone's will here to start. It's, as they say, if we don't start, we don't finish. So I'm going to go back on the record at 1:32 PM, and we're going to continue our regular agenda. And maybe we should let Commissioner Chesney know what we're doing. Give him a little.
I am here.
Awesome. That's great.
Good man, sir, you're a good man.
We got you. Well, this is your item. This is kind of a looping around from County Road 33 on the naming. And this is item number 7 on the regular agenda. Discuss and consider adopting an order changing the name of County Road 33. You'll remember we had the public hearing this morning. It will be changed to London Pirate Road, a very fitting name pursuant to section 251.013 of the Texas Transportation Code. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Judge.
I'll take Commissioner Gonzalez as a second. He was right on your heels. Motion
Thank
and
you.
a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Likewise, we had a public hearing on the following agenda item, number 8, discuss and consider adopting an order changing the name of Carbon Plant Road from the Joe Fulton corridor to the dead end to RTFC Road.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And by the way, everybody, we can do all this because the Texas Transportation Code allows us to do it. Item number 9 is discuss and consider adoption of an order approving the District Clerk Records Management Archiving Preservation and Restoration Plan for the FY 2020-2021 budget. And actually, I saw her poke her head in earlier, but that was before the break. But I do believe that we have this on file. This will be our second year.
It is.
And
It's
Tyner?
attached,
It's attached.
to the agenda.
And I believe there's no changes to this plan.
Not much. It's been updated, though, as required by law.
So
Motion to
although,
approve.
okay, great. Got a motion and a second by Gonzalez, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay.
Aye.
I heard an aye, great. And then number 10 is the District Court Records archive fee of $10. This is the adoption of this fee for $10 for the 2020-2021 budget year on applicable documents under the Government Code. And we originally did this again last year, August 28th, with the collection fee beginning October 1st. This we do every year as well. And this collection of records archive fee is needed to continue the preservation and restoration services in connection with our district records archive. We're going to start building a fund, just like County Clerk has a fund. We're going to start building here and start using those dollars every year to continue our quest to be digital. Does anyone have any questions? Or if not, here she comes. Great. Hi. Hello. Good. Perfect timing. So what we did just moments ago, Ann, is we approved, as we do every year, your records management and archiving preservation restoration plan.
Okay, great.
We did that just moments ago, and now we're considering the adopting of a $10 archive fee, and we just kind of went through the details of that. We're happy to hear from you.
Well, what I wanted to let you all know is what we have done with, hopefully I had that with me. Here he is. I wanted to kind of update you. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. It's great to see you all. I've missed you. I don't think I've seen Judge Canales in months.
I know, and it says so weird, isn't it?
It's just a strange time. I think this has been, I am so glad that I did this last year because this is so appropriate for what we've been going through since March, that we continue this. CoFile has already started making dents into our project. And I wanted to let you know that on May the 15th, all of the historical records were prepared and wrapped and ready, and CoFile picked them up. They promised that they would store those historical, all of our historical files for 5 years in this storm-proof vault that they have up in Dallas.
Great.
Free, until we can get to it and start doing the preservation on it. And I think that just happened right, because we did get hit with Hannah and possibly a few more storms to come. So I don't have to worry about the historical records. On June the 1st, I was able to go ahead and hire the 2 clerks out of the positions that you gave me in the budget for last year. And they are on the 6th floor. I hired them out of the warehouse, so they were already trained. They know what they're doing. They were able to go right to work. And they've really been helping get a lot of the files scanned in. A lot of the, they are now doing the criminal records requests, so they've been able to help John with that. So we hired 2 in June. In July, CoFile picked up 200 boxes of civil case files for 2017. Now, they're going to start at 2017 and go backwards and pick up our civil case files that are closed and can be imaged and digitized into Odyssey. They took 31 of the boxes from the 6th floor, and the rest came from the warehouse. And they're telling me that this pickup represented 1/4 of the total case file project. In August 24th, CoFile requested from our IT department what they call a data extract from Odyssey for the civil case file data, so they can start indexing and matching the 200 boxes of case files into the Odyssey system and get that done for us. So they're working on our project. Now I want to update you on the 6th floor. Have any of you been to the 6th floor lately?
Well, not lately.
Did you go? Anybody? Have you? Isn't it exciting?
Yeah, it is.
I just nearly fell over when I went inside. If you saw it last year, Commissioner,
I think I was there
and
before, like in February, January, before.
or February, you
Yeah.
saw it during the time that my department was in quarantine. The warehouse staff went over there, and they went through the entire 6th floor. And they took the last few years of the civil files, which were 2014 to 2017, the boxes, and all the loose documents to the warehouse for quality control and for boxing up. They went through all the cabinets up there, ensuring that all the files were in order, pulling out and refiling misfiled files for us. All the files that are left on the 6th floor are pending civil files, disposed criminal files from 16 to 20, and files on the retention schedule. The windows are now open and light floods through to the 6th floor. It is such a nicer place to work. Everything is in order. The boxes are on shelving. They've got on the front of those boxes, you know what's in those boxes. It's just clean and orderly. I'm just so excited about that. Another thing I'm excited about is Liz was able to get in there and find filing cabinets for all of our juvenile records that have to be under lock and key. So I'm just so excited that it's in such better shape than it ever has been. So I want to encourage you all to take a short trip up to the 6th floor.
It's major progress.
It really is. So I want to thank you for helping with this project, because it just had not been done before I
Yeah.
came, and I think it's all worked out, and it's what we need to do for the public as well. And I wanted to let you all know on a personal note that you don't need to give me a raise this year. I'm very fine with what I have, and if some of my employees can use that, I'd be happy. Happy for
Join
that.
the club.
I'd be happy for
Join
that.
Our club.
We found out during this COVID episode, especially the quarantine of my office, that we cannot shut down. The
Yeah.
district clerk's office cannot stop doing what it does on a daily basis. And so I had some people who had tested negative who had to come in. I'll be honest with you, we still had a few people that had to come in and do some things for the clerk's office. And I appreciate those people beyond anything I can
Yes.
say, so.
Thank
If you can
you.
help them, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Ann. Ann, we're going to get there. We're moving very rapidly. I don't know what your time allows. We could also flag you, but when we get to grants, B1, we want you to maybe listen to the litany of, Maria's going to give you a kind of a laundry list
Okay.
of the grants that we're considering for CDBG MIT, and one of them is a digitization grant.
Oh, great.
It would be up to $10 million to digitize records. It would be probably evenly split between county clerk and district clerk, okay? But, and again, this is all about making our courthouse more resilient. There was a very narrow way we could pursue funding, and I have no idea, this is very novel, but I think with the work that you guys have already initiated, and government likes to see that we're putting our own money in it too.
Right.
So I just want you to, when we get to B1,
Okay.
and we'll certainly sit with you both and get all of the data that we need to write the grant,
Okay.
but we're going to use CoFile's assessment as our
Right.
background documentation. So I just wanted to say, since you're here, you might want to,
I will stick around. I
okay,
sure
sounds
will.
good. And so, commissioners, in that case, Tyner, this is the consideration of this year's 2020-21 adoption of the $10, and I would take a motion at this time.
Motion to approve.
I'm sorry? Commissioner Vaughn, right?
Yes.
Yes, and I'll take your second. And Gonzalez on the second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Maybe later you could come tell us.
Judges and I.
An aye, great. Maybe you could tell us later how we're also interested in loss of revenue because of COVID. And it would be wonderful if you had any analysis that you could provide the court next court or the court after on what have we seen? And do you see any picking up? Sometimes our trends will do this, you know? Do you see things picking up in your office as far as filing goes, or do you not see any?
No, it's been very steady. My e-filers, I've tried to put some of my groups in shifts, like the e-filers, a group of them will come in on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the others Tuesday, Thursday. They're all working from home, but lately we've had to have all of them come in and work every day to stay on top of the e-filings.
Okay.
So those have never really dropped
Great.
off.
Okay.
And in fact, we've had a lot of a lot of divorces at the beginning
Oh,
of
I'm
the
sorry to hear that.
I am too, we were shocked, but anyway, we've had a pickup in some of the
Okay.
pro se filings
Okay.
as well, but I will certainly.
It's always good to see whatever trends you can identify for us, but I'm glad to hear it was steady.
Yes,
Okay, thank you, Ann.
You're welcome.
And so now, kind of in keeping with archiving and records management, the next item, Commissioners, is number 11, and it is also the plan for the 2020-2021 budget year for the county clerk's records management, archiving, and preservation. And we had our public hearing on that earlier, and so I would ask if there is a
Motion
motion.
to approve.
Okay, and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. And that was item number 11, and then item number 12 is an associated item. It's basically the fee of $10 for 2020, 2021 on the applicable documents, and this is, of course, provided for by the government code. And the
Motion
same.
to approve.
Okay.
Second.
And a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign.
Aye.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. We look forward to the digitization process here in 2020-21 year. Number 13 is the interlocal agreement with the City of Corpus Christi for the tax increment reinvestment zone. It's known as the number 5 zone. It's basically geographically located between Crosstown and SPID. And there is action item. You'll recall, we had a presentation, I think, was it 1 or 2 courts ago? Maybe 1 court ago? 2 courts ago. It seems like forever. 2 courts ago, and we wanted to get some more information. I think actually Del Mar might have even voted yesterday, and I know John Balls is here. Maybe he can give us a status update as to how the other taxing entities are faring, and just in general, a little bit of updated information.
Great. Thank you, Tyner. Appreciate it. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Yesterday at the Del Mar monthly regular board meeting, we introduced the project to the board. They did not take any action on it. It was the first time that they were made aware of it, so we formally introduced the project to the board. We are getting, the Del Mar packet is a lot more comprehensive. They require a lot of information. So Travis James, who is our TERS consultant, you talked to Travis the last time. In fact, he might be on the line. I know Roberto Santos, the developer, is in the waiting room. He might have been let in already.
We'll let him in.
Yeah. Thank you, Judge.
There's Roberto.
There's Roberto, and there's Travis.
Judge, I'm on.
Great, thank you.
And there's Travis. He's on also.
Great, super.
Travis is in the process of collecting all of the information to put the packet together for Del Mar. Del Mar has their agenda review about 2 weeks before their actual meeting, so we've got to get it to them next week or early the following week in order to give them ample time to get it on agenda review, get it approved by the board chair or the president, and get it actually on the agenda for consideration. So, Travis, you want to add anything to that?
No, John, I think that covers it as it relates to Del Mar and the application process.
Okay. Well, thank you, Travis.
Okay. Great. I just, I just knew that was coming up for
Yes,
their
ma'am.
board. And so, commissioners, we wanted some extra time to be able to think about, any
Sure.
questions we might have. The thing that made the biggest difference to me, and I'll be honest with you, I've been involved now on 2 different TERS boards. So I would say that I'm not a neophyte, but I'm still learning about TERS. And the biggest question I always have is, how is this board going to function? And so one of the action items today is both, let me read it, both to approve the interlocal and then finally to appoint the board member. And typically, and this might be to Travis, the 2 boards that I'm on, I serve with other commissioners. So the board that I'm on with the TERS in the island, I serve with Commissioner Chesney. And then the board that I'm on with Commissioner Vaughn is for her precinct on North Beach. And so this one is structured a little differently. For example, the one that I'm on, the entire city council serves on. Is that because they originated the TERS as opposed to this being a developer originated TERS?
Correct. If it's a developer-initiated TERS, it has a different board
Got
structure
it.
than if it's just a city or county-created TERS. There are different requirements to be on the board.
Got it. And I thought that was important just to point out, so that on this particular one, if we were to approve the interlocal, then we would have 1 spot as a county, and then Roberto, the developer, would also be appointing other members of the community. And can you remind us on the TERS, is it up to 15? How many people do you have?
7.
Is it 7?
I think
I heard you whisper 7.
Yes. Is it 7 or 9, Travis?
Okay.
So it's 9 for a
It's 9.
developer
Right.
initiated TERS. The requirements, as you said, to be eligible in each taxing entity gets to appoint someone who participates in the TERS.
Okay.
Travis, let me expand on that. The judge, you're right. The developer, because he's a single landowner of all of the property, he gets to appoint the balance. The state
Got it.
rep, the state senator get to appoint. In talking to Roberto, and Roberto, you can chime in, he's very receptive and agreeable to appointing any folks that you might want to recommend. So if you wanted to be another commissioner or two, I think Roberto's
Right.
very agreeable to that.
Well, I'm just very accustomed to serving with the commissioner.
Sure.
That represents the precinct. And the reason that I'm not willing not to serve is because I believe that it's good to have the involvement of a county judge. There's a lot of infrastructure and it's very good for not just the transparency, but just the advocacy, quite frankly.
And we would
of the
prefer
project.
Judge, you had me at hello. I'd put you, and I think it's Commissioner Gonzalez. Is it his precinct
Yeah,
or?
it is, but I would just have that recommendation for Roberto, that he might consider that. I don't have the
I would
right-
second that recommendation, so.
It would be our pleasure, and obviously if Commissioner Gonzalez is up for it, it'd be our pleasure to have him on
Right,
the
and
board as
I'm
well.
volunteering him, right? We should ask him what he wants to do, but it was just an idea.
And we agree with you. We think it would be to our benefit to have the county judge. I mean, you're
Yeah.
the lead elected official, to have you associated with the project. In that capacity, it's only positive for us. And being that it's in Commissioner Gonzalez's precinct, we think that's a natural fit. So talk to Roberto. He's very agreeable to making that appointment, or anybody else that you might want to incorporate on that board.
And the one thing that I've learned, Roberto, and I've learned this just because I've just this past year also served, and we try to get all the commissioners involved with the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, that how important it is to cross-collateralize all our networks. For instance, they get contacted so often about, major industries that want to bring their executives here. And according to them, just a week ago, we lost 3 prospective great businesses because they believed that they did not have the elements of a quality of place that they were looking for. And that's really sad.
Awful.
And I felt honestly like that's not the case, because if I look at all the downtown development that's happening, there was 12 major projects identified recently, and this potential project, I would want to be on the early end of being here and settling in before the whole explosion happens, the whole change. And I just think that connecting you with the CCREDC early is very important. And so I'm just throwing that out. And I want to also confess that when I first heard about the TERS, as excited as I am about economic development tools, I was also a little concerned because I didn't know what it was going to do to our valuations. Because I thought initially, not understanding the geographic location, before it was presented to me, I thought, man, we're in some tight times. I want to make sure that our ad valorem is maximized. But what I like about this project is that it actually does that from day one. Usually that doesn't happen to us. Usually we freeze and we lose money for a while, right? Waiting for that moment in time where the realization of the increment value can be realized. In this case, I just want to confirm with you and with Travis and John that because it's agricultural in nature, from day one, once it switches, it will inure to our benefit. And I think
That's
that was
correct.
pointed out.
You'll immediately, you'll get the rollback
Mm-hmm.
immediately. And as the project develops, Roberto will be releasing the ag exemptions from the properties that are being developed. I asked Tyner to pass that out. That was part of our presentation the last go-around. If you'll notice on the very last page, with respect to your comments related to the CCREDC, we have already outreach to them, and they fully blessed the project. We went to the Nueces County Development
They did
Commission
too.
first. Yeah, we engaged them first before coming to you guys, and we made 2 presentations to their board, and you were on at least one, or I think you were on both of them, and they've blessed it too. So you're exactly right. I think it's important to reach out to the economic development community and get these projects blessed, because then they can promote the projects to those companies that are maybe not thinking of us the way we think of ourselves.
Right.
And with respect to the TERS at the beginning, you're going to become an expert if you're not there already, because it was in the paper yesterday. One of the developers out in the London area is planning more homes and is planning commercial development out there. The issue that they had was the access to the sewer, so now there's a lift station out there. So they're wanting to look at a TERS for that commercial development side. So you've got Jeff Blackard announcing, the last time I was here, it was just happened to come in the paper, looking at TERS number 6, and now you may have a TERS number 7. So you guys started something, and hopefully that's the catalyst to get developers to come here and say, there's an economic development tool that the county encourages. So I think the more the merrier, in the right way.
In the right way, right?
Yeah.
In the right places.
So are there any, questions? I know, I appreciate you passing this out again so we can have it for reference. Believe it or not, just moments ago when we were walking around, I saw that the deputy director for the NCDC was getting his badge. And his name is Holden Hopkins. I didn't even get to say hello, but
okay.
I visually saw him. So I might have you reach out to
Sure.
him so he can be familiarized with this project.
Definitely.
I'm not even sure he's even started. I think he was just here to get a badge.
Let's put him to work now.
But let's put him to work. That's what the process is all about. But Commissioner, this is in your precinct, do you want to have any comment or?
No, I just think that I'm really waiting to get started. It's really a good project. Roberto, thank you very much for your vision, for having that vision and especially to use that property that's been there for a long time, just sitting there. And so I think it's gonna make a major, major impact in our community, in the county, and the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I think with interest rates the way they are, and I believe they will hold, this is the time to invest in a home or in a condominium or any type of, ownership, because it will probably not be this low again for a while. At least that's the hope. But we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to promote economic development, because clearly it's the number one criteria for executives who want to come to our community. Commissioner, do y'all have anything?
I think it's a great project. Just waiting for that motion down there, Jack.
Yeah, I'm kind of
I-
holding.
I'm
So
excited.
moved.
Go ahead,
I
John.
second, and I just want to thank Roberto for working on this, because it's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
Back when there was a vision for it back in 2008 or so, and that fell through. And so this piece of land has been in the works for years. And to finally have a project that's well put together, you went through the gauntlet with us as far as some tough questions. But in the end, this is going to great residential and commercial development for our community. So thank you for putting your investment and your time into Corpus Christi. And of course, we hope that Del Mar does their part. And then what's the timeline, Roberto, or?
They meet the second Tuesday.
I'm sorry, I meant long term as far as the project itself.
Roberto, I'll let you speak to when you want to start turning dirt.
Yes, well, I really greatly appreciate the support from all of you commissioners and judge. Thank you very much. We're very excited and we're eager and ready to get going. We expect the TERS to be done inside of about 5 weeks. We have to get Del Mar on board, which is about 1,000-page form for some reason. And so we've got Travis working on that diligently, and then just to set the terms with the city. And then we're off to the races. So we're pushing.
And then just the last question I have for the group, and is really more from the county attorney. I'm assuming that you've had the chance to review and that you believe all the paperwork is in order so that we could make the motion today. Yes. Okay, and then in that case, I'll
Judge, if I could,
entertain.
I'd like to thank the county attorney's
ahead.
office.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank the county attorney's office, working closely with Amy and the city attorney's office. I know they've had several discussions. We've been on these long email chains, and I appreciate Ms. Jimenez and her team making this happen.
Thank you. Thank you for saying so.
Can you make
Commissioner,
another motion or what?
we're waiting for you.
So move again.
Okay, and then I heard the second. And so all those in favor of approving the interlocal agreement with the City of Corpus Christi for the tax increment reinvestment zone number 5, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same
Aye.
sign. Okay.
So late.
There's like a 3
Sorry, I
second.
guess I'm delayed, my bad.
There's a 3-second delay, but that's okay.
You need to start early,
We're
Brett.
feeling the love there, so thank you.
Okay.
Well, we hope that, yes, that's the second part. We have to appoint a board member. And
Can we make the
Number
motion?
4,
Move
Board of
appointment of the
Directors.
county judge and Commissioner Gonzalez. Can we do that?
Second.
You can only do one.
I can only
Oh,
do
do it on-
one,
Right,
but I think
Yes,
Roberto's
one.
committed to at least considering a commissioner.
yes.
Yes, that's right.
You have it on
Absolutely.
record.
And so I'll
How about we just make the motion anyway and, he can just get it done. How about that? Let's get them both on there. No?
I like
Okay.
that, Brent. Yeah.
Roberto, we're
I second the
before
motion.
lunch, we were on sedatives. After lunch, we're very animated. You should have come before.
It was the barbecue sandwiches.
It was the barbecue sauce. So I think the correct way to do it is that we will make the motion, and it'll be to approve myself as the appointee, and we would encourage and recommend that you do Commissioner Joe A. Gonzalez, but we cannot force you to do it.
No, but you have my word. He will if he's willing.
Your word is good.
I'm there.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
good enough. That's good enough. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Great.
I've got a motion and a second. I'm not sure where it came from, Kara, but it's there. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Aye.
great.
Thank you, Roberto.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you.
We look
Thank you,
forward.
commissioners. Thank you, Judge, so very much.
Can't wait to see all the renderings. I have this dream that when you walk in the courthouse, all the projects of the future are going to be downstairs, either on the walls or easels or something. And I'm just looking for this because I cannot tell you how many people, even during COVID, come through our courthouse.
Oh, yeah.
And I love when people stop and look. And if you'll give them something to look at, they'll do it. And then they'll take that back. And so I'm going to kind of encourage that. We have more fabulous projects happening. And if you want to know why it needs to be promoted, because hope is what we need right now. We need people to see the optimism of our county's resiliency after COVID. And this is one of the things that you can do for us. It will bring a lot of hope, not only to the employees that are here every day, but people who come to our courthouse will say, wow, that's a project in my community. That makes me proud.
Good idea. Good idea.
So maybe a beautiful rendering whenever
got it.
whenever it's time. No rush.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you, Judge.
All
Thank you,
right,
Commissioners.
thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
The next item, and I
job.
am mindful that we have, Carolyn, you kind of give me, I know you have.
4:30 I have
Okay,
to
I'm working. I think we're doing actually quite well here. This one is on Halo Flight, Large Business Package Agreement. And you'll recall this was presented to us by Jane Haas sometime back. And this is part of our employee benefit plan. This, I suppose, is the actual agreement come forth? Is that correct, Tyner?
Ju-
Yes,
Judge, I'd make a motion for passage on this. This is a great
Second.
additive for our employees. This is a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Second.
Hey, and I don't mean to sound like we got a crystal ball, but don't we look pretty smart with telehealth and now this one during a pandemic? I mean,
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, Judge.
yeah, all those in favor signify by saying
More
aye.
than none.
Aye.
Aye.
We should have just asked Dale, the funding source. I think it was $15,000. And we're good on the
it's
funding
around
source.
20,000.
20,000, forgive me, and we're fine on our funding source, given that we're worrying about dollars today. Thank you. Number 15 is discuss and consider the approval of a capital improvement program projects through energy performance contract with ABM through Allied State Purchasing Cooperative Contract 187302 contingent upon acceptable financing.
And Judge, we're very, very close on that one, but not quite there.
I understand that what we're waiting on is the energy savings performance contract piece to be attached to
That's correct.
the,
And the
RF
lawyers have been back and forth, and we're very, very close, and I hope it's September 23rd when we get that all together.
Okay, the only thing I have for your consideration today, Commissioners, is that due to the fact that Commissioner Gonzalez mentioned today, and I'm going to ask him to confirm on the record that the parking lots will be addressed by IRT, I think it would be smart for us to remove the parking lots from the ABM because they're going to be addressed by the Innovative Readiness Training. I don't know if you were here when he said that, but basically, we could save quite a bit of money. I think the parking lots, and I hate to put you on the spot, Joel or Mike, but would it be fair to say that the parking lots are about $4 million? About three. About three, fair enough. So $3 million less will help this court tremendously. And so I feel like it would be only right to tell you now that if we're going to pull those parking lots out, then
I
Then we
think
should-
all in fairness, I think this.
'Cause you can add 'em back.
Yesterday, they said that their plan was to do first priority was the parking lot. I don't know if it's the whole parking lot.
I understand.
But I need to really go
Back.
back and say, find out, look, how much of the parking lot are you doing?
I understand.
You know, but.
I
but
still-
they've
So,
committed- But they're committed to.
Yeah, I still think if we remove the parking lots, remember, Commissioners, we did the four core projects, But if we remove the parking lots, we can always add them back in if we, A, needed to, or B, had extra dollars. But I think that it would be smart, since we know we have a real solid lead on the parking lots.
And they're gonna do some roads also.
And Michael's gonna wanna know that, because that's gonna affect how he goes out for this procurement.
I'm good with that.
Joel, do you wanna, I see you say.
Yes, ma'am, no, that's not gonna be a problem. We can get with Michael, we can get with Belinda, because we've been working with her very closely, and just revamp the contract to reflect that.
It's a big savings.
Excuse me?
It's a big savings.
Yes, it is. Tremendous. And we can have that back to you, Tyner and Belinda, end of the week, because it's just a matter of taking that, jettison all the parking lots out of the fairgrounds, and then just on the scope side. The Ts and Cs stay the same, Lada, so that should be very, very simple.
And just to remind the court, and we're always having new members of the audience both listen and participate, we definitely have identified the core projects the last go-round. We identified the jail, we identified the juvenile, and we identified the annex. And then the fourth was the fairgrounds.
That's correct.
And so I think it's just important that you guys hear from us, what is the actual scope
Right.
here? And Commissioner, is that, we're talking about the fairgrounds, they're in your precinct. Do you concur? Do you believe that that's a good idea to remove the fairgrounds? Remove the parking lots, given what you know?
Yeah, I mean, if we can save money or put it in another area, then I'm all for that. I think the IRT, they're gonna come through and be able to build it quality and do it within the same time frame, basically, that we're already looking at, so.
June.
And Edward?
Is it possible to modify basically what the IRT is gonna come in and do is repave some of the parking lot. What their proposal was around the building itself to enhance and to add resiliency, because that's where most of the damage is to add a concrete pad that's about 6 inches thick all the way around the facility itself. So when we bring in trucks, or we bring in personnel, or we bring out buses full of people, that's where they're going to be at. So if I could ask that, if it be modified a bit for that portion of it, not the rest of the parking lot, but just that area around the building be included?
I would concur with that, given the stock show's needs when they're bringing in animals and the major trailers. That's where I see the big damage. I actually see we've really, it's taken a toll, and it does it all the time. I'm sure it does it for other types of projects as well, but that's when I really noticed it. Well, obviously, I'm looking for some direction here, but I'm certainly thinking that's a reasonable request.
I think so too.
From our perspective, we're happy to do that, and one of the things Mike just mentioned, it's not impacting any savings, so it's gonna be beneficial.
Right,
to the cash
that's,
flow.
because it's not an energy savings to put parking lots down. Although if you can think of one, that would be fascinating.
Long-term.
It's not, as they say, no sweat off your back and just savings for us.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Is that what you need?
Well, so we're still waiting. Well, I think it's good actually to do a motion to redefine the
motion to
scope, to give direction to the county attorney. But we won't be approving anything until you bring it back on the 23rd. So I think the motion, Commissioner, if you'd make it, is to give the direction of the county attorney to pull that out, but to leave that 6-inch
Yep, we
concrete
know exactly what-
circumference.
Motion to do just that.
All righty. I like that.
Second.
I like that. Motion and second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign.
You want to table it too, Judge, till the next
That-
meeting?
I sure would like that motion. That'd be great. Can I use that
Motion
as
to
a?
table to the
And I'll
23rd?
take a second on the 23rd for everything else.
Yes, ma'am.
And Commissioners, I would ask that while I'm sure Joel appreciates us tailoring this, at some point he's going to want us to finish. And so if you would please look it over one more time with a fine tooth comb. Next time will be your last time to be tailoring. But as they say, all's well that ends, right, Joel?
We look forward to that, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right. Okay, thank you. That's number 13. Number 14 is discuss, it's actually the one that's going to be, sorry, 16 we already tabled. Didn't we table 16 early this morning?
Yes, we did.
Oh, I didn't vote for 15 is what you're saying on the table. Thank you.
Oh,
Yes, signify by saying aye, please, on the table for 15.
aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you. 16, we've taken care of. 17, I'm not sure, Dale, is there anything to consider here?
Out of the overtime for 3 employees for COVID-19, nothing for Hurricane Hannah, so the total cost of overtime for COVID-19 is around $1,200.
$1,200, okay. And so,
Motion to approve.
okay, we've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose
Aye.
same sign. Okay, and then here's the one that I was, Ann, I was going to direct your attention to, and on the phone today, we've got Maria Bedia and Tidal Basin. And take it away, Maria, you've got exciting things to say.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am, perfectly.
Okay, let's do some housekeeping before I get into it. So we're all very familiar with the Community Development Block Grant mitigation. I know I've had kind of just individual conversations with everybody, but we wanted to update the court on all of the projects now that they are all identified on what we will be submitting. Just a reminder, these funds are made available through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. They allocated to Texas a little under $4.3 billion. From that amount, there's several competitions that they have identified, and those 3 competitions are the 2015 floods, the 2016 floods, and the Hurricane Harvey competition. For all of these competitions, at least 50% of the funds must be designated to counties and jurisdictions that have been identified as a most impacted and distressed county. The eligible applicants are counties, cities, Indian tribes, and council of governments within these designated counties. And then there is a low to moderate income requirement for some of these funds, so just keep that in mind. So for the 2015 flooding competitions, the county is allowed to submit up to 2 applications. The minimum amount would be $3 million, the maximum amount $10 million for a 4-year project. We have identified 2 projects for this competition, and the first is, well, they're very related but different. So the first is rural drainage improvements in the areas of Tierra Grande, Bluebonnet, and the city of Robstown. So the city of Robstown, just to explain, they have 3 projects that they wanted to put forth for this competition, but all 3 of those projects are under that $3 million minimum threshold. So they reached out and asked if Nueces County would be willing to partner with them in submitting their projects. And I did talk to Commissioner Modis, I did follow up with Judge Canales, and they were in support of that. Those 3 areas combined, we're looking at an application of about $9.1 million, and that would include grant administration services, which is allowed by the CDBG MIT program, as well as engineering costs. The second project is the Petrania drainage improvements in the FM 665 and County Road 67 area. That estimated cost is $5.6 million. The great thing about these 2 projects is that a lot of the engineering work has already actually been done by JJ with ICE, and that gives us a great background, great justification for these applications moving forward. So that's the 2015 flooding competitions and the 2 applications that we want to put forth for that one. We are not an eligible applicant for the 2016 competition, so I won't even get into that. Clayburgh County is a eligible applicant. Not really sure what projects they'll be putting forward, but again, we're not in competition with Clayburgh County for that one. Now for Hurricane Harvey, this is the biggest competition for the CDBG MIT fund. The counties within our area that we will be competing against is Aransas County, Refugio, San Patricio, Jim Wells, and Clayburgh. This particular competition is also open to port and river authorities, municipal utility districts, water control and improvement districts, drainage districts. So there's a lot more competition, but there's also a lot more money. So this one is a minimum of $3 million. but we can apply for up to $100 million. The project timeline is about 10 years, we cannot exceed 10 years. We can submit for this competition a total of 6 applications, 3 as a lone applicant and 3 as a joint applicant with other surrounding entities. So for this competition, as the lone applicant, we've identified 3 projects. One, and the judge alluded to it earlier, was the digitization of historical records. Again, this is perfect because I know a lot of work has already been done, as you know, Ann Lorenzen mentioned earlier, and I know the county clerk's office in Cara Sands have been working on their portion of it as well. You know, again, $3 million to $100 million. It's a great fit for this particular program. I did have a conversation with Scott Cross on some needs for coastal parks. And he came up with 2 great ideas. One is the Padre Bayou Park mitigation through elevation. As you know, when we had Hurricane Harvey, the I.B. McGee lift station was underwater. So looking at Padre Bayou Park, and now, you know, obviously, you know, a lot of focus has been on Bob Hall Pier, but there's a lift station there as well. So he's talking about elevating the lift station as well as some of the bathrooms and the other park amenities out there to mitigate against coastal flooding. The other project, and it already kind of has some background work done on it too, is the Packery Channel Nature Park Habitat Restoration Phase 2. This is actually another great project because it's already identified by the GLO as a Tier 1 coastal resiliency project. It's creating a living shoreline out at Packery Channel. Again, it's just one of those kind of shovel-ready almost type of projects that fit well into this competition. So for our joint application,
Maria,
we are looking at...
Maria, just there's so many. Give me just a moment to pause just for a second because I asked the district clerk to stay with us. And so I just wanted to double check because you and I I was confused as to what the max is. I always thought in those individuals, the max was 10 million, but now we've learned it's 100 million. Is that correct? That's what I heard you say?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, because this one is under the Hurricane Harvey competition, which has the maximum amount of 100 million.
In the digitization, in that one?
Yes.
In that individual?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I just wanted to say that my purpose in kind of having you stay is that, so we have all of these grants, and there's 9 of them, and they're all due at the same time. Now, we've been working on them for quite a while. However, I'm not going to tell you we don't need your help. What would really be great, just like those 2015 floods are really kind of this side of the room and this side of the room, and the coastal ones are Brent's, wherever there's a nexus, whether it's an elected, I'm going to suggest that you really help Maria bring every bit of backup documentation to her now. She has, and she'll introduce them, she's got people that are helping on this, that are specialists in this field, but there's nothing like your knowledge. And so this pre-application process is very, very important. And again, I thought we were going to be limited to 10 million. I want to also say, I don't want to go too big for our bridges because then they'll just say no. But I think that something like 10 million even for each of your offices would be phenomenal, okay? And I don't think it's out of the realm because what we're talking about is we happen to live on the Gulf Coast. Our records need to be protected. This is how you protect records. I think it's a great, and remember, only 23 counties can compete, and I don't think a lot of people, here I'm going to give it away, are really watching us from other counties, and so they're not going to think about digitization, right? It's very novel, it's very innovative, and we have the heads up that CoFile's already done all the work for us. So if you guys will take an interest in this in the next 30 days, it could be the difference between you having literally everything you've always wanted and this court getting it paid for with these funds. So it's a really big deal, and Maria can show you what she's got so far, but it would be very helpful to her when she's got 9. And these aren't her COVID grants yet. I mean, we've got her working round the clock. So any way that you guys could help on this would be terrific. And We have nothing to lose, only stuff to gain, only dollars to gain. And the same thing goes with the Petronila and the Blue Bonnet. But I'm going to suggest that a lot of that work's already been done. But getting letters of support is huge. Maria can get you the template, and you can start working right now on your letters of support, because that takes so much time. And if you will make those pre-phone calls for her and get it set up where she can just send those letters to the city of Robstown, to the drainage districts, to the, ESDs, to anybody that would have a nexus for a letter of support, it's going to make a big difference for her. Same thing with Brent.
And I was going to say, Maria, if you need some for that project that Scott's talking about, then just let me know, because we can get those knocked out for you real quick. You just need to give me the format, and I'll be happy to get those working, because that's a great suggestion by Scott.
They're both great. And don't forget the non-traditional ones like ISAC or Padre Island Business Association. Let Maria choose what she puts in, right?
Yeah, those are my traditional ones.
Right,
Yeah,
go ahead
absolutely. Port A ISD. Everybody.
Right,
I'll just
coastal
start knocking them
parks.
out, so just let me know.
But what we've learned is that if you don't plan ahead, it doesn't get properly placed on the agendas timely enough, and therefore it takes too long. So I just want you to know that now is the time. Do not wait. Start next week for those of you that need these letters of support, because they've got to get on agendas, they've got to get resolutions, and we don't need Maria messing with that the last 7 days. We need to be editing the last week. So I'm sorry, Maria, but that gets us through 5 of your projects. Go ahead.
Yes. So were there any other questions on the ones I've mentioned so far before we get into the joint project? No. Okay. So the first joint project, it will be led by Aransas County. And that is their fiber optic loop communications infrastructure project. After Hurricane Harvey, their communications were down all throughout the county. So they're looking to put in fiber optic line, not only through Aransas County, but it's going to loop through Nueces County, San Patricio County, Refugio, and even as far as Victoria. So they are looking to partner with all of the counties. We did have a conversation yesterday. They're actually having a planning meeting right now. Peter Collins with the city of Corpus Christi, their information technology director, is on that call right now to try to gather some more information on how Nueces County, it's more city of Corpus Christi, but how Nueces County will be impacted by this project. I know they said the benefit is redundancy, eliminating redundancy, and then also just improved communications even for our residents with fiber optic lines being put in the ground. So that is our first joint project. Again, that will be led by Aransas County, but since we will be we're going to be entering into a memorandum of understanding with Aransas County, that will count toward one of our joint projects. The next project is the North Beach Canal. We have had a conversation with the city of Corpus Christi's TERS number 4, and they are in support of Nueces County pushing forward this project. This is another great project because a lot of work has already been done on this. I know the county even spent some money for coastal, I believe it was called Coastal Environments. I forgot what the company was called, to do the wetlands delineation and do some of the surveying work out at North Beach. There's also, the city of Corpus Christi has put in extensive work. So it's another one of those projects that are just almost quite shovel ready and just kind of ready to be put forward. The final project, and this is the one the judge is most excited about, and it is an exciting project, is Living Breakwaters. They did a project like this in New York State after Superstorm Sandy, and we're looking at Living Breakwaters at North Beach, Port Aransas, Rockport, and Ingleside by the Bay, and possibly Indian Point out in San Patricio County and Portland, the city of Portland. So this is exciting, and this kind of leads me into tidal basin. So if you remember just earlier, a couple of weeks ago in court, we contracted with a company called Tidal Basin Government Consulting, and they are experts in what they do. Don Force, who I know is on this call, he is a former employee of the General Land Office. Bailey I'm sorry, I'm not going to pronounce her last name right, Bailey, but she is an expert in CDBG programs. She actually worked in New York State with the Superstorm Sandy project. So with that, I'll introduce Tidal Basin and kind of and they can explain what their role in all of these projects are. We're really hitting the ground running. We're doing weekly calls with Bailey. And we do have a timeline moving forward that we'll explain kind of at the end. So with that, I'll turn it over to either Bailey or Don, whoever wants to kind of introduce themselves to the court, since they hadn't, formally introduced themselves just yet.
Let us unmute them.
Howdy. I'll go first, and I'll be really, really quick because Bailey is the person you really want to talk to. My name's Don Force with Tidal Basin. I've been with Tidal Basin for about 2 years. Prior to that, I was 4 years as the Government Affairs and Policy Director for Commissioner Bush at the General Land Office, and about 12 years at the legislature before then. Tidal Basin is a full-service grant management company dealing with disaster preparedness and response, specializing in FEMA public assistance grants and HUD community development block grants for disaster recovery and mitigation, now the new funding stream through housing and urban development. Our portfolio in that particular exercise is very broad. Maria talked about the work we've done in New York following Superstorm Sandy. We've done significant work following all of the major hurricanes and some of the other natural disasters that have received CDBG funds. I've had a great opportunity to work with some of y'all, including Judge Canales when she was with the court. I know Commissioner Chesney served on several of the committees when I was at the General Land Office. Got a great working relationship with y'all's legislative delegation. And I know I speak for the entire company and our executives when I say that we are very, very excited to be working with Nueces County. So that's a little bit of background with myself and the company. And now I will give it to the smart person, Bailey, who can talk about some of the specific stuff as far as these projects go.
And Don, before we hand it over to Bailey, today's, at least the first part of the day was all about money and budgets. Will you remind the court that this part is good for us in the sense of you guys really do get paid when we're given the grants for help the administration of those grants, just like we had a company to help us with CDBG DR. Do you mind just kind of give a little quickie on that one?
Sure.
On the money part?
The part of the grant, the housing and urban development, they allow up to 5% of the total grant amount to pay for administrative costs. And then the secondary of that is the General Land Office and their administration. I believe that Bailey can correct me if I believe it's up to 10% for project delivery. So all of that, the activities for the preparation and all of those things, the administration of this grant and the execution of the project is actually paid for out of the grant itself. Judge, does that answer your question? Or
that's what I want. That's the good part. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Just because, people are concerned. I mean, I know that we need your expertise, but I know that it's even better when the grant allows for you to be paid. And that's just really important since we're on Zoom and people don't get to appreciate what's happening in court. And so we want to make sure that they get the full breadth of the explanation. Thank you, Don.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Bailey.
Hi, Judge. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for having us join today. As Don has mentioned, we are super excited to be working with the county. All of the projects are really exciting and great for MIT funding, and we're really appreciative that we get to help you guys with this.
Oh, it's warm.
I feel like Maria kind of covered everything that I would mention. But I guess a little bit of background for you guys on me.
Where'd this come from? Fans?
I've been for about a year now as a project manager in the disaster recovery realm, focused on
looks like it just popped over.
Recovery. Prior to that, I did work for New York City for 5 years on their Hurricane Sandy recovery program. Oversaw all aspects of that. That was an incredible learning curve, but I'm originally from South Louisiana, so coastal wetlands, estuary issues are home to me and definitely bread and butter. So again, the projects you're proposing are really exciting. So yeah, happy to take any questions, but that's just a little bit of background for you guys. And thank you, Maria, for handling everything.
Yeah, Maria did a great job, and she's been doing this. We've been the educators. Maria's been the PhD of the month around here. She gave an incredible presentation to the city of Corpus Christi, and because of that, Bailey, they are now on board with one of our joint projects, and possibly two. We haven't gotten that written confirmation, but Maria, I think that was a pretty good meeting, and it's going to be really important to get other major political jurisdictions signed on with us. And I know she's going to go do the same thing with the port, is kind of give them everything. But today, commissioners, you're going to get a chance to, when Maria's ready, just like we do for all our grants, she's going to come to this court and she's going to say, I'm asking for your approval, court, to submit these grants. But what we do not want to happen is for you not to have an awareness of what we've identified by using department heads, by using our hazard mitigation plan, by using the coastal management plan, and by talking to each of you. But if we have missed the mark, this is not forever hold your peace. There'll be time. But today is a day for us to say, these are our lists of grants. Is there anything that, we need to know that wouldn't be good for submission? And or please get involved, because now is the time. We have this very good window in the next 45 days before I really want to start editing, and 60 days before submittal. And this is when it gets fun, because being competitive has its advantages, and this is one of them. I love being the A student, and this is where Bailey gets to show you how smart she is, because she's done this before. And we really want to put together the best project, because we believe that when we put forth our best effort, the coast really needs a little help, and that's what these funds are for. But commissioners, you'll get your chance to finally approve it, but is there anything that you think with the listing of projects that Maria should know about? Or do you believe that you can, there's no motion needed, but can you at least give us some feedback that you like these she didn't mention the 9th grant. The 9th grant's a survey grant. It comes from a different bucket of money. And earlier today, we approved Deidre Williams' contract, and it would be a part of that, if you will. It would be a way to be able to have coastal studies done in a way that the surveys are supported by some of these dollars. Is there anything that we've done here that you think could use better attention, or do you like what you see so far, commissioners? Are you all good? Okay. I think they're going to be great. Now, if there is an opportunity in the very near future, what I would suggest is each of you have major projects in your precinct, but they're all relevant to Nueces County. So although I want you to work on your precinct, I want you to get excited about what your county has on the platform here. So why don't you just reach out to Maria and see how you can be helpful? And same thing, Bailey, tell us how to do how we can help bolster these applications. There's certain things that political folks and electeds are good at, and one of them is going to other entities. Like, for example, we need to go talk to San Patricio's county judge. We need to go talk to the mayor of Portland about including Indian Point, let's say. There's some things that we need to do still, but I'm just hopeful that Commissioner Chesney, we're going to need to get on Port Aransas's city council. They're going to want to know about the breakwater in Port A, and we hope that they would join us. They don't have to, but they can join in this project. They literally, like a joinder, not a letter of support, but even stronger, they could join. So I don't know what you think about that, but and then
I'll be happy to connect whoever needs to be connected.
okay, that's great. And like I said, time is of the essence. So next week we need to make our calls and go ahead and get on these agendas. Okay, well, Bailey, it's time to get to work.
Hey.
We're doing good.
Judge, this is Scott. I'm sorry. I was
Hey,
on the
Scott.
phone with Crowder Golf, so I had to stop off.
Go ahead,
Maria,
yeah.
I didn't hear everything. So
Weigh
whatever
in.
you need to do to circle back around to me, I'm ready to go.
That's great. And Scott.
Will, actually, I'm going to get you in touch with Bailey. So you see Bailey there on the screen. You and her are going to be good friends, Scott. So, Judge, I just want to add that, and I'm grateful for Scott's help. I mean, he's been willing to do whatever it takes to get these projects done. So the timeline moving forward, so time is of the essence. So these applications are not due until October 28th, but we do have to release the substantially complete application for public comment for 14 days. So moving forward, we are hoping to have the application substantially complete by September 28th. And then just, for good measure, have a public hearing during the Commissioners Court meeting on October 7th with final Commissioners Court approval for the applications on October 21st, well in advance of the October 28th date. So that's what we're looking at moving forward. So the sooner I can get information from the district clerk, the county clerk, whatever they have, I mean, it doesn't have to be organized. Just shoot it my way. That's our job, and we'll filter through everything. So thank you.
Thanks, Maria. I think it's great. Also, Scott, we do need Maria. We need to get Deidre with Bailey. She's waiting for that connection. Deidre is waiting to make this connection. If you could do that for me, that would help.
Yeah, I was going to do that because Bailey, that we have a great benefit here, and that is I've got a whole team over at Conrad Blucher Institute who can help us put these narratives together. So it reduces a lot of heavy lifting when you try to write these things, that they're very competitive, and I've been down that road several times. So I'm really going to want to lean on them for the survey, the work stuff that we have in there on these different funding sources. But when it comes to doing these narratives and, massaging them and the buzzwords from an environmental perspective, I can be a real big asset to you.
Great. I'm looking forward to working with you guys. And Maria already planned to set up a meeting for us. So I think we'll be in touch soon.
Super. That's great. Okay, guys. Well, then we're going to take this as a move forward. And the next time you'll see these grants is when they come up for court to send them on up to the General Land Office. Okay, guys. Thank you, Tidal Basin, Don Bailey, and the whole team. And next.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you. Next, we have Public Works.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Juan is here to talk about Bob Hall Pier and in specific Jacobs Engineering. Go ahead.
Yes, Judge, Commissioners, we're here to recommend the supplemental agreement between, number one, between Nueces County and Jacobs Engineering for the additional inspection work for Bob Hall Pier related to the Hurricane Hannah damages. What does include, it includes to do some additional to do some cores on the concrete and to do an analysis on the existing rebar, and also to do some other additional forensic inspections that need to be done for the Bob Hall Pier.
And Juan, I think the cores have already been done. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
This is just the formality, but
It's
on
a
the
formality.
second part, it starts tomorrow. Is that correct?
That is correct, Judge.
Okay. And then Dale, for the funding source for this is going to be coded to Hurricane Hannah? 0104. Is that right?
Yes,
Juan?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I've got an update on that.
Please.
If you want, I just got off the phone with Crowder Golf and Haggerty.
Let's do it. Tell us.
So they're going to work in conjunction with Jacobs to move these in tandem. They're estimating about 10 days to get all these concrete panels moved. And they think that they can do it in a way to where we only have to use Tetra Tech for 1 day. So it'll save us a lot of money on our debris monitoring.
Man, I'm loving that.
And so one of the questions that came up today related to all this and everything that Jacobs is going to be doing is before we pull the trigger on actually doing the debris removal, because we were talking about this unit pricing with them today, we found a way for them to go back and formulate that so that we're bulletproof with FEMA, but we thought it might be best that we wait on pulling the trigger on debris removal until we get the engineer's assessment back, and we're still going to be within that window of 30 days. So we're okay with that, with halting any execution with debris removal for the pier for 10 days.
Okay, that's great, Scott. I mean, that's the kind of information that's accurate and informative, and I mean, we're really doing great work. On the marine debris removal, I guess we might have you come back to court on the 23rd. That's a whole nother ball of wax, but I had just sent you an email a little while ago, you probably hadn't even seen it, that just said, hey, we need to try to get, I know it's a very hard type of work, but if we get lucky and get a couple of bids, boy, that would be fantastic, because I feel like.
When you say delay for 10 days, what debris are we delaying for 10 days?
The debris that's out in the water, if the pier ends up having to be, if the has to be demobilized or taken down, then we would save a tremendous amount of money on marine debris removal if it's done in conjunction with the pier. If we go that way, that debris out there is not going anywhere.
And, and that was my question: is if that's the case, then why would we do it ahead of time? And as long as the GLO, or I guess it wouldn't be the GLO, or would it be that would be worrying about that? I mean, as long as they're okay with it, or whoever's regulating that, because it makes no sense that if, as you said, we don't know if it needs to be torn down, or really if any part of it needs to be taken apart or partially deconstructed, or whatever the case may be, we're going to be out there doing that anyway. So it would make sense to be able to hold off on that debris, in the water. But I want to make sure we're clear on that. We're talking about the debris in the water, not the debris on the land. That will continue to be picked up as per the contract.
That's correct.
Correct. The land debris removal is being done underneath the GLO's prepositioned debris contract that also has Crowder. That's progressing very well. And Crowder is also, when they remove these panels, and they're going to be taking pictures and giving us status report updates on their progress that we can also use. And Haggerty also recommended that.
And where are we, since we're on debris, if you don't mind, where do you think we are as far as on the beach part of it, so that we can keep people informed on when that will be ready to be reopened or reaccessed?
Okay, the beach has been completely cleaned and cleared. We're working on the parking lot and getting all the asphalt and base material up. And they think that they'll be done with that in estimating in roughly about 2.5 weeks.
That'd be good. We'll keep that information out there too, Judge. I know people are always asking you as well, so I just want to make sure we got that information out as we can.
No, and we've done a great job. I mean, they've done a great job cleaning everything else. And I do want to make a comment, because both Scott and I were pretty upset about it, and it's something I don't want to deal with this moment, but I want to bring an awareness to the fact that yesterday we were made aware that there was a tree trimming service that was burning brush on the beach after we had done all that great work in cleaning. And it's because there's a little bit of a semantics loophole, if you will, about what is permitted and what is not permitted. And we just need to be a little bit more thoughtful about that. I mean, bonfires and logs are fine, and burning brush is not appropriate out there. And so I just want you to know that our partners at the GLO flagged that for Scott, and Scott flagged it for me. And, our beach is clean right now, and that's in great part thanks to a lot of people, to be honest with you, including our 4-H from Clayburgh and Nueces. But the GLO's done a great job, but we need a little bit more time at the main, what we're calling the main debris, which is heavy debris, which is those large chunks of asphalt.
And I think that's important to note, that the debris part of it doesn't take a lot of time per se. It's those big, large chunks of asphalt and all that goes with that, because of the heavy machinery that's involved and so forth. So that's, again, just trying to get the information out there, and I'll continue to do the best I can with it as well, because I think that's important to note. And so 2.5 more weeks should take care of it, which will be about the amount of time we projected, maybe even a little less than the 30 days from when they started. Not as fast as we would have liked them to start, but hey, once they got started, they're getting after it, and I appreciate that information. Thank you very much.
And that's all weather dependent, right? We're at the mercy of Mother Nature right now. Thank you,
And
Scott.
also, Judge, one thing I need to get you is I asked Renee at the GLO, you know, their contract with Crowder is based on yardage of stuff removed from the parking lot and the base material. So I told them, I said, even though that they're burdening that cost for reimbursement, we still need that number for our overall submittal to Tatum. That number is going to be huge, and so we need to capture that number. So I'm on top of that.
Yes, that's correct. Right, and any number that people quoted in any other papers is nothing more than a damage assessment guesstimation that we're required to do. So people should listen to what we say and not interpret, because the interpretation can lead to disappointment. Our position has been that Jacobs will deliver a final report when they have all the diagnostic assessments complete. And that's where we are right now, and as soon as we get it, we're gonna send it to everybody so that they know what to expect. So I think that's a good assessment, and so I know that we had, did we get a motion on Jacobs since we started this discussion? I don't think so.
Judge, we have prepared an amendment, but I don't see it on backup. I don't know.
You don't see it? Okay. But there's Tyner giving it to us. Okay,
The clerk has it.
okay, the clerk has it. And so, Commissioner, did you make the motion, or will you make the motion, please?
Yeah, I would, Judge, the only question I had was, and I didn't see it in here and I may have missed it, was, I know what the funding source was. Do we have an amount, or is this one of those ones we can't?
We do have it. Are you
Do-
ready for it? It's 237,955, $237,955.
Okay, all right. Yeah, then that's the motion. Yes, I'll make it.
Okay, and can I get a second? A second. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and Laura, does it look like it's in good order now for you for the supplemental agreement number 1? Okay, super duper. Now, I'm going to turn to the purchasing portion of our agenda. There's 3 items, and the first is the food management program for Nueces County Jails. And there was a committee meeting held multiple days to assist with scheduling and also to get more information. And the sheriff was a part of it, so he concurs with this recommendation. And Michael can tell you more. Just give him a moment.
Okay, and then, so this is for the food management program for Nueces County Jails. And Commissioner Chesney, since you're not here, I sent you an email just now. So if you'll check your email, you should have what I just passed out to the rest of the group.
Thank you.
Yes. So we received multiple offers on, or proposals on the food management program. And the committee actually had a couple of meetings on this to review the results. And what we found in looking at the 3 bids was that Aramark Correctional Services LLC provided the lowest and best bid on this project. And you'll see in that first section, it's got the cost per meal there. And then extrapolated out, the numbers to the right are the cost based on the number of meals, how that goes out. And that proposal is actually $547.20 less than what we currently pay right now. So that does a good job of keeping the expenses flat for the sheriff's office. We also had some good conversation about the sheriff being comfortable with this. When we looked at this in comparison to the other proposers, you can see the cost difference there is substantial. When you're looking out at the cost per year compared to the other proposers, we're about $1 million less than the next competitor and $2 million less than the other competitors. So we're going to recommend award to Aramark Correctional Services LLC, which is the county's current provider.
Okay, and
So moved.
I've got a motion and.
Wait a minute.
I gotta go
we-
ahead and have a few questions.
I'll
I'll
second
do
it
the
for
second
discussion.
and go ahead, Commissioner Vaughn.
Okay, so this is the cheapest one, and y'all are pleased with them?
Yes,
Completely.
we spoke to Sheriff. I don't know if he's on the call or not, but when we met with him, he felt confident that when working with some of the issues we had in the kitchen itself with repairs that are needed, they're currently working on a project with Juan in Public Works to get that scoped out and up to repairs status. And he believes that the management team there is adequate to continue to carry us forward, so that once we get the kitchen repaired, that the day-to-day operations will be fine for him. And
Okay.
we couldn't make a good argument for why we want to spend another $1 million.
No. This is
And we
good.
felt like the money that we save by staying with Aramark is going to allow us to have some of the funds necessary to do that kitchen repair work and still come out ahead for the
Okay.
county.
That's good, thank you.
And I think it's fair to say that we had a good heart-to-heart with, or I didn't, but I think you guys did, had a heart-to-heart, or the sheriff had a heart-to-heart with them and said, look, we do need improvements. And so I think if you were thinking it, you were instinct right, that we do need some improvements and that, but we feel like part of that is getting the kitchen equipment up to snuff. And it wasn't just equipment. There was a lot of, Juan did a lot of work inside that kitchen to make major repairs this last year, fiscal year, and jail
Yeah, if
standards.
y'all recall, you know,
Yes.
we had to take care of the piping underneath the
Yes.
kitchen. That was a project that was done. And according to jail standards, they're under a requirement to have those kitchen repairs completed in a short time frame. I believe it was 6 months. And so Juan is working with, I believe, Spa Glass in getting that area assessed. And so we'll know what the cost is of those repairs, and so we can move forward
Yeah.
with that. And like I said, the sheriff was very, he got a good vibe, I guess, from the management folks when he
Yeah.
reached out to them. And he's taken it upon himself to get personally involved a little bit more with the day-to-day operations of that management team.
Yeah.
To hold them accountable to make those improvements.
I think it's fair to say that the sheriff has challenged them to rise to the occasion, given that they're going to get these new improvements, and that, you know, we certainly want to make certain that we're getting the best value, but we also want to meet the standards that's required. And so
Right.
it's kind of that balancing act, and the sheriff believes that Aramark will meet those challenges. So the committee recommends, is that correct, Michael?
Yes, the committee recommends award to Aramark Correctional Services LLC in the amount of $1.31 per meal, which equates out to $1,901,236 based on the estimated meals.
And just so that we can have a little bit of a comparison, Dale, does this look to be in keeping with our budget? Okay, that's important. Okay, so do I have a motion? I've got a motion to approve, and I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay, so I'm gonna
Okay.
move on with this
Thank
one.
you, Judge. So the next one we had was discuss and award RFP number 3137-20 Medical Services for the Nueces County Jail and Juvenile Justice Center. We've had several meetings of the committee, and we're still actually trying to finish up. We had placed this on the agenda in the hopes that we might be done, but I believe we just have one more meeting really to tie all the loose ends up. So my plan is to bring it back on 9/23 for the award at that time.
Do you want to, that's fine, do you want to address the juvenile at this time, or would you prefer to wait till the 23rd?
I can go ahead and mention.
I think you
but-
might. Well, I don't know.
but I think I
Just
need to-
wait till the
I think I need to wait
23rd.
and do it all then.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
so I'll recommend that we table for today and to bring it back on
on the
9/23.
23rd. And
Motion to table to the 23rd.
okay, and And I'll second. And one of the issues, guys, is that the way we wrote the RFP, there was different ways to bid.
I can address all of
Can-
that when we come back on the
Right,
23rd.
and he's
I'll
gonna
give him a-
show
I'll
you,
give
and
him a
I think
full
that-
explanation.
I think you'll see that the time that we're waiting, and it's not gonna
It's-
hurt us
it's
to
time
wait.
well spent. The team is being very diligent. We're going through, we
Yeah.
had some really good offers, and we wanted to go through them and make sure that we fully understood them and that they understood what we were asking of them. And so we'll come back and
Yeah.
explain that. And we also wanted to have an opportunity, if the court wanted any of those vendors to be present. Since we weren't ready to decide yet, and didn't have enough time either to have them arrive here today to be here present. So we'd like to have that opportunity so that if we have questions of them, that they can be here
Yeah.
to respond.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
not
it's
a,
a good idea. I think it's a good idea to have them here present. If you got any questions?
yeah,
It'd be a great idea.
and I think Michael's doing a very good job really giving you an assessment. And I want to say I'm sorry because yesterday, when he really needed me to sit down with him, I could not do it because of budget. And so this time period, it's not going to hurt the contract as far as needing to get started, but it will give him the opportunity, Michael, to showcase all of the different pricing, because it's not just like one price that he can show you. He needs to show you multiple
Yeah,
levels of
it's-
pricing.
it's
It's
a-
more complex than meets the eye because of the way pharmacy is bid and juveniles bid, and it just, so I'm gonna say a lot of it is my fault because I just could not give the time yesterday. And, but we
Well,
have
it-
met
it's
three
a-
times.
It's very important for the sheriff that we get this right, and the team just wants to make sure we give it the appropriate attention before making that recommendation to the court.
And then just as a reminder, Michael, tell everybody again, this is actually paid for by the hospital district.
Yes, this is funded by the hospital district.
And you might remember that Johnny this morning said, just in case, he's budgeted appropriately. So it's not, we're not messing up his budget at all by doing this.
Correct. Johnny's team participated with us, and they are aware of the range of bids. And so when they prepared their budget, they factored in that range so that they would be adequately funded regardless of which vendor that we chose.
Thank you. I've got a motion, a second. Are there any other discussion or concerns for Michael? And would you want to direct him to have people come on the 23rd?
Sure.
He needs to do that. He needs to extend that because
So, I think it'd be a good
uh,
idea.
they'll need some time to prepare. Okay.
Is it gonna be all four, or just, it's gonna be extended to all the groups?
Probably.
Laura?
Because you've got a committee, you've delegated it to.
Right, so,
to do it.
So do we have the opportunity to select less than all of the bidders to present?
in other words,
Or
if
to be
if the
present?
committee's already put forth two finalists,
Oh, you can have the finalists.
We can have the finalists? Okay.
okay. Okay.
Is that what the committee's done? They've already selected two finalists, or
We did.
is that not what I heard?
That's correct. And we actually, we did that as a committee, and then we actually interviewed them as a committee. And the others were not considered finalists, one based on pricing, and the other one based on other criteria.
Okay, that's fine. So the two of them, okay, we've tabled it, I'm sorry. So we'll move on to the 23rd. Thank you. I'm just making sure I heard that right.
Vote?
Yes. There's no vote.
All those, there's no
Oh,
vote. Well,
well,
yes, for the
there's a vote
table.
for the table.
All those in favor
Yes.
signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign.
Aye, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, the last item is one we've seen a couple times before. It looks like we have everything in order finally for the Daktronics sign.
I'm laughing because, yes, we have seen this before.
This is the emergency notification marquee sign at the R&B Fairgrounds. And we're ready to have the purchase authorized.
Commissioner Modis, you should have the victory here. This is like,
I
is this
wanna ask,
really
are
going to
you sure?
happen?
Yeah, are you sure?
Is Maria still on the call?
No, she dropped off.
I believe we received
No,
word.
I'm still
we
on.
re-
Here she is, here she is.
Yeah, we
Yes,
received-
we got the environmental clearance letter on August 26th, signed by the GLO, so we are good to go.
And I'm just joking, because I know that they had to do a lot of work behind the scenes to get this to happen, and first time the wrong company was listed, and then then after we found out that the environmental needed to be done, and thanks to Maria working on this, because I know that she worked tirelessly for an entire week with the GLO to make this happen and to finally get it back on our agenda, so I appreciate it, and motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, and then the last item on the regular agenda is the auditors approving of the budget change order number 21. And Dale?
Thank you, Your Honor. Change order number 21 for our current fiscal year. There's some large numbers here on some of the accounts on page 1, page 2. IT was short some individuals, and they had to go through the process of doing the latest issuance of computer equipment for our remote learning. So they had to hire a temporary company to come to fill that. So they were able to use some of their salaries regular from the positions that were there to fill that. For 4190, which is our community services, they've served a lot more food to a lot more participants because of COVID, and as well as some of the costs of our foods are higher, so they had to do some additional budgets there. We're able to take some of that cost out of the Robstown Community Center because the repairs weren't there that we expected them to be. On page 2, you'll see some costs for coastal parks of overtime. A lot of this is for Hurricane Hannah as well as COVID. Some of this will be reimbursed. However, the budget is at the point of this where it's at. So that's where the changes are for the other equipment they have. This is the budget change order I have for budget change order number 21 for the fiscal year we're currently in, and I submit this for your approval. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
I'll make the motion and I'll look for the second, but I do have a question. Okay, on the, what do you think about the home meals? If it's COVID based, can we allocate that to COVID-19 expenses?
To identify those that were
Yeah.
really COVID related, and as we are for coastal parks, the expenses in that department, and we'll just reimburse that department for that, however the expense is there.
And Maria, if you're listening on this one, I can see that this would have to be under public health for CARES Act, but this might qualify. Again, we need to throw it to Haggerty and ask the question, but Edward, this is important. I mean, anytime we see this budget change order and we can attribute it to COVID-19, there's going to be dollars there for this. It just has to be the right use. And I don't know, because meals don't just nicely fit into it, but if it's truly their nutrition, which is health, and if they're more than normal, I think it's a good question to ask them.
Well, I think it's twofold. One is the question is, we're doing stuff that we wouldn't have ordinarily have done, both in the delivery and the number of personnel. Usually what happens is the clients come to us, they come to a community center, and we feed them there at the site. Now we're having to package the meals, we're having to redesign the meals in order for us to send them out on the pack. So there's a lot more involved than just the number of meals that are.
Yes, so that personnel is definitely qualifies. I actually know that answer. That one definitely qualifies, but it's the actual meals, I'm not sure, but it could. It could very easily qualify.
For the seniors?
It could easily qualify
The thing
under
is,
CARES
Commissioner, we
Act.
can produce them at a lower rate. Say, for instance, we could produce them at $3, but we have to buy them at $5 because they come prepackaged and shelf stable. So that delta is generally what I would think would be attributable.
$5 not bad.
Well, that's great. Let's work on that. I mean, this is where, the devil's in the details, but I mean, remember, we have dollars we can chase right now, and we want to get all those dollars back. And if it's personnel, it's really great because it's that 75 to 25 ratio. Okay, Edward, very, very good. And Dale, I do have a motion to approve. Was there a second?
I second
You
it.
seconded it, Commissioner? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. We are needing to go into executive session at this time. I'm going to ask everybody to clear the courtroom and allow us to have this brief time, except for the county attorney who needs to stay with us. And for the purposes of the record, I'm giving public notice that we elect to go into executive session during this meeting to discuss matters listed on the agenda because it's authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, and we elect to do so as in accordance with the authority of sections 551, 071, 072, 073, 074, 745, 76, 86, and 87. And we are going to hold this session to consult with our attorney regarding matters not limited to, but possibly to include litigation, real property, gifts, personnel, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development, negotiations, or any other matters that may be discussed in executive session. When we complete executive session, we will come back out in open session, take any appropriate action as is deemed necessary in executive session. And with that, the time is 3:06 PM. I'm going to gavel us out. We're going to go into executive, and we will be back on the record afterwards. Tyner, let's mute the mics, and then let's test to make sure we are completely off the record.
Is Commissioner Chesney going to join us by Zoom?
Does he join us by Zoom? Test, okay. Yeah, if everybody, we're just giving everyone a heads up from, with the clerk that we're ready to go back on the record. We'll wait for them to come in the courtroom, but we are ready. Thank you. We should have told her it was going to be quick. Sorry about that.
Everything is hot, Judge.
Okay, sounds good.
So quiet.
I know. Isn't that the truth? So quiet. I should be signing stuff. Let's see.
Well, you got a book.
I've done all of these.
Maybe like 2 books.
I want to give these to her because I've done them all.
Oh, you still need a stamp, Judge.
Okay, so we are all present and accounted for. We're going to come back on the record, and it's 3:15 PM. Everyone, we just concluded executive session, and we have 2 matters to discuss in open session. The first is considering the claim and refund demand of James Tolan. And do I have a motion at this time?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and the motion, of course, is to, would you mind stating it for the record, to deny the claim? Is that correct?
Any claim?
To deny the claim. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. And then on B, it's discuss and consider the settlement of Bianca Velasquez property damage and subsequent matters. And so do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Is the motion to settle the property damage claim for $192.53 and to seek a release? Is that correct? Is that your motion?
Correct.
Okay, and the motion is seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay, thank you, commissioners. At this time, it's time to adjourn in memory of, and I have some, and I'm going to ask you all to, whether or not any commissioners would like to provide, and I'll start with Commissioner Vaughn.
Mine, I'm going to read something for Gabe Cooley. I don't believe the obituary's out yet, but this is something from the school. Gabe Cooley, the local high school football player, one of several across the coastal bend, would have been gearing up to play tonight. But his life tragically ended Sunday after another man walked into the Cal Island Walmart and stabbed the teenager. Before the game, the team captains carried out the young man's jersey as a symbolic way to say he's still with us. Cornerstone High School joined by carrying a jersey with the number 80 and handing Coach Phil Danaher a commemorative football. Here's what Coach Danaher had to say. He was the kind of kid that I always gave him a hard time. He was one of our kickers, and I'd walk up to him while he was kicking, and I'd tell him, we're playing at AT&T, and we're down by 2 points. You got to make this field goal, and you got 5 seconds to do it. And I counted off 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and he'd miss it and turn around and say every time, you do that to me, Coach. You put pressure on me. I'd say, what do you think is going to happen at AT&T? But no, he was a good kid, and we'd joke about it all the time. New details are unfolding from a police report obtained by 3 News. It shows the suspect, Billy Ferguson, admitted to attacking Cooley at random. On August the 23rd, in the middle of the afternoon, police say Ferguson stabbed Cooley inside the store. Witnesses say Cooley was standing in the middle of one of the aisles when Ferguson approached him, stabbing him multiple times. The teen was rushed to an area hospital where he later died from his injuries. While he has not been formally charged yet, a representative for the Nueces County District's office tells us they believe that will happen soon. Meanwhile, the family, community, and school have been left to mourn the loss of one of their own. Tonight, the Calhoun football team will honor Cooley before their first game of 2020 season. He was a really nice young man. My second one is Kenneth Miller Rand III. Kenneth Miller Rand III, age 53, passed away August the 31st, 2020. He was born on October the 28th, 1966. He served in the United States Air Force from March the 5th, 86 until January the 31st, 1990 as IT specialist. He married his wife Leah on April the 5th, 2014. Ken owned Cloud to Market LLC. He was a loving husband, stepfather, and grandfather. Ken enjoyed participating in sailing boat racing, our little piece of heaven, Port A, and he adored his grandchildren. He will always be remembered for his love, laughter, sense of adventure, devotion to his family, and that amazing smile that lit up any room. A celebration of life will be held on a Port Aransas beach at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mattis. Commissioner Gonzalez? Commissioner Chesney?
Can't hear him.
Oh, we're going to get you off mute.
Commissioner, you're muted.
Sorry. Yes, I quite a few today. I apologize for that, but it's unfortunate. The first one I have is Don Rucker. Don was a longtime resident here in Corpus Christi. His daughter Carol Hammonds and son Don Rucker still live here, and their wife Elaine. The Ruckers lived across the street from me while I was growing up. He was a wonderful man, and he will be missed greatly by his family and many who loved him. Javier Huerta, if not Javier Huerta, his father, Adelano Huerta Rondon, his father passed away recently. Javier says he was the best man he ever knew, and he loved his family with all his heart. So our condolences to Javier. Luis Cervantes, age 90, passed away on August 26, 2020. He was born August 31st, 1929. He leaves behind a large family and was a longtime resident of Corpus Christi as well. And I'm sure, Judge, you may be touching on this one as well, but Danny Tower, who was a great member of our legal community and community here in Nueces County in Corpus Christi. Danny passed away on August 28th, 2020. And he was just a super guy. He fought a disease for many, many years, and he will be missed by this community. A legal legend icon, Justice J. Bonner Dorsey, passed away on August 27th, 2020. Judge Dorsey, or Justice Dorsey, was just, when I was a young man here in Corpus Christi and practicing law, he was just one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, was always pleasant and, just was never into the politics of life. He just really enjoyed life and was a great man and a great legal mind. He will be certainly missed by his family and many as well. Yolanda Alvarez Garza passed away on August 8th, 2020. She was born September 14th, 1942, and she was survived by her 3 sisters, as well as 4 children, and lived here in Corpus Christi for many, many years as well. Idalina Q. Oliveras of Fremont, and she was the mother, I believe, of Larry Oliveras, and she was went to home to her Lord on August 23rd, 2020, and our condolences to the Oliveras family for their loss as well. Herbert C. Arbuckle III. He was known passionately as the professor. Many of you may have, if you saw his picture, if you don't recognize the name, you would have recognized him. Mr. Arbuckle was always around. He died August 15th, 2020, and he was quite a lover of Texas history. He was a school teacher. Joked that he spent 35 years in the 9th grade, and that was kind of how he was. I also had, of course, Gabe Cooley on my list, but Commissioner Vaughn did that one very, very well. And that is all that I have today.
Thank you so much. A lot of sad stories today. And I want to echo that I have two that are also deaths that we mourn. And one is Connie Lario's cousin. And it's with profound sadness that we do announce this passing of Javier Monsivais, Sr. He was 57 years old. He passed away on August 26, 2020. He was born on June 25, 1963, to Anita and Lorenzo Sr. in Laredo, Texas. He moved to New Braunfels in 1993. He had a 33-year career with Union Pacific Railroad. He retired in 2016 and enjoyed fishing, cooking, playing the Texas Lottery, most importantly, spending time with his grandchildren. Javier was an active member of the Acts Ministry and the Holy Name Society at HFCNB. He spread the gospel with such joy no matter who you were or what you believed in. He was a friend to all. He's preceded in his death by parents, his sister, nephew, aunts, and he was dearly loved and will be forever remembered by his wife Hilda and their children Lisette, Christina, and Javier Jr., Alyssa, and Valerie. Those are his beautiful grandchildren. Well, I'm sorry, those were his children. His grandchildren were Emily, Eliana, Arturo, Filiberto, and Annabelle. And anytime we have a member of our own county family who's mourning the loss, we would ask that they would bring them forth so that we can express our condolences. So Connie's in the auditor's office, and we just really want to express our condolences to you, Connie, during this difficult time. And then finally, Dale lost someone very important to him and his family. I believe it was his mother's youngest sister? Yes. Mother's baby sister. Her name was Jean Carol Dorweiler, and she was 79 years old. She passed away peacefully in her sleep, August 28, 2020. She's survived by 4 children, Kevin, Pamela, Lisa, and Kimberly. She was beloved by her children. She had 8 grandchildren and 8 great-grandchildren. She was a loyal public servant to the Brooklyn Center Police Department for 28 years before retiring, and she was a devoted member of the Ladies' Card Club, which met for over 45 years. A dear friend to many and loved by all, we're going to miss her. Rest peacefully. I would say that is a life well lived.
And then Brooklyn's not in New York, it's Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Okay, Brooklyn, Minneapolis. I'm sorry, Brooklyn is a suburb inside Minneapolis, Minnesota. Thank you. And again, our condolences to you, your mom, and your entire family. And always, we extend our condolences to the over 368 people who have passed away from COVID-19. And I haven't gotten anything negative yet on my phone, and I'm really grateful. And it's 3:30, and so I live for these days. I really do. A day where where I don't see any deaths come across my phone. I keep thinking to myself, I don't ever want to get used to it, because I want there to be all these days where there's 0. So with that, we remember, and we ask that you, again, keep everybody in your thoughts and prayers during this time. In fact, speaking of thoughts and prayers, there's a beautiful day of repentance going on in our community. Some of us are heading there, I think, after this. And so if you would take these folks that we have adjourned in their memory and take them with you in your prayer, Commissioner, on behalf of Nueces County, that would be we would be grateful. I have nothing further if there are no more adjournments. No more adjournments in memory. I know we laid to rest your brother, Deputy Salazar, I believe on Monday. And because of COVID-19 and out of respect, we're limiting people to go to these services. I know it was at Most Precious Blood. I know we've already honored him before, but I would like to once again adjourn in Sheriff's Deputies Raul Salazar's memory today. Thank you so much. For court, the time is 3:27 p.m.